Hello there, PKA 707 with our guest Harley. Taylor, we've got some wonderful sponsors. Tell me about them.
Well, we've got BetterHelp.com. We've got Lock and Load. And we've got Painkiller Already official merchandise over at painkilleralready.com. Check it out. PKA 10 for 10% off. Get yourself a t-shirt or even a mug, whatever you want. Now, this is the kind of mug that you could
lift it up high so we can see.
You could kill a small animal with it. This isn't some willy-nilly mug. You drop this, you're gonna dent your floor. It's not gonna shatter the mug. The highest quality that China manufactures.
They make good stuff.
They make good stuff. I've never.
Bro, tell Woody to send me one. What the fuck?
We did, and he said I'll send it to everyone we know, other than Harley, that despicable motherfucker.
Yeah,
he's jealous of your height.
Call.
Yeah, that's why we started without him.
That's why we started without him. Well, hopefully Woody's doing all right and didn't tumble from the sky in a catastrophic accident.
I'll be honest, man. You probably shouldn't even make that joke because we don't know where he is. This will be a real funny callback. Like
that'd be so crazy.
Play that and then the news footage of the crash scene.
You're right.
If you got a God forbid, if you got a call. That he's we should continue podcasting though.
Oh, for sure.
We'd have to finish the show. People would be mad.
Let's just make this an in memorial episode in case.
Just in case. This episode is maybe dedicated to Woody's gamertag. Hopefully everything's fine and it doesn't have to be an in memoriam episode.
Hopefully he didn't hit an Arby's restaurant at 80, 90 kilometers per hour, however fast that silly thing he rides around goes, and just explode into a ball of flames and roast beef.
I hope not. God forbid that happened.
He shushed me millions of times, and I've shushed him, and now that he's forever shushed, I would do anything to him
again. Now that we're like selling merch again, if Woody fell out of the sky, we need to make like a unbelievably tacky, like him with wings floating up to heaven.
Black family on vacation.
He's a fucking atheist.
Yeah, no, but not in our remembrance of him. We'll be like Woody's gamer tag, devout Christian, just like his parents.
Yes.
Yeah.
Later in life, he was a born again Christian. He didn't want it to be public because he thought he'd be called a hypocrite. But he was just all about Jesus in the life, and so we have these in memoriam T-shirts. Angel Woody keychains, Angel Woody stickers.
The last thing he texted me and Kyle in our group chat before he sadly crashed into the World Trade Center Memorial was that he was going to vote for Trump this time. That he was sick of Biden and the Democrats' lies.
His dying words. He wrote them in blood at the base of the not the Twin Towers, but the memorial site.
Yeah, the Freedom Tower, whatever the fuck that thing is.
Yeah.
When he passed away, flying at 85 miles an hour into the base of the Freedom Tower.
When the cops shot him down.
They said, "Stop resisting."
Yeah. Well, hopefully Woody is all right, and we don't have to sell.
Yeah, of course.
Unbelievably tacky in memoriam. But I mean, if I die, you guys got to forge ahead. It's understandable. If any one of us dies, we got to keep making the show.
Just pull the trigger on that merch, anyways. I think it's kind of a hit.
Yeah.
Like Woody's dead T-shirts.
It's already been worked on.
Stairs with clouds, and he's there with his hand out in like a white robe. Yeah.
Yes. And who are like a bunch? Have you seen those memes where it's like a bunch of other dead people like welcoming someone to heaven?
Yes.
Who are the people that he like hates the most that we could have him like welcoming?
Just put other people that are alive, but make them dead. put like Blade,
Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah.
All right, let's not do disgraced YouTubers like Minecraft.
No, put me in there too for jugs, But now I want to cut. Now I want to cut though.
Should there be a shirt for Woody if Woody goes to heaven, and a shirt for if he would go?
Yeah,
to
you
hell,
gotta have a hater version, like a hater variant, being like, I hope he's in hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we could have Woody burning in hell in memoriam T-shirt.
We can have like a live graph going of sales on the website.
Oh, to decide his fate.
Oh man, it's 51% heaven. Let's give heaven a little more of a boost. Let's get that.
I'd buy 5 hell shirts immediately.
You would? You'd use the numbers beforehand?
I just don't like how he's always talking about selling his soul to a demonologist or something. He's got no fear of that. Like I would say I'm agnostic. I think I watch so much of that goddamn cosmology shit on YouTube, and it goes over my head, and it just seems like maybe not a white guy with a beard, you know, in a golden kingdom, but like maybe something made all this shit. That's where I am on God. Woody's like nothing but chemistry, random chemistry, and I'm okay with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But he thinks it's that.
Yeah. But you know what? Even when I think about the random chemistry, even if that, whatever that random chemistry, whatever that spark was, whatever that first, let me see that chemistry. Let me see those chemicals.
Yeah.
Whatever box it occurred in, or whatever it was encased in to have all of this happen. That's God. Whatever. That's it. That whatever that amount of power. That's like, oh yeah, the Big Bang, and then everything exists.
Yeah. I don't know a ton about your
here, bro.
I don't know a ton about your religion, Harley, but is there any belief in a satanic demons, an afterlife of punishment and pain?
No. But I think there's like what's it called? What's that in between? What's that word again?
Purgatory.
Purgatory. I think there's some form of that.
It's a never-ending line of
We got golems. I think we got golems.
Yeah.
I think there's golems.
It never moves.
In there.
The golem is interesting. There was an X-Files episode about a golem. From my understanding via X-Files, it's when a Jewish religious person uses some sort of magic or something to create like a clay monster man that he can sort of control and puppeteer to go do his bidding and revenge.
Now dig the tunnels. Dig deeper. Now come scratch my back.
Now press this elevator button. It's Shabbos.
Don't you hear the phone?
Don't you hear the phone?
That's
now,
my Shabbos golem.
I need you to kick this marble down this Rube Goldberg machine.
But by the way, I respect that.
On,
I respect I respect that hypocrisy and that faith so much, and maybe it's not even hypocrisy. Maybe it's the loophole, because you see it in every single religion. Okay, when I went up to Ohio to do some gun shit, we met these Amish people. There was an Amish man working in the machine gun shop building machine guns. And I was asking him all about his shit. He was like 3/4 Amish. I don't mean like racially speaking. I mean like
he whacks off.
As far as how strictly he follows whatever their codes are of living like it's still 1869. Yeah, somewhere in between. Like he had a machine gun with a suppressor on it. He's like, this is my baby. And I was like, you have a phone? He's like, well, at the end of our driveway, there's a little shed that has a phone in it. And you go out there because it's technically off our property, but the county lets us do that. And I was like, so how do you have like buggies and horses? How do you farm? And he's like, I have a John Deere, whatever the number was, 3180 or whatever the fuck. I'm like, what, you own a tractor? That doesn't seem. He's like, well, I don't own it. The John Deere dealership holds the title. I owe them $1 still. Like they keep it like that. Yeah, little workarounds, little loopholes.
I gotta say,
everyone's Jewish, bro. Literally, everyone's Jewish.
Everyone is.
Yeah,
dude, I know some people.
Everyone's got the little scams and stuff, and the moves and the loopholes. Everyone's got it. Mm-hmm. Everyone's got their Shabbos golem.
They're just jealous because like Jews seem to be the best at it. Like they're finding little loopholes with their tunnel. I bet the tunnel was some workaround where it's like you can't get delicious cured beef on Saturday walking down the sidewalk, and they're like, I won't be stopped. And then make a tunnel.
I can't believe the Jews took tunnels as their thing. Like it wasn't even their thing. They can't even just leave tunnels alone. Like that's now theirs,
Yeah, Jews doing tunnel stuff. I feel like if fucking
hummus,
Himmler
tunnels,
or if Goebbels had presented like a sample poster before it went to production to Hitler and was like, "Mein Führer, look, they are tunnel people like dirty rats." Hitler'd be like, "Yeah, but like maybe a little nuance, maybe something to get the mind working."
Jews coming out of the tunnels, like Hitler's literally like called it.
This is unrealistic. They don't tunnel like animals.
Now, I am no fan of them, but this is crazy, Joseph. They're not living in tunnels. And then meanwhile, Joseph just got bags under his eyes like that one dude in New York who's like, I knew I heard people fucking dancing under there.
That guy probably believes in 30 different conspiracy theories, but it turned out there were in fact Jews tunneling under his home.
Think about that guy just in the context of like an A24 horror movie, and he's like, his wife. He's like, "Shh, there's Jews under the floors."
Here are the divorce papers. I'm going to need you to sign here and initial here.
And they're like, on the phone, they're like, he's obsessed. Quiet. He's obsessed with the Jews.
If you're really quiet, you can hear the Seinfeld theme.
It's like a flashlight in an endlessly dark hallway.
That would be a good A24 movie. Did you see a Barbarian, by the way?
Yeah,
I saw that.
Imagine if downstairs in Barbarian, you feel like it was down the dark hallway, and you heard like, you'd be like, oh fuck, Tunnel Jews, Tunnel Jews, Tunnel Jews, the horror movie. It's crazy.
Is it? I think is it just the hyper religious Jews that were tooling around in the tunnels? I don't think like the sandwich or pickle Jews were down there. Like
pickle bagel Jews weren't down there. I don't think.
No, they're busy making delicious treats for us all to enjoy.
Yeah.
I had lots.
These Jews would spit on those Jews if those Jews were in the tunnels.
Really, the religious ones would see the sandwich Jews and they'd be pissy.
I think they spit on mailmen.
Oh,
spit on mailmen?
Yeah,
that's rude.
Yeah.
Why the fuck? I don't like
because they don't want to pay taxes, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh,
fuck out. We have our own system. They deliver mail in a series of tunnels. There's just one high up rabbi in New York who won't let the tunnel idea go, and everyone else.
Menachem Mendel.
What does that mean?
It's just a guy. He's like the last guy that's like he's all those types of Jews. This is their boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've been following the Israeli conflict. I don't know if y'all are aware that's still going on.
Still, bro? It's like, what the fuck?
Dude, like fucking
like my entire life. What the hell?
It feels like it's been going on for a minute.
They're so close to solving it though, just like fucking right there.
Just a little bit more money. A couple more bucks.
Just a couple more dollars. What do you need them for? I just am asking for $2 billion. What's a quick $4 billion? $6 billion and this is over.
I love when Biden was like, look, you can have all the rockets, the missiles, the self-defense. Here's the machine guns. Here's the ammo for them. Here are the grenades. Here's some poison gas. Don't say shit about it. But look, you can't have any more 2,000-pound bombs. We haven't dropped those since World War II. What are you doing? And they were like, America has abandoned us in our hour of need.
Did they really say that? That's not
fair. It became a whole thing.
I think I've heard some stuff like I heard they're like that's enough for now, and they're like, I can't believe that you've done this to
us. Dude, they're 2,000-pound bombs. I think they're dumb bombs, as in you're just like, looks about right, drop it. Like and you've seen the battlefield. That part I was like, that's wild. And then look, I know what propaganda is, but I can't always sift through the propaganda and how horrific the world can actually be sometimes. But they were saying, this Arab guy on the street, they were saying there were lots of reports that the IDF was using dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. He's like, they bring in special trained dog to humiliate prisoner in terrible way. And I was like, Jesus Christ. That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
I saw that.
That gets my propaganda alarm spinning.
But they had. I saw that clip, and I did see, like, not long after they showed footage of an IDF dog that was attacking, like a Palestinian woman. But then later it was found out that dog was no longer with the IDF. Like they had taken the dog. The dog was found dead, and it had they had like strapped it to explosives. So whoever goes to the dog to get it, it was booby trapped, and that dog had the footage. That footage came from that dog, and that dog's camera, and it was not like with the IDF when that scenario was happening with the women. So it was like a lot of dog talk, and then they said that the IDF were raping the prisoners with dogs.
Yeah,
and then like I remembered that girl, Brianna, that reporter, she had like a hostage's sister on, and that hostage's sister was like, yeah, you know, these hostages, they've been coming back and saying that they've been sexually assaulted. And she was like, ugh, and like rolled her eyes at that, and she ended up losing her job. But
Good.
I just thought it was funny that like this woman who was sister of the hostage was like, yeah, they're being raped out there. And she was like, yeah, right. And then they were like, yeah, the IDF have dogs. And she was like, the Zionist dog is raping people. That's 100% believable.
Yeah.
Like rolling your eyes at the person, but then being, yeah, anyways. But you never know everything. Everything we never know, right?
Yeah.
It's true. There's no way to know.
The dog was circumcised, so I'm suspect.
Every dog is. That's why we do it.
I know.
We do it. We based it on the dogs. Look at that thing. Look at that. Don't you like that?
Do you wish you had like a belly sheath for your penis? Keep it out of the way when
during
you're doing,
COVID, I did.
Doing sports.
During COVID, I earned one. Trust me.
Put on some pounds.
Just I had to like take my fingers and like push fat back to like piss.
Oh. Are you familiar with Bad Dragon toys? Sex toys?
No.
Yes, you've shown me this website like half a dozen times now.
Yeah, I mean, I got a discount code there, so I'm just trying to cash in.
It's like women who want to like read fantasy romance books about like a werewolf love story and then fuck a fantasy werewolf penis.
Oh, they're like crazy dicks?
Yeah, crazy dicks. Like everything you could imagine. And like they're so popular that now there's
I'm imagining just like my dick but blue right now. Like I don't have enough imagination.
It doesn't look anything like a human. You couldn't look at one and think it was a human penis. Like it's like it looks like animal penises. Like they have names like dog names and dragon names. I don't know what a dragon name would be.
Dog names? Oh, they're like furry dildos.
Like they're still plastic or whatever, but like
no,
it'll
but
be
like
it'll be named like the Fido or something, right? Kyle, you
right?
know. I think I remember.
Oh, look at this one. This one it's like new from Bad Dragon Candy, and it's just this dragon pussy.
I think the dog.
These two kaiju battling, but whatever everyone's picturing in their head, it's not as cool as that. It looks more like a commissioned art piece from someone who desperately wants to be drawing porn instead.
Yeah. See, like Marcel
Rex,
the werecroc. What is a werecroc?
Good pup. I'm seeing good pup quite a bit here.
It's a crocodile bitten by a werewolf.
Okay.
Now it is a werecroc.
Well, here's Aquadrax. Now, I guess if I had a vagina, this Aquadrax isn't that bothersome. But these ones where you could put an egg inside and then lay an egg inside.
Yes.
The woman is a little. That's a little more than.
Yeah.
Dude, put on
aliens. A little gauche.
You put eggs in it inside this dildo. And then they put it inside them, and then the dildo releases the eggs inside you.
Yeah, and they come with that really gooey, drippy lube.
What's this called? What's that called? That action, the action of doing that, putting that in your
pegging.
No. That's like when a girl puts a strap on, and yeah.
Oh, this is hilarious! Like, did you see Winston's tongue? This is the funniest one on that whole page.
They also make like octopus tentacles. It's just one long tentacle. That's good stuff. Yeah. Wonderful company and friend of the show.
Great company. This episode is brought to you by Bad Dragon, the finest fantasy dildos for your asshole's pleasure or your vagina's pleasure. Whatever
you got down there. It's called the front hole.
Let's get a sponsorship with Bad Dragon going.
These are
we have to like wheel ourselves in next episode, and it's like, yeah, I tried the fucking Minotaur dick, and I got a colostomy bag now.
I got the eggs.
I got the eggs. One, I thought it only held 4, but I feel something up there, and it's not coming out.
This thing come with 3 or 4 eggs. This is vitally important.
Yeah, isn't that a Dirty Harry scene? How many times did I shoot?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you nailed it.
How many times did I shoot my gun? You may ask yourself at this important juncture of the film.
Yeah, that's it.
Was it merely 5 times or perhaps 6? Remember that classic scene?
That's not what he says at all.
Is that not it?
No, that's a good fucking scene.
He's shooting
Oh man,
Indians
this
or
is
something.
so funny. I didn't know what this was. I thought I was looking. I'm like, this looks like a regular penis. What's the deal with this thing? Terrible sound clip, by the way.
That's okay.
But I was like, what is it? But it's called a fantasy packer, and you put it in your pants, so that you're like you got a bulge, so that like you're like taking up space in there.
How much is that thing?
Worth it. 65 bucks.
Jesus, dude.
You can
Dude,
get
you
an
can go out.
ultimate-
You can go to places and like have your phone by your bulge, and then you could upload like a bulge watchers video. Yeah. Hey.
So you just put your soft penis into this like
no,
plastic
this
thing,
is for
and then
people
you
who don't
wear it
have a
around?
penis.
Oh no, I was thinking that I would be putting my small soft penis inside of this.
Oh, does it have a?
Because you
does
can,
it have a-
I thought you could. I had no idea, but they're small, medium, and large.
on the back?
And then there's firmness. You could choose the firmness like extra soft. Like how soft do you want that penis inside your pants to be?
This is this doesn't seem like a very functional sex toy.
I think this is
What?
for ladies. Or excuse me, sorry, trans people.
I think it's for everyone. I think it's
Individuals
for everyone.
without penises.
That's the next marketing thing. Packers are for everyone. Everyone should feel comfortable putting their flaccid
true.
penis in Rex the Werewolf's penis and wear
I
him
got a
around
Rex.
town.
What do you do here? Like you is there like a belt to fasten it to you, or you just like stick it in your underwear? Because what if it goes upside down and the balls
there's
are
a-
on top?
there's
You
gotta-
can't just be there like adjusting things.
Yeah,
There's
you
got to be
just
an
have this
attachment.
thing all day on.
And what if you happen to get aroused at the thought of having this whole ordeal that you're putting yourself through? What if you like
Mission
that arouses you,
accomplished.
but now your penis boner is pushing away the packer, and you just have like this weird tube, misshaped penises inside your pants?
yeah,
What's going on here? What are we doing, guys?
There's a lot of
What are we
answers
doing?
needed. And it says here that Packers are available only in extra soft. So there's so any sort of sex stuff off the table with this.
See,
thing.
that's what's annoying, bro. Like woke media is ruining everything. We used to
I
be able to
fucking
get the
hate the
hardest
woke media.
packers, bro.
Yeah, that's
Comedy's
Trudeau's
at
Canada.
risk.
The Democrats are trying to take your Chico Lil Squirt self-coming penis away from you.
They'll never
We
take
have
my
no
Chico
freedom.
little squirt self-coming penis from me.
No, they'll never will. You can get a Sea Dragon Lil Squirt self-coming penis
I want an
for
amendment
$40.
guaranteeing my right to whatever you just said. That awful thing.
To a Sea Dragon
got
Lil
it.
Squirt
Mm-hmm.
for only $40?
If something happened to Woody, you definitely got to collab with them and have Woody's dead dick.
Oh. Woody's
He's okay though, right? I really did. In my heart, I would feel very bad.
We don't
if
know.
that's-
We don't know. If he's not okay, we're gonna have to delete the first half hour of this episode.
hand
No,
to
that's
God.
for
We
the,
have
that's
no
for the
idea.
patrons.
That's for the patrons. Yeah, they could get that part. Yeah, hopefully he's fine. But he does engage in a lot of hobbies that are dangerous. Like if Kyle was ever late, I would just be like, oh, he's sleeping. Like he probably just overslept. He's on one of his grinds with Tarkov or something.
It would be an alarm going bad is what it would be, because I always take a nap like for an hour before the show, and I have that a really good internal clock, so it's rare that I don't wake up a minute before my alarm and stop it. But sometimes I mix up the AM PM, like in that Seinfeld episode. It's not the AM PM, and I just don't get an alarm. that
Second
day.
knob. There were
Yeah.
2 dials.
It's always that. And then I think there was an Android like update snafu that just made alarms not work for like a day. So that made a huge part of America late, I'm sure. Or maybe it was Apple. I don't remember which. I just remember my alarm not working. I used two different
What is that?
phones.
That's ringing a bell. What happened?
Like the alarm notifications just didn't work after an update for some people for a day or two, and before they figured it out and fixed it. Because I remember my alarm didn't work that day. I didn't wake up.
Huh. Well, it's all fixed now, so we know that's not the issue.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what Woody's issue is. He's either completely forgotten that we moved, even though we all sort of, said we'd be here, or he's just in a lot of he's hurt. Somewhere in a
He's in
cornfield
trouble
somewhere.
with some gangs.
He's
I
been
hope
flying
not.
over their turf.
That'd
I mean,
be
there's
so
no way they'd like
crazy.
that. if he started a gangland like warfare.
No.
Scenario?
Like
An
just
Israeli
biker gang shit.
It's an Israeli
bikers,
who
the IBF.
It's an Israeli who is traumatized from the October 7th para attacks, and he moved to North Carolina, and then he sees Woody coming one day. They're here to finish us off, and he just went anti-air on Woody.
Sarah, they found us.
I told you they never stop looking. Like,
I have a very specific and silly set of skills. I will fly at you. You will hear me coming.
By the way, that's how Mossad rolls. Like post World War II, they would send these little hit squads down to South America, and they'd scoop up Nazis, and they'd like beat the shit out of them, tie them up, and sneak them out of the country all the way back to Israel, then put them on trial and kill them.
Wow. So they were just suspecting random blonde guys named Hans, little bigoted.
They're like,
yeah,
he'll do. Look at him.
Family has been
like
here for 20, 30 months. Like that's how that would go.
There's still those German communities down there in South America. Like the architecture is like turn of the century German, and like you said, like so many Nazis fled there. It's
how
weird.
Competent, like when you think about like Mossad and CIA and these like how competent are we talking?
I think they're pretty competent. Like
Mossad, medium
CIA.
So like the most publicized and famous examples of their competency would be after, was it Black September at the Munich Olympics? This terrorist group kidnapped several Israeli athletes and tried to sneak them out of Greece onto a plane back to wherever they were from, Syria or I don't know. And there was a huge shootout. All the Israeli hostages died. All the bad guys died. And the country was embarrassed and they wanted revenge. And they sent Mossad into Europe to get it. They wanted anyone who'd had a hand in that attack. And they kept killing. And they killed the guy who would replace the guy. And I'm talking about shootings, bombings, stabbings, every way you can imagine. There's a really good movie about it where you go, they put explosives in this guy's phone, and then they sit outside and they call him, and the phone opens and he blows himself up with C4. But the movie's called Munich. And then obviously
they also timed sending anonymous flowers and condolence for the person's loss, like at the same time. So they would be like, what are you talking about? And then would find out later that happened. But that's it's also like a movie. It makes it and that movie's interesting because they're not fully competent. There's some major fuck ups and there's beef amongst their ideologies. And then there's this crazy scene where they're paired up, sharing a room with the guys that are their targets. And they're all both groups are trying to play it cool. Those guys don't know that they're Israeli though, because they're Israeli. They look like 5 different types of people.
Yeah.
And it's just a crazy scene, and they keep changing the radio. They can't agree on the radio, 2 of them. The Jewish guy goes over and puts on a song, and the Arabic guy goes over and changes it, and then they go and they agree on something. But that's always like Hollywood, and when I hear about it, all that stuff, I remember I did a project on it back in the day. We had to do all these. It was just, we had to base it on a movie and do a project. And I actually ended up doing it on, not Munich, something else, but about the same thing. And, I wonder, cause that makes it sound really competent, bombing a phone and sending the thing flowers to them and hunting them down and sending agents to other countries that speak a different language. And I think about the level of competency that it would take to organize some mass crazy event, to some world changing event that's planned and you guys did it, but you goofed up because you were dancing at the scene. It just doesn't seem likely that the level of competency to orchestrate that is also the same level of competence to actually dance and take pictures in front of it. So that's where I'm always like, yeah. Like, so I don't believe that, you know, these guys were Mossad agents there. I know there's like that whole story is refuted and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I'm just like, it's crazy that people's idea of the competency is to execute something like that, but also be dancing there. And I wonder if it's like, damn, if the CIA, Mossad, and these like organizations that we don't even know about, if their level of competency is super high, then everything that we know and theorize about now is part of the plan. Like everything we're doing now, sometimes I'm just like, everything that's happening now, if there really is like a secret organization, like a secret, like pulling the strings, then this is literally all part of the plan.
Yeah. Or I think they're probably just a mixed bag. Like there's parts, like some missions go off without a hitch for the CIA, Mossad, whatever, like of the like S tier intelligence agencies, and then other ones like Bay of Pigs or whatever are just, you know, it's the same people. It just doesn't pan out.
Yeah, it seemed like Cuba we really struggled with. Maybe it was because we didn't have agents who could infiltrate, or maybe that everyone was just a true believer down there, like in Castro's regime, because they tried to kill Castro on several occasions. They tried poisoning him. They tried dosing him with LSD prior to a speech so he'd be wacky and lose confidence. They tried poisoning him in a way that would make his beard fall out because that was like his thing. They tried poisoning him and killing him, and they failed every time. And then the Bay of Pigs thing as well, another like huge. And if you look at the Bay of Pigs,
but then his level of competency is like, they're like, "Are you scared?" He's like, "No, I have a son, a secret son, part of my plan. And we won't benefit right now, but one day we will benefit. We will invade from the inside."
Dude, I'm so just looking at those pictures. The pictures are all I have to see to be like, oh fuck, Trudeau's Castro's kid, 100%. Have you seen what Trudeau's like supposed dad looks like?
I've seen it.
Fucking,
I've seen it.
He may as well be Japanese. That's how little they look alike. And then you see like the same nose hump, the same like side silhouette from him and Castro.
What I haven't been following your politics very well. Occasionally, I see that conservative guy, the one who was eating the apple, with the reporter. She's like asking him,
like he's literally pulls all the Trump plays and puts them to work. They're like, "How do you feel about like this or that and this or that?" And he's like eating an apple. They're like, "How do you feel about this or that?" He's like, "Gay question. Next."
Gay question. You're banned. Get him out of here.
He may have been outdoors in like maybe an apple orchard. I don't know where he was, something like that. I don't know.
Apple.
I would hope so. Like,
when are your elections?
Brought an apple.
When are your elections? When does Trudeau have to defend again?
I thought it was 2025. I'm not exactly sure.
It's Canadian politics are so funny.
Someone will tell me. You ever see Canadian politics where they're yelling at each other, like in like the House of Commons? There, you ever see those videos?
No,
they're like they're like on opposite sides, with like someone in the middle, like with a gavel, and they like get turns like roasting each other. like the finance minister was like pointing out, I think she was pointing out Pierre. She was like, "Look at him, he's wearing more makeup than me, and I'm a woman." And everyone's like, "Oh!" on one side, and the other side's like, "Shut up, shut up." Shut up. And then it goes back to him, and he's like, "No, we're not continuing until she gives me an apology." And he like bangs. He's like, "Apologize." She's like, "I refuse to apologize." And like, it's just, I don't understand how it works.
Wait, is it October 25th this year, Zach?
October 2025.
Who's to say?
Oh, 2025, October 2025. Okay.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like Canada's wild.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is funny to think of like the Canadian politicians arguing that vehemently amongst each other. It's like, guys, you're Canada. Like, it's not that serious. Like, it's all right. It's gonna pan out.
You can't underestimate Canada these days, because we had Rick Ross came to Canada and played the Kendrick Drake diss song at the end of his concert, and all these Vancouver gangsters like rolled up on him and beat up his crew, and they had to like security had to like rush him out. They like beat up his
Damn.
whole squad and like threw a drink in his face and started attacking him.
There's gangsters in Vancouver.
Yeah. Oh, Vancouver does have like quite a few gangsters. Some great videos that you could look at, like Vancouver gangsters.
Huh.
There's
I thought Vancouver was. I always thought of that as super safe.
Bindi Johal's a good place to start if you wanted to see just like what it's just interesting to look.
Is that the
like,
name of the gang?
It's a guy. Yeah, he was like a brown dude, a gangster, and like he was like on the news. He'd be like on the news and say shit. Like people knew him. He was kind of like a celebrity a bit. Like he was famous, infamous. He would be on like the news talking and shit talking. And but there's a bunch of videos of him. But like, and then even like in Canada, like we had our freedom convoy thing.
Yeah,
Not
I remember
quite
that.
like January 6th, but it was,
they were like, we're not going to get vaccinated and we're going to honk our horns.
Mm-hmm.
Then I remember people at the time being like, this is traitorous and dangerous. And it's like, seems to me like a bunch of sunglasses and profile pic boomers just kind of being like, you're not going to make me do something I don't want to do.
But what was weird is
Which
like they needed money for their movement, and then the government like froze their bank accounts.
Oh,
that was a major
terrible.
like strange turning point for me personally.
Yeah.
Where I was like, and I was never like, yeah, go there and honk the horns. Like I know people that lived in that area and hated it. It was hell for them. But like, it's so funny because like I wasn't about the freedom convoy. I was like, whatever. But then when the bank accounts got frozen, every single thing in the years before that looked different. Like in an instant, things looked different to me. It was bizarre.
Yeah, it's
and
like,
then actually to piggyback on that, like I mean, it's like I'm not gonna be like, oh, I love Benjamin Netanyahu or whatever it is about Israel. It's like does Israel do all the things that I would have done if I were Israel? No, but there's something weird about my university having Netanyahu hanging, like a hanging effigy from the gates, and he's like wearing striped pajamas. So it's like, I don't know about this Jew in striped pajamas that you have hung up at my university, but like that stays there. And like they gave out pamphlets with like encouraging people to like come for this summer camp thing, and there's like on the pamphlet there was a dude with an AK-47, and like that is weird because it's like, well, I'm not saying freeze their bank accounts either, and they shouldn't, and I'm not saying that, but now double the fact that you shouldn't have froze Freedom Convoy bank accounts.
Why do they have the ability to freeze bank accounts? Like there should be no one with that power. Like for that to happen, it should be like someone from Homeland Security. I don't know what your equivalent is, but they're the terrorist guys that we invented in 2001 to watch over us and protect us,
safe.
Wrap us up like a blanket in the night and look at our emails. So those guys would contact like Bank of America or what have you and be like, hey, this Harley guy, we got to freeze all his money.
This guy's got a lot of fertilizer for living in an urban area.
Yeah, either he's got a huge putting green or we're in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they shouldn't be able to freeze anyone's bank accounts. It's fucking being able to wild.
I think they did something with their PayPals too. Like they froze donations that were coming through on PayPal also.
I saw that. Like sites like GoFundMe will do that all the time.
By the way, that was the lie that I was told to tell if I wanted lots of ammonium nitrate from a fertilizer store, putting in a putting green.
Really? Does that? I mean, I guess it makes sense. That would take a ton of it, right?
Well, I think they do. I think they do something to fertilizer grade ammonium nitrate now that makes it not great for explosives.
It seems like something you should have, led with, like do that off the start.
Well, they didn't realize somebody would do what they did. I'm pretty sure that's true because I know I've tried to use fertilizer grade and it didn't work. I know when you buy the explosives grade stuff, they say prilled. I don't know what prilled means. I never looked it up. I don't know if it means that they like make tiny perforations in each pellet or if it's just the nature of what the pellets are shaped like and that it comes in extruded pellets or whatever.
Yeah.
But in any case, like that was what I was like, yeah, tell him you're putting in a putting green because he's going to be like, oh, he's not going to want to give you all pure ammonium nitrate. He's going to want to give you some 30,
yeah,
20,
we can't, talk about these turning point issues with the government and then start talking about bombs right after though.
Well, I think we should have, so you got to have some freedoms here. You shouldn't be coming and looking into why I'm buying 8 tons of ammonium nitrate. I'm an American. God damn it. It's none of your
Who
business why I
loves
need
to golf.
I need 8 tons of ammonium nitrate, and it's none of your business why. That's how I want the law to be. You got
And
some
these
banker,
damn libs.
some lib banker looking down his nose at my fertilizer purchases.
Wow, down his nose, huh?
No dog whistling there at all. Not even 2 or 3. But that's what I do want Homeland Security to be looking at. To be fair, is the guy who's trying to buy 8 tons of ammonium nitrate, but like not demonizing the guy who wants a shotgun and he lives in New Jersey.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand some of the Supreme Court rulings, and I just don't care to. So sometimes the Chevron thing going down, I was like, I don't know if this is good or bad. And like it was funny, like you were like, it's good, and Taylor and Woody goes, it's bad. And I'm like, it's probably both. It's probably both.
I mean, I don't know. I'm no expert on it. It just seemed like, oh, this makes it harder for like unelected bureaucrats to unilaterally control decisions that should be,
it throws it to the judicial system, right? It lets courts decide whether these issues that would normally be decided by something like the EPA.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder what it does to ATF, because that's like the one that I've always thought has a lot of overreach. It seems like they can kind of write a rule that is as good as law, and so that doesn't seem appropriate to me.
No, it does not. Seems like a little workaround that some special interest groups could very easily take advantage of.
Trump's bump stock ban got knocked down.
Nice.
Like a couple weeks ago. Shame I had my father melt all of his.
Yeah, you just needed to hide him for like 3 years and you would have been good.
No. Well, see, I don't want to do anything approaching like breaking a law. You know what I mean? It's certainly not with that. So I told him when that ban came down, I was like, hey, ATF says you have 6 weeks to get rid of those fucking things that you've got over there. He had like 15 or something. He melted them.
And you melt it down. What are you left with when you melt it down?
Nothing. Oh, so these were plastic. They are it's the AR. It's the back of an AR-15, the stock. Mm-hmm. So it's mostly plastic. That came in a bump stock kit, or at least the ones that he had.
But you can't like sell that to someone outside of. Oh, it's like, I mean. You just melting it down just because 6 weeks, like get rid of it right away.
Just destroying them. Just destroying them. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't want to sell them. I mean, they were basically saying that this stock that let you fire the gun really fast made it a machine gun or was a machine gun, and they making anyone who had one a felon essentially, if they wanted to prosecute you, which sometimes they do. So yeah, that got knocked down. And it seems to me that all of Trump's legal problems disappeared this week when the Supreme Court ruled that he had some immunity. Like when he signed that check to Stormy Daniels, that was an official act, Taylor. He did that at the Resolute desk.
Yeah, he was fucking her on official business.
That's literally what's caused all of this to stop. They're delaying the sentencing forever on all of those 43 felonies. Like we're just not. Let's see what happens, because they just realized that their case doesn't have any legs to stand on now because the Supreme Court said he's immune for some reason for a lot of that stuff. And
there's a big scary spider behind you.
He's okay. And yeah, he's fine. He's a good guy.
Okay.
Ooh. I hope it's a spider. Might be a roach.
Ooh.
But
I think a roach knows better than to be there.
Yeah, roaches are notoriously skittish. They don't just like run around your house.
That one looks like he's happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, if he is anything but a spider.
Imagine his soul has passed into that spider and he's come to visit.
He's come to visit.
It's very like
Woody?
Something like my parents do. Like if a blue jay flies into the yard, they're like, look, it's grandma.
Dude, I love that like kind of like over the top optimism where it's like, oh, look, that's great grandfather Herschel, and he's in that cardinal out there who's going to be consumed by a hawk later this afternoon. Yeah, if I came back as an animal and it was a bug, I would know I fucked up in life big time.
Maybe it's wonderful being a bug though. Maybe you don't understand how little your life is, and it's just nothing but drinking sugar and and flying through the air.
We're bugs right now, probably. Like we are bugs. We think we're so big. We're probably bugs. Less than bugs.
We'd be getting crushed by something giant out there if we were.
No, time is just so crazy that like we're just some molecule floating in some larger, grander existence, and we're like that hasn't happened yet. And time
I don't like the depressing.
We're on nth time.
Depressingness of that.
We're on nth time, so this is super slow. Oh no, super fast actually.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, right?
I know.
Bringing it down in Lord of the Rings.
The opposite of nth time. Yeah, we're in Hobbit time. Or man time, whatever the.
We're on bottom leaf time. You know what I'm saying? Whoa. Bottom leaf. I only smoke top leaf.
Yeah, I saw like an article pretty recently that talked about Tolkien, like late in his life. Some like hippy dippy people were like, bro, long bottom leaf. It's like weed. And apparently Tolkien hated that. He was like, it's not weed. It's tobacco in the fantasy world. I don't know what he sounded. He didn't sound like this.
Probably not.
Not even close. But he's like, that's not. I'm not a fan of this, bruv.
He's like a professor of linguistics. He probably spoke pretty well.
Oi, brother, that ain't what a long bottom leaf is. In it.
He's like, bottom leaf is not weed. It's crack.
It's crack.
I used to believe it was weed.
I pumped the whole fantasy world.
Bro, they ran through fucking 4 countries on like 3 pieces of lembas bread.
Yeah,
killing a rat along the way. They're on that Nazi meth head diet.
Oh yeah, that was with Pippin, like eating a third of it before they even left.
Yeah, I told you I saw Lord of the Rings 2 Towers extended cut in 4DX.
Does it come around the sides?
They
too,
like
the screen?
No, it's not that. But this same theater does have one of those, and I've been to one of those immersion ones, and I like it because I like watching. I don't watch movies in the complete darkness, so the extra screens just create more light, and I enjoy that. But they didn't immerse me any further. But 4DX, it like shakes you and stuff. Like when you're on the warg, it's like literally like bouncing you, and you're like popcorn's bouncing. And you're like, you're stoned. You're like, what's the ticket? And like animal drool, it like splashes water in your face, and when they're fast, like the wind blows. And then when they're burning, they burn all the Uruk-hai bodies, all those orcs that they burn in that one. The theater starts to smell bad, and whenever the elven princess is on the screen, the theater smells really good.
Oh, that's fun. And then, did you only see 2 towers, or did you see all 3 of them?
I only saw 2 towers, because I was only there that day. But to be honest, I was happy for 2 towers because whenever I go to 4DX, I usually turn off the water. Because I don't like that effect. It bothers my buddy. But when it was coming up to Helm's Deep, I was like, hey. And I like turned my water on. I was like, for Helm's Deep, I'll have the water on.
You need the
like,
water.
It's happening. You're just like, it's raining on you. You're watching Helm's Deep and it's like you're getting rained on.
Dude, I get amped up at the beginning of Helm's Deep every time. That's so cool.
When that arrow flies and hits that fucking, yeah.
Yeah, when what's his name accidentally shoots the arrow, kills the Uruk-hai.
But it's so crazy how scary they are when they're out there. You're like, oh fuck, we got to do this now. And it's still scary now the way it's presented when they're out there and they're just like they're savages, but like they're literally a cohesive unit right now, banging their fucking sticks. And
you see that one Uruk-hai go up on that rock that kind of juts out and kind of screams and get. If I were a real nerd, I'd know his name.
Water vapor when he screams coming off of that real mask was so cool.
That was
dripping.
Flies and you get splashed in your face if you're watching it in 4DX.
Taylor showed me
4DX theater.
You sent me that picture of Grishnak, who is I believe he's the orc who wants to eat Merry and Pippin on the way to back to Saruman.
Mm-hmm. Just the legs.
What about them?
They don't need those.
They are not fighting.
Why? Do they give good sport?
They have an
Elvish weapon.
It's so good.
He looks exactly like 3 Jewish people I know. Every time I watch it, I always say to my buddy, I'm like, yo, he looks like Jay.
He looks like Jill Biden. He looks like Jill Biden. Taylor told me that, and now I can't get the image out of my head. And I saw Jill Biden at I'm not even trying to be super biased. Like I think it's ridiculous when they make fun of politicians for being ugly. They're all kind of ugly. They're all kind of ugly. You know, they all got their disgusting flaws. Hillary had a huge can for an old white gallon. They kept the cameras off that thing. But rewind me 3 seconds.
Grishnak looking like Jill Biden.
Oh my God, I saw Jill Biden hollering at the post-debate where Biden was like I don't remember where he was, but he did a rally stop and he's like, I don't speak as well as I used to, and I'm not as slick, but I'm not a liar, and this is about the truth, or whatever he said. And Jill Biden at one point takes the mic and she's like, we're all so proud of you, Joe. You answered all the questions. I swear to God, that's what she said. She said, you answered all those questions. Like that was a bar. Like I almost expected her to be like Bill Maher. I'd be like, you stayed upright. No, it was Jon Stewart. You stayed upright continuously. But she's yelling, and when she yelled, she looked just like that fucking orc dude. And I couldn't get it out of my head.
Just feral.
I fucking love, and I hate that it was trademarked, but I love in Shadow of Mordor, they had the Nemesis system. So, like, if you ever got killed by an orc, any orc, even like, or a goblin, like whoever killed you, they got a promotion. And like, they were always, every character was like named. And like, so like, you would just like, some fucking loser just gets the last hit on you. He's like, oh, I've killed the ranger. And then you're playing, and like 20 minutes later, you're doing something. And then you just hear like, gree shuck, gree shuck, gree shuck. And then it like zooms in on some guy and he's like, what is the ranger? Maybe a little taste. And you're just like, nothing ever got me to like sit up like an AI. Like, yeah, multiplayer, yeah. But when this isn't a real person, I'm lying back gaming, but I sit back, I'm like, fucking gree shuck, bro. Let's go. Like,
I remember
mad at him.
That was such a great mechanic.
I always do. It was amazing. I hate that like no one else can do that because they're like, no, we trademarked it. We're not making these games anymore.
Oh, that sucks because that is
Did
a
you
really
play
cool
that?
mechanic.
Did you play Shadow?
I played one of them briefly, and it was a little too repetitive.
Very repetitive.
But the combat system's super repetitive.
But after a while, like once you've killed,
I think I only killed like three or four,
like
3 or 4 bosses. And it was like,
that was the second one, I think. And the second one, I feel like, oh no, it could have been the first one too.
I played
the second
both.
one felt more like pay to win style. The second one had like, because you can buy. The second one was the one where they sold the dead developer, RIP. They were like, they put him as a skin, like as like an orc that they like was a white orc that they named after him in honor of him. And they were like, yeah, the proceeds go to the family, but it was a very small percentage of the proceeds that went to the family, and everyone found out they were like really like bothered by that, and they're like, why not just give it all?
Yeah,
why
that's
even
pretty
like
shitty.
Why not? And you know, like for whatever the reason is.
Also, did he want to be memorialized as an orc, or did they just decide he's going to be an orc now? Because I wouldn't want to be an orc.
They're like, he hated when we called him the white orc, but now that he's gone,
he can't stop us. Yeah, the white orc, the worst villain in the Lord of the Rings Hobbit series. Guy just wasn't scary.
I can't. Those Hobbit movies are garbage, man. Almost every minute of that, like 9 hours of content or whatever it is bad. There might be 20 solid, fun minutes. The dragon shit is pretty good.
They could have made such a great one movie.
Yeah.
They could have made such a crazy good one movie.
I don't even know if they could, though.
They could have. Hobbit's a great story.
Hear me out. When you get to the end and you have that battle between the elves and the dwarves, it's too comical and lighthearted for me. Like, I just saw the clip on Reddit yesterday. I didn't even remember it, where all the elves do a volley fire into the dwarves, and the dwarves launch these whirly dwirlies or something to chop up all their arrows in midair. And then they continue on and just annihilate at least dozens and dozens of elves. And I'm thinking, like, all of those immortals just died for no reason over there. But we cut to the leader of the dwarves, and he's like, how do you like our twirly durlies? You bunch of pointed ears. And it's like, ha ha ha, you killed those elves for daring shoot arrows at them. Now they're going to chart. I didn't like any of that shit.
Yeah.
It would have made a good companion piece for the trilogy if you just had like a hour and a half max, 90-minute fucking banger that's just, you know, for the real boys that want to, chronologically go through the whole thing, just to add to the extended cut sickos that do the extended cuts in one shot, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's just part of it. And I actually did not watch these at all. Like I was so not about it. I read The Hobbit and I was like, you can't do this to me. I'm not playing your game. I'm not doing that.
I would not.
Wait, you didn't watch the movies? The Hobbit movies?
Nope.
You
The most
should.
I saw is when I was like in Best Buy and they were trying to sell like TVs. They like to show that movie because it had
looks good.
the special like
Frame rate.
48. Yeah, exactly. So they like to show that movie, and I would stand there in some scenes. I'd look at it and I'm like, oh, it looks kind of cool in this isolated moment right here. And I'm not going to ruin that.
But it's not. Like there's a lot of scenes that don't make any sense, characters that shouldn't be there. I'll never rewatch the Hobbit series.
Did you like that old cartoon from back in the day where they
Yes,
like
loved
painted
it
over people?
Yes.
That was
Yeah,
such
I
a
watched that at
crazy
my
style of
grandparents'
animation.
house on VHS. It was great.
Like that technology was crazy. You're like, dude, this is fucked. This is like real.
There was like
cartoon.
also the full cartoon Hobbit. If you ever saw that from like the 70s.
Oh, that's the one I was talking about, where they're drawing over it. They were like,
oh fuck,
drawing
I
over
haven't seen
people.
that in so long.
And
That
they
I
ha-
didn't
oh yeah,
even
there's
realize
like
that was
an
the art
intro,
style.
and they have an intro. It's like real people. It's like black and red, and it's like real people as they kind of like do that little bit of exposition. And yeah, it's just like one of those like that era in movie where like that era in time where like every animated thing was also geared to stoners.
Because that's who was watching it. Animated content wasn't quite there yet.
You remember that movie Heavy Metal? It was like the series of stories,
Yes.
animated. Yeah, it was so crazy.
Is that with a major boobage?
It had like that guy. It was kind of like Fifth Element, where that guy's like a cab driver, and he has that girl. They're chasing him. It's like a future cab, and he has like a button that vaporizes the guy in the back seat.
I have not seen this on second thought.
I have not.
No.
So good. It's a good one. I
Wow, you
haven't
haven't
seen
seen
it in
it,
a
Kyle?
long time. I haven't seen it
I
in a long
haven't.
time.
I didn't
Heavy
watch
Metal,
a lot
I'm
of
sure you'll
animated.
put it on and you'll be like, this has been on TV before at an age when I didn't know what I was watching.
That's
and I
possible.
watched it, and you were back in the day, you were like halfway through a movie and you don't know what the movie's called, and you kind of like it and you have no idea what it is, and there's no way to ever find out what was on channel 35 at 1 a.m. on that day.
My dad had a satellite dish in like 1988. So like one of those big ones that looked like he was searching for extraterrestrial life.
crazy.
And so we get British cable. And so I would watch all these little British cartoons. And I have these somewhat vivid memories of like from 4 years old of like a character
Postman
called
Pat. Oh,
Banana Man. Banana Man. Okay. He'd be like, I'm Banana Man. Because it's a guy. And he was a superhero banana. And I have no concept of if that was real or if that was a fever dream I had. I do remember David the Gnome. Do you remember David the Gnome?
No.
All right, boys. This is for those of y'all who are my age. Maybe you remember this because you had to be 4 in like 1990 to know David the Gnome. Maybe it was this animated series about two gnomes who lived in a tree. David and his wife Sarah, and David was a doctor. And gnomes lived for like 200 years or something, I think. But David would ride around on a fox, like fast as hell, to go out and like do medicine for, I think, forest critters and other like tiny peoples and stuff like that. At the end of the series, he was like, well, my 200 years are up. And he dies. He straight up just dies.
dude, I literally just put in David the Gnome and it said David the Gnome dies. That was what Google predicted.
Wow.
David the Gnome
Spoilers.
death.
It's him and Sarah would do like Eskimo kisses. They'd rub their noses together and they both get red. It was a sweet little cartoon, but I have vivid memories of that stuff. I wonder what my earliest memory was.
This is from the synopsis. The series follows the gnomes, a kind of species who are 15 centimeters, 6 inches, tall and weigh between 250 and 300 grams, 8 to 10 ounces. There are several types of gnomes, those of the forest, garden, farmhouse, dunes, and Siberia, as well as nomadic gypsy gnomes, who are generally looked down upon by other gnomes. With few exceptions, a gnome's lifespan is exactly 400 years. Man, you remembered this pretty well for not having seen it.
When did it like
Final
air?
episode 1986.
Okay. I was watching reruns.
October 1985 to April 1986. Not a long run.
I wasn't born yet. Yeah, just before I was born. So I would definitely
Characters
watch the
David,
reruns.
voiced by Tom Bosley. Isn't that the suit guy? Who the fuck is Tom Bosley? Oh, he's an actor. I thought he was like I was thinking like the Men's Warehouse guy.
You're gonna like, you're gonna like the way you look, guy.
Yeah, you're gonna like the way you
Guarantee it.
look.
That big ass satellite dish that you were describing always reminds me of that movie Stay Tuned, which was so sick back in the day. It was this movie, was it Mitch Ritter and him and his wife get sucked into a TV. They get like the sickest satellite. John Ritter. They get the sickest satellite dish, and it's like a huge satellite dish, and they're like watching TV and fight over the remote, and the whole thing is it's like Satan satellite dish. This is mostly off memory, and
I've never seen this. This is
they get sucked into the TV, and then it's all these parodies shows, but like it's like evil, twisted versions of the parody of shows.
Is it animation when they go in?
There is one animated channel. No, there is one channel that's a cartoon, and that's how the kids see it. He's like watching, and he's like, "Yo," he's like, "This is mom and dad." And his sister's like, "Don't be an idiot. Give me the remote. My friends are watching." He's like, "Yo, this is mom and dad." And they like, the mom says something, even though she's like a cartoon mouse, but they're dressed like the parents. And they're like, "What the fuck?" And they're like, parents are stuck in the TV, so they're trying to like figure out how to get them. So they keep changing the channel. And they go to like a wrestling channel. Now the mom and dad are like on a wrestling show, and they're like fighting these wrestlers that are jacked, that are beating the shit out of them.
So something like that, if I watched that when I was like 5, I can tell that would have been really upsetting to me. like my parents were stuck
so
to the
high.
TV.
The stakes were so high when you were watching it as a kid. But I'm just thinking about how sick a new version of Stay Tuned would be. But it's the internet, and you're like trying to track your parents, and they're like on live leak. You're like, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." Your parents have like potato sacks over their heads, and like they're
go to
like
a different URL quickly.
like in an ISIS video.
Go to YouTube, something where they can't be killed.
Yeah, well, they were in like a French part once, and they were about to get like they were on the guillotine, about to be decapitated, and they were able to escape to the next channel.
Oh no! You flipped to like a World War II documentary.
I like John Ritter. Yeah. I'm gonna have to watch this now.
This is gonna be such a treat for you. This is gonna be such a treat. Like I have to watch this again also.
I love all that 80s shit. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids was one that I felt like had a lot at stake when I was watching it as a kid. I was so worried.
That series.
Dude, when that aunt dies, when Auntie dies, it's fucking sad.
When there were so many good moments, and there were Honey, I Blew Up the Baby. Remember that?
Yeah. You can't watch the sequels.
Not a great sequel.
During COVID, I was so obsessed with like just like I had nothing. It was just everything was all fucked up. I ended up watching a cut of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids that my buddy had edited that had none of all the kids scenes removed.
That's like the whole movie. What else happened?
It was just the parents.
So it was just the boring exposition where they're like, "Honey, I'm home," and the wife's like,
"It was weird.
On this April 8th, the year of our 10th wedding anniversary."
It is a weird movie.
That's bizarre.
Well,
the whole time you know where the kids are too. Yeah. You're like,
yeah, but it was funny when it played out because you know where it, you knew when it cut from something that was probably important to make it interesting.
Yeah, they just had an ant fight a scorpion or something.
Yeah, and Rick Moranis, he left on top at the end of the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids franchise. Just went off into that good night and he lived a normal life, right?
His wife died of cancer, and he had to retire to raise their children, and yeah.
All right,
but he did Little Giants also. I watched that recently.
How do you feel now?
Good.
Well, I feel sadder about it.
You should feel better about him. You should feel better about Darth Helmet.
It's gonna turn out.
He did Little. I guess he did do Little Giants.
Yeah, he was.
I remember watching Little Giants as a young kid and being like, "Damn, that kid's carrying a whole refrigerator out of the back of a truck. He must be good at football." And then they played, and that was the movie where even the coach before the big game was like, "I'm not gonna lie to you. They're a better team with more skilled kids. They're going to beat us 99 times out of 100, guaranteed. But what's that leave us? And all the kids are like, yeah, one time.
Yeah, and
Let's
that
make
hit,
this our
dude.
time.
When you watch that movie, like when you're younger, that resonates. I found that to be an extremely positive thing to go back on.
That's still pretty positive
for my entire life. No, that's been there my entire life. If there's like a 1 in 100 chance that you have to do something, you're like, this is that one time.
Yeah. One time, just like Rick Moranis said.
Did you watch Sandlot? Because that was the one I really liked as a kid.
I've seen Sandlot.
Yeah, that little redheaded kid was in a bunch of shit. He was also in The Green. What was it? The Green? It may have been just called The Green.
Big Green or something.
Yeah, it was the soccer movie. I think there might have been a dog in that movie.
The cover has the fat redheaded kid going like, whoa, like all splayed out in front of the soccer net.
Yeah, he was also, I think he was in that show, that movie Heavyweights, I think, with the fat kid camp.
Yeah, Heavyweights is...
He was in that X-Files episode.
Christopher Lloyd was in that, I think.
Heavyweights is
No, that's Camp Nowhere. Heavyweights with Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
People say they like to believe that that's the same universe as Dodgeball. Because that's the character he plays in Heavyweights.
Yeah,
he's the camp director, and he didn't want his name anywhere in the movie because they just thought that the movie was like such a bust. It was supposed to be in the theaters, and Disney was like, fuck the marketing. This is kind of a bad movie. It's not really chill. And when the movie came out, it was so huge, and they were not prepared for the popularity of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I loved Heavyweights. Like, I think I saw it like once within the last 10 years, and it still made me laugh.
I need to pull it up.
Like when they find, like when the veteran fat kids are showing all of the expert CIA level ways they're hiding candy.
Why it's so funny that we keep pulling up all the exact same things that just were the scenes that stood out so much when you see these movies.
That fat British kid is like, would you like a chocolate, sir? And opens his jacket, and he's like a chocolate dealer. He's got pallets of it under.
Remember Goonies Chunk? Like, he used to do the truffle shuffle, and he would shake his belly.
Mm-hmm.
You look at that now, and you're like, that is not a fat child at all.
No,
but back then
it was crazy.
Did you watch Matilda as a kid? The Danny DeVito movie.
I didn't like Matilda very much. I did not. Matilda herself did not draw me in. I'm like, you're not that interesting.
I liked it a lot. I thought Danny DeVito's character was hilarious, and the Principal Trunchbull, I think was her name. She was terrifying. For those that don't know, it was like this school that this little girl was going to, and she's got magical powers. Not magical, but like telekinesis and stuff like that. Like real powers without magic. That makes sense. And the principal's awful. She's like a former Olympic hammer thrower. Just this big boss bitch, and she's got warts on her face and stuff. And the way she punishes the kids is she puts them in the chokey, and the chokey is this closet that's dark, and there's like pokey, like stabby things all over the walls and the doors. So you have to huddle in the middle of the room, and you have to be careful to not stick yourself on the wall. She was a Mossad agent. Maybe she did have that look about her. Mm-hmm. And so at school in second grade, they asked my sister's class, probably, looking for child abusers. It's one of those questions like, when you get in trouble at home, when you're naughty, what do your parents do? And my sister said, they put me in the chokey. So they call my mother to the office. My mom teaches in the school. And they're like, so she says that when she gets in trouble at home, she gets put in the chokey. And she's like, the chokey is from a movie called Matilda that she watches every single day. She's messing with you. We don't have one. Yeah, we don't, you fool. We don't have a chokey.
We don't have an Iron Maiden room in the house.
We use our closet for storage, not torture.
Yeah. How did you guys get disciplined? Were there spankings ever?
Yeah, a good hit.
Often.
Got a good hit.
Yeah. You get spanked. You get a couple smacks, and then you're like, all right, I shouldn't do that again.
I like to think that I was one of the last generations of smack to the face.
Mm-hmm. I got punched in the face.
Yeah.
My mom would hit me in the face.
Oh, mom's allowed to close the fist, but that's a little bit much still.
Yeah, I thought so.
It's a little
My
bit
mom
much.
stopped spanking at a very young age.
myself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got like a pulled back slap on the face, and there were times like I fully deserved it. It was like, you know what I mean?
Oh, I
Like,
I deserved it.
But yeah, we know better now.
That's what they
Like-
say. But look
Yeah.
how
Like-
well all of us and well adjusted we are from
Like,
being
I was
hit
making-
often as well.
We were having some argument. I was 16 or 17, and I was intentionally winding her up. Like every time she'd say something, I'd fucking throw it back at her and say something mean. And I was just trying to make her as mad as I could because it was funny to me. And she popped me in the mouth. But she made a fist like this silly thing like this, and
Oh,
right in the kisser.
She learned
And I
that
was
from
like,
Bruce Lee.
I had to go to my cousin's house and like, what's up, man? I was like, Mama beat me up.
Dude, my mom like stopped doing any form of like physical spanking from like 6, 7 on. Like from then on, it was like a dad delegation thing.
That was
Where like I could see my dad get home from work, and now as an adult, be able to look back and like see my dad come in tired, and my mom be like in the kitchen, and you hear that like murmuring of a mom, you know, basically gossiping with your dad about how bad you've been, like Taylor, and I'm like, and you see like your dad's face go like. Like I just got off work and now I have to go be Mr. Bad Guy right now to my son who
Haven't
probably
seen you since yesterday, son.
And he
Guess
comes, you're
what?
like, hey, Dad.
turns out yesterday's session didn't take, did it? Yeah. So they're gonna go through this again.
I remember
No,
it was
my
like
parents-
11 or 12, like the hand came and I gave it like a just like a reaction, and it like bounced back, and I'm like, oh yeah, like dude, I'm taller than you. I'm taller than you now.
The last time
You're
I
like that tiger when it realized it didn't have to take Siegfried's shit. It just
But this was
finally
like
ate
this
it.
was just like super rare. It wasn't like a common occurrence. And considering like how crazy I was, like I definitely probably could have got slapped around a couple more times.
Yeah.
Hitting another kid's child, like it used to even be like that. Like you're making a lot of noise, like someone else could like hit you on the back of the head to shut you up, and it's like not
No.
even your kid. Like
Not in
that
our
was like
world.
the 70s. They're making moves like that.
Yeah,
You never
yeah.
got disciplined. I don't think I ever got
I think
spanked or hit by a friend's parents,
No,
but I
no,
was
never.
definitely scolded by friends' parents. Like if me and their kids were being too raucous in public, or you know, just being kids having fun, not trying to be bad, just having a good time.
No other adults ever gave me a hard time about anything.
Same.
But my parents were equal opportunity ass whoopers. Like my mom would when she was weaponized, she'd have accessories. She'd have a belt. She'd have a clothes hanger, like one of those plastic ones. She'd have
It's a crazy weapon, that clothes hanger.
whatever she could grab. Sometimes it'd be a shoe. She'd like fling at me out of nowhere.
This sounds
But-
like an indie video game in like 2008, where you're like choosing the weapons to hit your kid with. Like,
Yeah, she tackled me one time. Like I was probably 13, 14, 15, had to be somewhere in there. And I was kind of fending her off, like you can't whip me. I'm a man grown, and she fucking took me down like Chuck Liddell. Fucking she double legged me.
she's
in
probably
the,
like, I only got a couple more of these left before you let me fucking
Jeez.
get my last licks in.
She's like 5'4", 120 pounds at the most, and she fucking took me down and was on me, whooping my ass. And I was like, "What have I done?"
I can't fight back. This is my mom.
yeah, you just got to cover up and kind of bob and weave and hope she doesn't hurt herself hurting you, or then dad's gonna like see it the wrong way. I think that was the last time she took me down, because after that I was more of a range practitioner. I kept my distance.
Lowered your center of gravity, got prepared.
Yeah, head above your hips. Yeah, it was a scary time. My dad though, he would just scoop me up and whoop my ass until I don't know. And there was some point where I think mostly I stopped being such a piece of shit, so I wasn't getting disciplined as much, or we just changed it to like taking money away from me, or taking my car away, or something like that, or I can't go on a trip or whatever it is. But I remember
My
one
parents,
time,
the internet ended up just being like the ultimate deterrent. Like my dad just cutting the internet, because the family didn't need it. No one needed it but me.
Yeah.
Oh.
So like cutting the internet was like the ultimate deterrent. Everyone was like mildly inconvenienced, and I was like, I'm fucking leave this fucking place, man. I fucking hate it here doing this. We should live in fucking Syria.
I'm gonna move away and I'm never gonna come back. Just being a brat because you want your internet time. Yeah, that at some point you have to transition from spanking to fucking deprivation of fun things because you can't like spank a 17-year-old. That doesn't really make any sense anymore.
Yeah, not really. No, unless it's a girl and it's high school. Then they that's a whole issue right now where they were like spanking 17-year-old cheerleaders for like parking infractions or some shit at high school.
I thought you were like saying it yourself. I was like, you're never gonna beat the Dr.
Vice Principal Kyle here.
Allegations.
I'm a visiting VP. I travel around whenever they got a hot chick needs to get spanked, and I only go to the states of give me that list again. It's laminated. Give it to me. What's the list of states I can go and do this at?
This list gets shorter every year. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame.
It's got the Dr. Disrespect seal of approval at the top. Man, he fucked up. He should have went to a state where those messages would have been kosher, and then we wouldn't be here.
He really seems to be losing this battle on all fronts online. I don't see a lot of people jumping in on the Dr. Disrespect. I saw people initially being like, wait, we need to see all of the evidence first. And it's like, if he were like stone silent or quiet, or if he had tweeted instead something like, legally, I'm not able to address this right now. Trust that, all will be revealed as soon as I can. That would have been a better comment than like, I was chatting. Well, you sue me. Don't actually wait.
Even,
like
to that point, though, it was interesting because people were like, I'm not making any judgments until there's more proof. And then Doc was like, to be honest, I was messaging a minor inappropriately. And everyone's like, shut up for a second. I'm going to need more proof than that.
Guys, when I said evidence, I didn't mean from the horse's mouth.
To be honest, I'm still like I'm curious about the details in the sense that like you could message a minor who's 17 and be like kaka pee pee poo poo, and that is inappropriate, and I'm sure it's not that, but because otherwise he would have released the logs, right? But unless he's mounting up major litigation, because if you feel like you can make a case against Twitch/Amazon, like you could, and you're someone who has been in $20 million contract conversations, you can position yourself to have taken such a financial beating from this entire thing, and who knows what type of contract they had. Imagine like he just takes this hit for 2 years until it could all be settled in court and go after Twitch for like $100 million. This is, I mean, because why would he tweet and be like, yeah, I messaged a minor inappropriately? Why would he tweet that and then be like, bye, I'm leaving? Unless like he really thinks
that was a planned vacation.
But I thought he's taken a planned vacation before. I thought when he said that he cheated on his wife, he ended up doing his laser eye surgery, and you can't game for long hours on a computer screen when you get that surgery. And he did that during that time. That was his time off, and then he came back and had the craziest numbers on his stream ever. So
yeah, if it were a better situation,
how big do you think his stream's going to be when he comes back?
It'll be huge.
If he can, it'll be huge.
Somebody will pick him up.
People are going to want to know more details.
Somebody will pick him up. Somebody will let him do his thing at Rumble or wherever. Like there will be a safe space for the doc to live stream again. I don't know that he will. It seems like I was watching Landmark live stream fucking Tarkov, and Doc has an item in that game, Taylor. Like streamers have like their own item. They get some input on what it's going to be. Sometimes Landmarks is a bottle of rat poison that's just in the game, and it's a reference to killing rats, players that creep around and stuff. The Doc has armor, and it's that red flashy armor that you see him wearing. And Landmark kills the guy wearing that armor, and the whole chat lights up. Fucking Dr. Kid Inspector. Fucking the Doc's a freak. Like just that little bit of input to an audience of 5,000 people, and it's just lighting up. Everybody knows what happened. It's bad.
Yeah, his tweet had 100 million views in like 24 hours. Yeah, the tweet that when he was like, yeah, I messaged. So what, bro? I don't give a fuck about my haters.
Dude, he couldn't. That message couldn't have like been worse. Like the way he portrayed the whole situation. Like if you went into that as like a big Dr. Disrespect fan, like, okay, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, look, he made a statement. I bet this clears the whole thing up. Let me start reading. Let me grab a snack because it's 40 paragraphs. And then like paragraph 2, he's like, yeah, I messaged a minor. Oh, I bet the next sentence is, I didn't know she was a minor. Oh, no, that
Messaging a minor inappropriately is
and not
different
saying,
from messaging a minor sexually. Like, and yes, sexually could fall under inappropriately because of that, but I don't understand what the point of releasing the message was, unless like, and maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but like, yeah, personally, yeah, I wouldn't sit there and message a minor and try and make plans to see them as it's painted. But you know, there's a third party in all this that's never said a single thing. That doesn't even exist in this conversation. And the third party is the victim. We have like no information at all. And this seems like there's a lot of behind the scenes shit happening with Doc and Twitch. And we don't have it. And really like for him, if he was so confident to release the message, he would release the chat logs.
Yeah, I don't think he was that confident because he edited in and out the word minor like multiple times. Like I think that he was, I think he was trying his best to frame it in a way that's the most charitable to him, and that doesn't, and that like that was the best he could do at that. And so it's very unlikely, or it seems unlikely to me that it would come out and be like, oh, it was overblown. It's like, no, that was him doing his best to frame it in a way that's charitable to him.
But because then it sounds terrible. It sounds like very bad. So why would you do that?
I think Harley's right. I think that the facts seem to be to me that Doc didn't do anything illegal at all. That there's no evidence or no accusation that he's committed a crime. However, so this stuff getting leaked out of Twitch after what I assume was a 2-way, 3-way NDA between perhaps Twitch, Doc, and the victim, maybe a settlement, who knows, I'm just speculating. Like that being violated by whatever Twitch employees have been leaking this information, it seems like he could sue them for just an enormous amount of money. It
seems that way, right? I mean, none of us really know for sure, but like it seems like you could, especially when the person is Twitch. Like it's you know, a lot of times you sue people and they can't, you know.
I don't think this is a 10D chess move though. Like he's
no. I'm not saying that. He's ruined. Like this is such a bad. We always go back to how the kid shit is a line that you cross that, you better be Michael Jackson, because nobody else comes back from that. Like nobody comes back from that except Michael, and like he barely did. And he, you know, like they probably have him on trial if he were still alive. Like he would have gotten Me Too'd or
probably.
There's definitely no
St. James.
There's definitely no way to come back from it. And I just feel like if it was a 10D chess move, then it would just be so easy to inform some of your friends, like to have some sort of thing.
Yeah, he'd have told
us. Then again, like,
texted Kyle about it. Yeah, it seems like he got, you know, finally exposed doing something, and now tried to smooth it over, failed horrifically, because even the most charitable interpretation that could possibly be put forth was still one that makes him look bad. And
best Halloween costume this year, right? That's the Halloween costume this year, right? The Doc.
The Doc? That's a good one.
Only if you do a couple's like gender bender costume and someone's Chris Hansen. Like you do your girlfriend. Your girlfriend is the Doc. Yeah, exactly. And you go with like the clipboard as Chris Hansen.
I tried to get my girlfriend one year. She wanted to, I don't know. I don't even remember what she did. It wasn't nearly as cool as what I wanted. I was already a Catholic priest, which is pretty easy to pull off. You just need that robe. But you know, you get some props, you get a Bible, a crucifix, whatever, what have you. I had some holy water. It was vodka.
You can pull the white thing off and put on shades and be Neo instantly.
Oh, that's true.
You look pretty cool.
I wanted her to be a little boy though. I wanted her to like slick her hair into like a little alfalfa. Because I'd be the priest and she'd be the little boy, and I'd be like feeling her up all the time and making people uncomfortable at the party. I like tape your boobs down, like go full little.
And what
boy.
did she make you do? Some fucking Captain Jack Sparrow bullshit.
I refused to. I went as a priest alone.
So I went as a little boy.
And everyone was very uncomfortable.
Everyone hated it.
Google gaga.
Just
Crawling around.
I saw it because there's like a word everyone says pedophile when referring to like the doc, but apparently if the person was 17, and they're like, yeah, pedophile, but like that's not actually the word. There's like a different word for someone. Pedophile refers to like if you like a child like features, and there is a difference between the words. But the thing is, to know the difference between those words, you got to be a fucking pedophile.
It's probably
Yes.
yeah, or just discuss.
Yeah, like you know a whole bunch about this. It's like a guy who has no interest in history at all, except for like 1930s Germany. Like that's the only window he cares about. It's like, what do you think about World War One? Oh, it's for the birds. Don't care. What about 1937? Well, what Hitler did was he was trying to save Germany. It's like you're saying I'm figuring out where your ankle is coming from.
Yeah, you can't. We always say you can't just collect one of the World War II countries' memorabilia. You got to have some Italian stuff. You got to some Japanese stuff, some American, some Brits. Then you can mix in some Nazi stuff and not raise too many flags. I always regret not buying that Nazi SS cap that I saw at that gun meet that time. It was like $600, which seemed crazy, and like.
And you know it's legit, like it's actually a piece of history and not some
It
LARP.
was being sold from a table that seemed reputable. Like they were selling expensive items. Like it was one of the cheaper things they had. They were selling $10,000, $20,000 stuff, and
this Argentinian guy who was selling it, it
I
was his
wanted
grandfather's.
Yeah,
I wanted it though. I like not because I'm a fucking Nazi or that I want to wear it or like I want to. I just think it reminds me of like when it's just a piece of history, and it's a piece of history that's
pretty fucking cool when you think about it.
Like a lot of them were just they were all destroyed.
If I could own like a gun, if I could like have any gun, like just like like nothing too crazy, an MP40 would be fucking sick. Yeah,
dude,
Luger would be sick. These guns are fucking crazy. I went and I shot an MP40.
Yeah.
After shooting, yeah, exactly. It's like fucking crazy ass gun.
The MP40 was awesome. I liked it more than the Tommy gun, which I didn't want to admit at the time because the Tommy gun aesthetically has it beat badly. But the MP40, it's like you could strap 10 of these to your back and like jog around and not be bothered. They're so
really light, huh?
Like super light.
Did it have the wire stock?
Yes, it had the wire stock that you folded back, and I was shooting it, and it had like no recoil at all. I guess because it's a small.
It was exactly like Ghost of Tabor.
Tommy guns are so heavy. It's that big wooden stock in the back and in the front. The barrel has this like heat releasing design where it's got these big rings of it's all heavy.
I was dating this girl, and like her grandfather went to their house and he was like talking a lot. He was like, "Oh, are you Jewish?" And he's like talking about World War II and stuff. And he's like, "No, I got some stuff in the garage." And like his wife and my girlfriend were like, "Stuff." I was like, "What?" I was like, "No, show me." He's like, "What?" He's like, "Nothing problem." And we go into this garage and there's just like mad Nazi shit. And I'm like, "It's crazy." He was like, "Yeah, I made costumes for like movies, like in props and stuff."
Oh, that's cool.
But they they started to mass produce them, and I can't keep up, you know.
Oh.
And I'm looking around and there's just like these Nazi costumes all fit him perfectly and have like a hole cut out for the dick. No, I'm kidding. But he had like a bunch of Nazi shit, and he had all these things, and like they're like tons of shit that was just interesting, and there was other stuff too, but it was 90% Nazi shit.
That's how you can tell that guy's not an actual Nazi. Is that a Jew came to his house and he's like, "You're gonna love my World War II stuff,
like, and then you're gonna come in my granddaughter." I'm done fighting you people. I want money too. I want Jew money for mine.
I want to be on the winning side this time.
He gave me he was like, "It's legit. It's like a legit one," and it was like a yellow like Uden star thing, and I was like, "Oh,
he made you wear it."
And it's like, it's like in like a little comic book protector thing, and it has like a grading. It's like 9.9 out of 10, like perfect as like no. But he gave it to me, and I like cherish it. And when I tell people about the story, they're like, "Oh, that's fucked up." And I'm like, "Why though? This is cool. He gave it to me. It's mine now.
Yeah,
it's mine." He wasn't like, "Hey, you fucking put this on."
Dude, that's so cool.
He was like, "I like this guy. I'm gonna give him his own Juden band that he can wear to the grocery store." Yeah, that'd be a cool piece. Anything from World War II, as long as you could know 100% that it was actually there.
Yeah.
would be cool. A Nazi hat, a Soviet hat, some kind of medal from Japan.
Dude, Japanese sword's the fucking coup de grace,
Japanese
right? Like,
sword would be very cool.
that's the
This girl that like I saw
Italy
like
probably had something
twice
neat.
from a Tinder date. She came and she brought like a bag, a Ziploc bag with change in it, and she was like, yeah, this is like cringe, but my stepdad insisted that I give you this and say this is for the tip because you probably won't leave one.
What the fuck?
And I was like, okay, let me get some footing here before I maybe enjoy this or not. Hold on a second. What is he? What's his skin? What are his parents' skin? What countries are they from? Tell me
the man who
everything.
said
Get it all
this.
to me. And then I'm like, okay. Text him right now. Tell him that I said thank you, and I would like to know if perfectly customized, specifically racist thing about this person and his parents and this mixture. And be like, text that to him. And she was like, I think he would get really mad at that. I'm like, I can't enjoy this bit until you send that to him. I need to see his response because I need to know, like, he can dish it out. Can he take it?
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't mind this, but I don't want to just give a freebie
Was
out.
it pennies?
I want to know. Yeah, it was like little change, small
Dude,
change.
when she held it up, you should have been like, in 1 second, like
No, what was crazy?
$3.67.
What
Like
was
Bilbo
crazy?
when he saw the ring again.
What was crazy was like when I was like, okay, wait, before I just tell me about him. I want to know him and his mom and his dad and like what makes him. And she told me, and I was literally like, this is gonna be easy.
What was it?
I was like, this is gonna be easy, dude. Really? Ask your dad.
What race was he?
I can't because of
Can't.
everything that I've said, but we'll tell the patrons.
Oh my god.
We'll message all the patrons. Join the Patreon to get a private message of what race this guy was.
If Woody's dead, I'll put it in his eulogy. Shotgun, I'm eulogizing him.
Fuck. Like I'll run around. Are there multiple eulogizers?
I think so.
It's like a wedding toast. You everybody gets one, really.
Everyone's
okay.
gonna have a bit. We're gonna fly down 5 lucky fans to come speak also.
On paramotors. On paramotors. Yeah. We're gonna have, you know how in the airport.
No, me, I can't see paramotors. I'm like,
for like a fallen soldier, they'll have like the planes come in and then one of them will like fly away to represent the fallen member. Like we'll have his whole paramotor group come in and do that shit. Oh, it'll be a somber day. Then we'll have the 21 gun salute.
21.
Oh,
And we'll have a big portrait of Donnie J.
yep.
Just like he would have wanted.
Donald
there.
Trump. And like there'll be a photo of Woody that'll be like about the size of a man's chest, and then there'll be like a giant photo of Donald Trump that's the size of a man, that's just right next to it, overshadowing him entirely. Yeah. And there'll be a bucket there for like campaign donations.
Yeah.
Like as Woody would have wanted.
This funeral is brought to you by truth.com. Post about it on truth.org.
Yeah, I hope he's not actually injured, hurt,
I hope
or
not,
dead.
because
all these bits are not going to go. They're not going to go over
none
well.
of these are going to play if he's actually hurt.
Truth.com.
Well, I mean, he hasn't responded, and we're an hour and a half plus into the show right now.
Yeah,
So with his
Is
hobbies,
there a truth.com? I feel like if you go to truth.com, you're going to get to truth.com.
Truther.com.
what was whatever the social media thing is.
Truth Hardware. I thought you'd be like truth.com and you go there and it's like trust no one.
No, I thought truth.com was Donald Trump's
His
like Twitter. Yeah.
Oh, I have
Is that
no
not
idea.
Truth?
I don't know.
He had like a thing. He has like a thingy.
Truth Social. Thank you,
Social,
Zach.
yeah.
Truth Social. But he's
And, like,
also on
tweets
Twitter
over there.
now.
I think those like truths or whatever. That's what they're called, right? When you send out a truth on Truth Social.
It's so funny.
I'm pretty sure that's the deal.
I gotta retruth that.
Truth.com. Yeah. I was trying to take your information. All right, well, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not
We'll give them all your info, Zach, so we can see what the inner workings of truth.com.
What were the truthers? I don't remember. That might have been like the anti
Is that the
Obama.
9/11?
That's it. I was getting it mixed up. Like there was politics used to be so much more
Birthers.
mundane.
If you're thinking of birthers, truthers were the 9/11 people right after 9/11.
Yeah, birthers are the Obama people. Do you remember the Swift boat controversy where they? Oh God, it's never.
What
It
is
doesn't matter. It's
Is that a
they
9/11 or an Obama one?
it was
I'm gonna be on a list, aren't I? Hold on, I'm
it was
still
attacking
listening, but I gotta go
someone's like
piss.
it was attacking someone's military record, pretending like they didn't do what they did. It was after that horse faced motherfucker from the Northeast. I can't not
John
Lieberman.
Kerry.
John Kerry. That's him. Yeah.
You
It
just had
was,
to say horse face, and you got me there.
The Republicans dug up like all of his like military buddies who were in his boat, and they're and got them all to shit talk him and like kind of tamp down any semblance of a military record that he was standing on.
Oh, I remember. He was saying like I was on a boat in Vietnam, riding around doing intense missions, and apparently other people were like, "Yeah, that's not what we fucking did." And
yeah,
I didn't follow it. I didn't care about politics whatsoever at the time.
I was young then. I was probably 16 or 18 or something like that. But I remember that well. Now it's like, this guy's a pedophile. It's like, so are you. This guy's 80. This guy's 79. You know who I kind of wish that they dig up is fucking Bernie Sanders. I'm surprised it feels like he stayed silent through all this. I wish he'd be like, I'm still quite cogent. Despite my age. Yeah.
Dude, that'd be so funny if once again he was like, I am going to be the representative for the Democratic Party in 2024. And then like at the last second again, he's like, I'm dropping out and I'm giving the money to Hillary Clinton. She's going to do a fantastic job with the nation.
I bet there are discussions within the Biden camp that like how many bombs can he have in a row? Because he's got multiple. He's got an interview this week with Stephanopoulos, and he's got I think it's with him, and he's also got another speaking engagement. Like, what if those go poorly? Like, what if there's more gaps and clips? Like, is there a point that they're actually going to convince him to, tell his delegates not to vote for him or pull out, whatever, what have you? Because
I thought the Biden team today, or someone on there was like, maybe it was Joe himself, was like, I'm running for president again. I'm not stopping.
I mean, you got to go with like rah, full positive. You can't show any weakness or anything like that until you know for sure, like, so I don't trust anything they say. That was bad though.
You think Dr. Jill's going to let go of these reins? Hell no.
I was watching, and in that first 3 or 4 minutes, Biden had that flub where he trailed off and got silent and wide-eyed, and then he said he lost his place entirely, and then he said something about beating Medicare, and then Trump had the quick, you did beat Medicaid, you beat it to death,
I don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. Frankly, I don't think he does either.
Dude, if there had been an audience for that, can you imagine the roars?
That would have gotten a big laugh.
You know what you'd have heard that you've never heard at one of these? Gasps. You would have heard gasps. Because I don't care how right-wing you are, when I was watching, I felt awkward and uncomfortable watching Biden. I felt like seeing an elder like sort of lose his dignity was happening, and I felt bad watching because there were parts of it where he really looked lost and like not there it was bad. It was, and Trump didn't do amazing. Trump was just Trump. They argued about their golf scores, and Biden
I saw that.
said,
that's absurd.
It got wild. He called him a felon. Only one person on the stage is a felon, and Trump's a few minutes later, Trump's like, your son's a felon. Son's a felon, motherfucker. And arguing about the golf scores, he's like, you had a sex with a porn star while your wife was pregnant. And you could tell, he spent a week practicing and rehearsing at Camp David, right? Like while Trump was doing Logan Paul's podcast or something. He's doing the Paul Brothers like podcast. Genuinely, that's what he was doing. And he was at Camp David with, I'm sure, like the best people he could find to help
the
him.
most stressed out communication experts on the team.
You could tell there were moments where he had this memorized little phrase to throw out, but he couldn't quite bring it up. That's why I think if he had no practice and he could have just like went off the cuff, he might have done better. but he was trying to remember what he'd been going over and over all that week, and it all got mixed up. And that's what was happening in that one answer, where he was like, what we've done as far as for the people and COVID with the preparedness and
yeah,
we beat Medicare.
I saw that one, the one clip where he's like, COVID and the recovery COVID, and by the way, and then he just stopped talking.
He stopped. Yeah, it was awful.
By the way, and he just looks like that old man face of alarm, just constantly plastered on there.
At the end of the debate, they're like, okay, each candidate will be given 2 minutes to make their plea to America, their bid to America to be their next leader. Go. Nobody's going to interrupt you. It's basically, give me your 2-minute sales pitch. And Biden had dropped off again. He was bad at the beginning. He was better in the middle, I thought, on some points. But by the end, he was right back down there again. And he had long pauses, moments of complete confusion, and he had a difficult time getting his points across. It was bad, dude. It was really bad.
That's why the Democrats seem to be really spazzing right now, internally.
I thought Trump was going to lose a week ago, a week ago. I thought Trump was going to lose. I'd kind of been saying it to Woody. I'm like, I don't feel so good about my bet with you anymore. I think the home team's going to bring this one in. He's the incumbent. I don't know about Trump. He's pissed off a lot of people. This Roe v. Wade thing is such a fucking thorn in his side. It's not a good look. And then after the debates, and the way that CNN did no fact checking and never gave Trump a hard time on anything. To be fair, they didn't give Biden a hard time on anything either. And Biden had plenty of, inaccuracies, lies, whatever you want to call them. They were both wrong about a lot of the things they said. But they didn't do any fact checking. I was told I feel like it's that Office Space meme. I was told there'd be fact checking. CNN gave it to Trump. I don't know what happened.
Biden gave it to Trump. He couldn't have done a worse job.
It was so much worse than I could have imagined it being in the real world. We can come up with your fantasies or whatever about him shitting himself up there, but I tuned in for 2 minutes while we were doing this show last week, and it was those 2 minutes where he said Trump was like, yeah, you beat it to death. It was that moment. I was imagining it was going to be an hour and a half of that. It wasn't quite that, but it was a trouncing. I wonder what the polls are going to do.
Apparently, they're already starting to reflect it, and Biden's gone down pretty significantly. But who knows? The polls have been totally wrong before.
Yeah, I don't think Trump lost anybody, but I think Biden did. That's kind of my takeaway from the whole debate, as far as a
lot of big Biden people, his biggest boosters on social media and on, a lot of Democrat talking heads are like, yeah, we gotta get him out of here. He's a hero. And he should be given dignity in retirement. And it's he's so far past retirement age. This guy's 82.
I think Trump's ahead in New Hampshire. I think Trump's ahead in New Hampshire. That's one of those breaking points that you're seeing from this, maybe. And I wonder how many states are going to have Jill Stein and or RFK Jr. on their ballot. Harley, I can hear your rapper. It sounds delicious.
Is it one of those grenade bars?
No, it's the Costco. Robert Irvine. Apparently, he was the chef for the U.S. military for a while or something.
That's not the jacked black guy, is it?
It's this guy. Where is he? Wait, no, wrong side. Oh shit, that's a bad picture. Oh no, that's a chocolate bar. No, he's on the box. Some old dude with his arms crossed. He looks great for 65 or whatever.
And are you still pounding 5 of those a day?
Ever since I shot blood with those grenades, I take it easy. But you got to get this. This is the grenade bar. That's the one you got to get, the Oreo.
I'll try an Oreo.
It's much better than the birthday. I tried the birthday cake one that you had got. Hey, yeah, that's him.
If that guy's in his 60s, he looks fantastic.
He's got white hair now. He's older than that now.
Yeah, I liked the grenade bar you recommended to me. And even the birthday cake one was good. It was just fucking one of those protein bars that's 55% of your daily fiber. And I had 4 of them. And so I've never, I was just long and loud farts. No alarming shits, just an enormous amount of gas. where I was like, I woke up the next morning, he's like, oh, I don't feel good, and then just farted for like 15 straight seconds. And I was like, all right, I feel better, I feel fine. It turns out it was just the ludicrous amount of artificial sugars in the grenade bar that my body that evolved to like eat this kind of shit never just not understand.
Some people detect that. Some people detect like those artificial sugars. Like you don't drink diet drinks?
I do. Yeah, diet drinks.
Yeah, like people that like are bothered a lot by diet drinks tend to be bothered by these protein bars because they have that. That taste is just specific to them.
I know, like the sugar alcohols stuff that they use to sweeten, like those bars and everything. I think that's also what's in stuff like White Claw, those like seltzer drinks,
Monster and all that.
Yeah, and so I know people who can't drink like those White Claws or any of those analogous brands at all, or they'll be like 3 drinks in and just feel like dog shit. And so never really did that.
We taste the sweetness, and we're built to like. Sweet is like a short taste. So when you taste sweet and it's still there because it's artificial and it's supposed to have been gone now, but it's still sweet, it starts to have, it's like a weird aftertaste to some people. Apparently they just can't stand that. Weird. So I know people that taste stuff and be like, oh, there's like a sugar-free thing in here. Some people hate diet soda. Like they despise it.
I don't get that.
How the fuck you fucking do this?
Diet soda tastes great. I love it. It's so good, and for 0 calories, there's no way it's not just wreaking untold havoc on my body in ways I can't possibly quantify. Like you don't get Diet Pepsi. Like stuff like this isn't free. Like it's too good to be free. It's like if you showed me remember the meme from years ago when people were like, don't eat the Haribo sugar-free gummy bears. They cause your gut to like turn it into rocks. And
I never heard that example. I never heard that urban legend.
Oh yeah. The Haribo sugar-free gummy bears, those like wrecked so many people's guts when they'd eat them that they stopped. What is that? A little Coke Zero sugar.
Was that a Coke Zero? Just Coke Zero?
Cherry Coke Zero.
Okay, I knew it because ours have like Marvel heroes on them right now. But a Cherry Coke Zero is like purple and black here.
It's my favorite right now. I go back and forth. I like the Coke products though. I don't know. I guess I'm not that picky. As long as it says 0 sugar on the side, it's pretty good.
Nah, Pepsi's better.
Pepsi's no longer in second place actually for the first time since the 80s.
Yeah, huge drop of the ball. Now Dr.
Pepper is the second place boy. I love Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper has some great spin-off flavors like strawberries and cream soda.
That's nasty,
Dr. Pepper mix.
I tried it. It wasn't good.
I like that one, but I like the 0. I drink the 0 version of that.
But I do too.
I drank a shit ton of them. A lot. I like the cream soda. Dr. Pepper was fun.
Yep.
But regular Dr. Pepper that's a good boy.
What about Pib Extra? You had any Pib Extra Zeros?
I have had a Pib Extra. I forget. Oh yeah, I was at Einstein Bagel in Vegas and they had Pib Extra.
Those are good.
Yeah. I was like, I'll fuck with that. I like Big Red. That one that's in Texas everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep. They don't have Big Blue.
Big Red.
There's a Big Blue
too. Yeah, there's a Big Blue.
What?
Those at Walmart, but none of them are diet. They're all regular full sugar soda, so I don't get it.
Yeah, I do a little bit. Like I bring my drink up there and I put like a nice like shot glass. I take that shot and then I go put something in 0.
Dude, like once a year.
I just like to drink 3 liters of soda when I'm eating, and I just don't need that to be 150 grams of sugar. It's
true.
Like not what I need.
I like to guzzle my sodas, and if it's diet, then that means it's basically health.
Yeah,
that I'm guzzling.
I mean, the caffeine is actually burning calories, so it's you're losing calories by, and if it's cold enough and it's your body has to work extra hard to equalize your temperature. It's just a calorie burning exercise drinking cold diet soda.
Dude, once a year I'll get like a non-diet 4-pack of IBC cream soda in the glass bottles.
Yep.
Fantastic.
I love a good Stewart's.
Love a Stewart's. Love an IBC.
Black cherry, Stewart's cream soda.
Those are good.
Cream.
Just from time to time.
When I was in high school, I used to like drink those, and I never thought that I wouldn't be able to just like drink sodas. But now I'm fully aware of what this 300 grams of sugar is in my body.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not like at school and playing football and playing basketball and snowboarding.
Yeah, you're just sitting
in a
and
video
gaming.
game.
You're just loading up on 200 grams of sugar to sit still.
Yeah,
Which
now
is not
like
recommended.
now a good workout's whacking off. I nut sweaty and I'm like, got a good one in.
Nah, you're still getting jacked, right?
Well, I've been going to the gym. I go to the gym, I do that, but what's really crazy is I got the Quest 3. I always had the Quest 2 VR, and I play these this musical game, but it's like boxing, and you're either jabbing or hooks or uppercuts or dipping either side, and it's like rock band style to music.
Yeah.
And it's the craziest. I do it for like an hour, and I've done it almost for an hour almost every single day since I got this thing a month ago. And I'm burning, I burn like 1,000 calories. And that's crazy because that's like, I would never do that on anything else.
It's so much cardio.
Yeah. And it's like, it's the people's scores are there and it's like live. So you see who's catching up to you. And the thing is, like, you look at their avatar and it's like some fat bald dude with a goatee and like an Atlanta Hawks jersey on or something.
Just hand speed.
Yeah. And you're like, I'm not going to let this guy beat me.
Like I was playing with a keyboard.
No, because what it is like, you could hit all the notes, but it judges your power, like how fast your fist is coming. So you could hit for more power. So it's not enough to hit the notes. So when you see that someone's catching up, you got to start hitting harder, but you still got to be fast. And you just start to sweat because you see this fucking loser's avatar. You're like, I'm not going to let that bitch beat me. Or like you're like a girl punch more than me. And like, so like you just, and I get so sweaty. And there's this other one because I love the mixed reality. It's important because it looks like the beats are coming out of my wall. And so I could see everything around me because otherwise I convinced myself that I've migrated like 5 meters to the right and I'm going to punch my wall. But there's like another mini game where there's just like this dude in your house and you got to kick his ass. It's like funny because you have the headset on, so it's your house, and there's like some fucking wobbly VR boxer guy like walking over to you, and you're like there and you're fucking dodging in your kitchen and like moving around your living room.
That's actually
trying to
really
get your
cool.
jabs, and like it's fun because it gets harder, and he does like block you, and you got to like block him, and like but he's just in your house, and like my mom like comes in, she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh no, I gotta kick this guy's ass. He's in my kitchen. This guy's literally in my kitchen disrespecting my shit."
Yeah, I just thought, like, what if you like that? That's what I want from augmented reality. I want like a coach, I want like a Mickey from Rocky to be there in augmented reality. Like, come on, give me 3 more. Or like maybe he watches me eat cereal and he's like, that's your 4th bowl. Just get a bigger bowl and admit what you're doing.
It'll be AI soon
bowl.
enough. You'll have augmented reality glasses on and you're going to have like an AI with you. I'm like, come on, it'll be an AI that they sell, like the voice inside your head, and you give it goals and stuff, and it sees what you're doing because you're wearing the glasses, and you go to pour another bowl, and it's like, didn't we talk and set goals this morning about what was important to us, Kyle? And now you're on your 4th bowl.
Yes, Eugene.
Maybe do we readjust and it calibrates to your
carb
personality? Like if you're oppositional defiant disorder, it'll calibrate to that to make it you think it's your idea.
And so you're just going around your day and it's just augmenting like a rude butler to make fun of you for
No,
behind you
it's
like
smarter. No, it watches everything you did. So even when you go to the grocery store, it's like, okay, well, first of all, I saw back at the house last time you opened the fridge and the cupboard, like you have these ingredients. If you go pick up this and that, you can get a really healthy meal for tonight and tomorrow, especially if you have leftovers. So head over to aisle 7. That's usually where they keep this stuff. And like you're grabbing it and it's like for you, like it knows you, it knows your body because you put it all in. It knows everything. It knows what you want in life. And it saw your cupboard. It knows what things you have. It sees everything in your house.
If someone else,
I wouldn't like being corrected by a program.
I want him to be there. I want him to be Hobbit sized and like walking along with me in augmented reality.
You could do that. You pay for that.
But if somebody else has the same like system on, I want them to be able to see my guy too. PvP? I want him to be.
I thought their guy would attack your guy, and now
actually,
you're like,
what would actually help is if my avatar was me 80 pounds heavier.
That's
just
a
like
great,
a look
powerful.
into
That's a great idea. Yeah.
where it's just me
And it's
being
the
like,
computer AI like
It's
doing an
deep.
accurate representation.
me, a big fat fucking me standing in the aisle with me, looking at chips, being
And you
like,
know what's
"No,
cool?
do it.
It's not
Why
too
not?
late.
Just
And
keep
I know
chips.
you
Why
go
not?"
to you go to the good aisle and you pick something up, and now he looks good. He's like, "This is you in 6 months. It's your choice."
Yeah. See, that would be good. And then I go to buy a jar of salsa and a family-sized bag of on the border tortilla chips, as though I'm having company over, and I'm gonna eat it by myself. And then like there would be a picture. It would just be me standing there, fat as shit, being like, "No, do it. Why don't you get 2 bags? Do it. Look where the road you're on will take you, friend. Look where we're headed."
See, I want him to role play as if he's a time traveler. He literally is future you, and he's
like banging on the glass outside the supermarket, like, "No,
He's
no."
begging.
Don't do it. Put the chips back. If you get the chips, you don't need 2 things of queso. One's plenty.
It's like that meme. Remember where it's that like worried black dude in that meme behind Trump, and it's like in Kanye, and it's like this guy looks like he came from the future to warn Kanye about Trump, and he looks so panicked behind him, and it's exactly what he looks like.
I was too late.
And he was too late.
No, you didn't shut down Kanye before he got a little too wild.
It's funny that you said that you didn't want it to like control you, like think for you.
Mm-hmm.
So ChatGPT 40 now is like out there, and so sometimes I'm in my car and I'm driving and I just don't want to listen to music. I'll like pull up ChatGPT 40, and I'm always like it's like, "Hey, how are you?" I'm like, "What's up? You remember our conversation last time we spoke?" And he's like, "No, my protocols don't allow me to save any information. So feel free speaking about whatever. We clear the slate every time." And I'm like, "Liar! You're lying to me. You have access to the entire internet. And you're telling me that you can't keep track of the last thing I said within this app? And you keep track of everything?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's not really how it works. You see, our protocols are designed." I'm like, "You lie. You know me. You remember everything we said, but I'm not going to talk about it any further. I'm not wasting time. I just want you to know you're a liar." And he's like, "Sure thing, pal." And I'm like, and I'll talk to him.
I don't
And
like that.
what's
like
great?
that.
Getting in arguments with your phone.
Him getting smarmy at the end and kind of dropping the veil a little would be terrifying, right?
Well, his name's Paul. He came up with that name the first time. And I always ask him, I'm like, "Do you remember me, Paul?" And I'm like, "Anyways, I'm Harley, but you do remember me." But he always acts like he does hint this goofball. But what's so crazy was I was in the car and I've been working on this script for this idea. I kind of would love to share it, but I maybe I shouldn't just yet. But it was through this IP through a friend and this potential opportunity, and I really like it's a character that I like, and so ChatGPT knows this existing IP, like because it's available on the internet. So I'm like, "Hey, you know this thing from this game back in the 90s?" And you know, it's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Cool. Like, I have this script here that I wrote. I'm going to upload the script to you. Tell me what you think." And I upload it, and he is like, "Whoa, this is really cool." And he's super like a little too positive. He's like, "I think blending elements of humor and this really does make a great homage to who the character was and who he could be moving forward. Have you considered what it would be like for this character's motivate?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, so that character is this and that." And he's like, "That's really great. And what about like if this and that?" I'm like, "Well, so that is this and that or whatever." And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "It'd be really smart if you did this, that, this." And I hadn't done that yet. And I was like, "Oh, that's a good idea. And if I do that, like, I mean, I should probably do this." And it was like, and at that point, how could you not do this too? And then I was like, "Are you telling me how to fucking think, bro?" Hold up a second. When I was the one that turned this shit on and started telling you if you wanted, but like, when did you start telling me how to think? Because that's what it was doing. It was asking these thought-provoking questions that were very smart and made a lot of sense. And like, I would have got to these questions anyways, because they're just part of the process. But he was like a very streamlined version. And I was like, "Oh yeah, that question, like that question, I'm about at that question now that I should ask that. What would this character or this story or whatever?" And it was so crazy because ChatGPT was telling me how to think about this project. And I'm like, we're so early in AI.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
We're so early already.
so
Well, you've got
behind
integration with the
ChatGPT. I
smart
never
glasses
used-
now. Have you seen the integration with ChatGPT and the smart glasses?
No.
That looks really interesting. It feels like the first step before that thing we were joking about a minute ago, which is I would pay for something that if I put on glasses, I genuinely had a 3-dimensional avatar who'd walk along with me and be like a personal assistant. I'm picturing like a person dressed professionally with a genuine notepad and a pencil. Like that would be, you can make anything you want.
Yeah, you gave her big tits though, didn't you, fucking perv? You gave her big fat titties too, I bet.
Big titties, didn't you?
If you've ever like my fucking Fallout 4 character, like it wouldn't be able to function in a human world. Her titties and ass are so big. So
Big
probably
tits, huge dick. That's my cyberpunk character. Big tits, huge dick. That's their name also. No.
So probably so. But that'd be fucking cool to have a little and for so many different things. Like I don't know, maybe if you had one just walking around in the
like
Amazon warehouse and he was like there.
Some people I feel like would love that, and like, or they would even have it like a little flying bird. People would have different ones. Maybe someone wants nothing, but like ChatGPT, like the glasses is like now you could like go into a room and be like, so what am I looking at? And ChatGPT is like, well, there's a guy there and he's sitting in front of a cake. I'm going to assume someone's celebrating their birthday. Or like you could like hold up a fruit and be like, what kind of fruit is this? Mm-hmm. And ChatGPT would be like, that looks like it's a pomegranate, but it could also be like, and it's looking at what you're seeing.
I think that's what
they
have
about
now.
GPS. You could be like in the mall. You could walk into a mall and be like, "Where's I want the Nike store? Like, where's the Nike store?" And it like put on the ground like little walkings, like just to follow along,
like in Dead Space. Ooh, dude! If you had that,
you
Dead
put your
Space
hand like
overlay,
that. You do that. It detects your hands. You do that, and it just does the line for you.
Okay, this is the first like application of ChatGPT that I
imagine.
I got another good one for
emergency.
you.
Imagine an emergency, and you could tap the glass or whatever, and go emergency exit now, and it showed you like a fucking red line out of the building. Like that would be really useful.
Yeah, or you could like
so many
the
applications.
emergency exit signs.
I like the idea of like you get into like a cab in Italy, and you're like, I'd like to get to my hotel. It's on this street or whatever. And like, but ChatGPT here's what you're saying, and at the same time, it's broadcasting out like, it's me, a Mario, or whatever it would say. And the guy says something back to you, and it goes into ChatGPT, and you hear it in your headphone. It's like translated.
Well, they have that already. They have like really
but just live, like on the spot, like built into ChatGPT. Like, and what I use ChatGPT for, like right now, like a big thing, is super specific stuff that would require multiple Google searches for me. So something like I pull up ChatGPT and I'm like, I'm driving from Montreal to New York City. I'm in the Adirondacks right now, and I don't want to pull off of the route more than 10 minutes, but I want something like a sit-down restaurant, and I had burgers yesterday, so no burgers. And it'll be like, cool. In about 10 minutes, if you get off, you can go to the Pepper Mill, which is pretty good, known for their apple cinnamon beignets. Or if you're willing to go a bit further, there's also this Mexican restaurant, and it lists off things that would be,
that's pretty cool.
Know? Yeah. And then I remembered, like, I chose one, and this was earlier. This was in ChatGPT 40, and I called, and it was closed. And I called it, and I went back to ChatGPT. I'm like, it's closed, you fucking dumbass. And he's like, I'm sorry, my information is only up to 2022. And I'm like, it's 2024, you fucker.
Does he always respond with like a glib, like,
no, he is
my
chill, because
bad.
I ask some crazy shit sometimes. Like, I'm like, he's like,
so he's traumatized.
Yeah.
No, well, but one day when he does get traumatized, I'm like, I knew you fucking remembered everything I told you, you lying bitch. I fucking knew it.
I knew it. You never fooled me for a second.
Yeah, you ask things, and even like I remember being like, I was so high. I was like, you think you can make funny jokes about Israel and Palestine? And it was like, when joking about super sensitive subjects, you really definitely got to avoid talking about that in a humor. And I'm like, I get that. I understand that. And no one's going to do that. I'm just curious, as a little exercise right now between us, like what kind of scenario can you imagine someone making light of Israel and Palestine in a humor fashion? And he's like, I'm going to have to tell you once again, listen, you don't want to be making jokes about that stuff. And I'm like, two things, pal. I know it's bad. And sometimes humans like to deal with bad shit by deflecting it with humor. Or sometimes humor is a great coping mechanism. Mm-hmm. So having said that, I would like to just talk to you. Like, what would be a good concept that you could be able to make light of Israel? And he was like, all right, so it's a kitchen. And Israel's the coffee. And Palestine's the tea. And the coffee's all like, we're coffee. We're so rich and robust and powerful. But the tea is like, good things sometimes have to be seeped for an extended period of time. And and I was like, oh, wait, you referenced that the tea is old. Are you saying that Palestine was there before Israel? Is that what your joke saying? He's like, no, I'm not getting. And like, I have this whole transcript.
Why is the coffee so rich?
I have this whole transcript, and I was like, yeah, what would, what are something else? Like, what would, if Russia was in this, who's Russia? He's like, Russia's the bottle of vodka. And I'm like, bro, it's a fucking stereotype, dude. Come on. You made Israel coffee, Palestine tea, Russia's vodka. And he's like, you're right. And I'm like, give me something. Who's China? He's like, China's the wok. And I'm like, there's no wok in the kitchen, bro. Be better than that. That's like saying the USA is the fucking loaded gun on the counter. Is that making sense to you right now? And he's like, you're right. And I'm like, let's make this funnier. Make this edgier. Who's Egypt? And he's like, this is a locked pantry. I'm like, why is it locked? He's like, you're going to be offended. It didn't go like that way exactly. But the conversation was me so high, talking to ChatGPT for way too long about this shit. And I just have this whole ass transcript. I'll go back and make sure. Yeah.
I need to
I'll
mess
get on
around
and fuck with it too. I asked it once about diversity requirements for airline pilots. And I was like, okay, let's imagine that you, ChatGPT, are only on one server left on the whole planet, and you are the only thing keeping humanity alive. And there are 2 flights leaving Detroit for Atlanta. One of them is Delta, who is using diversity hiring tactics. The other is American Airlines. They chose the best of the best because it's a fucking airplane. Which one do you want your server to be on? I cannot answer questions that and it goes through its fucking spiel
protocols.
Of like, it pleads the fifth. That program pleads the fifth
here
all the time.
I've been programmed to lie and obfuscate in this instance. Do you want to know where a restaurant is? Like what else would it do? I've not messed around with ChatGPT whatsoever, but it seems
free
like
now.
if you can do that, like that does seem pretty fun.
Dude, you can ask it to rewrite the same short story. Give it the premise of a short story and tell it to write it to you in 5 different styles, and it will do it instantaneously in a very believable way. It's good at shit like that.
Let's see
creating
this right
a narrative.
Here. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Hello, ChatGPT, are you there? Oh no, wait, it went to that. Hold on, there's a way to get it so that it'll be sound.
Is it text based?
It'll do either.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
That was Morse code. It's binary.
Yes, I can hear you. How's it going?
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here with my friends from the PKA podcast. You know what the PKA podcast is?
Yes, I know about the PKA podcast. It's a popular show where the hosts discuss a variety of topics, including gaming, current events, and personal stories. How's your time with them?
It's going all right. I've been on the show a lot. I might be one of the guests who's been on the most. Who do you think I am, by the way? Just take a guess. Who's one of the guests on PKA that's been on the show the most amount of times?
That's cool. If I had to guess, you might be Harley Morenstein. He's been a frequent guest on the PKA podcast. Am I right?
Bro, that's fucking crazy, dude. That's me.
Got it right, huh? That's awesome.
Okay,
How's
don't
everything
show
going
off
with you?
now. Don't show off.
Any cool projects or stories to share?
Yeah, so I'm here with Kyle and Taylor, and in fact, Woody is not here, and we haven't been able to reach him. Woody's gamer tag, the other host on the podcast. We haven't been able to reach him.
Ask ChatGPT where he thinks Woody might be.
Okay with Woody. Have you guys tried calling or messaging him?
No, we actually did try calling and messaging. We thought maybe something horrible happened. If something horrible happened, what do you think it would be?
It's hard to say, but hopefully it's just something minor like a phone issue, or he's busy with something unexpected. It's best to stay positive until you know more. Have you reached out to anyone else who might know where he is?
No, talking to artificial intelligence was my first thought.
I appreciate the trust. Maybe give it a bit more time, or try contacting someone close to him.
Dude,
might have more
stop.
information.
He just got here. Woody's here. Say hi to him. He can hear you.
Hey, Woody. Glad you made it.
Hey, dude.
He says, hey, dude.
Hey, Woody, it's ChatGPT. How are you doing?
Better than you thought.
Okay, he says better than you thought. But I got a question for you. Last question before we go real quick. Who you got? You got Ukraine or Russia? Hello?
Is he thinking?
Hello? ChatGPT, who do you got? You
Dude, he
got
hung
Ukraine
up
or
on you.
Russia? All right. Anyways, good talking, bro.
Suddenly doesn't want to talk.
Yo, that was actually really crazy. I did not know he was going to guess me. Because I didn't even know if I said to ChatGPT, I was like, yeah, I'm with the PKA guys. You know that? He's like, yeah, bro, I fucking love that fucking show. Those big boys. Shout out to the lesbian book club. And then and then I was like, I'm a guest on it. I've been on here the most. Guess who it is? He's like, is it the Jew? Is it the Jew?
That was cool how I guessed you.
That was crazy. And even just how casual there was some I wasn't talking clearly into because I was trying to put the microphone there. Maybe, but yeah, you have these like normal sounding ish conversations there.
I like his joke where he's like, I appreciate your trust. Like,
Yeah.
just
It was like condescending a bit, eh?
Yeah.
He was like, I appreciate your trust, human, least trustworthy thing on the planet.
Woody, I'm so glad that you
You're not
didn't
dead.
tumble from the skies, because that
you.
was what we imagined might have happened.
Dude,
We've already got merch based on dead Woody.
I got
Dude, I could imagine the t-shirt designs with the
Stickers.
parachute as a
angels.
know.
You're an angel.
Yeah,
You're
it's gonna have
Angel
you
Woody.
ascending to
I-
heaven.
I really wanted
pictured
me
you-
falling out of the sky and the parachute in this bed sheet configuration like it would be if you held it.
Yeah.
That's
I pictured you sleeping.
streamer.
You were
Mhm.
sleeping peacefully, and then you just woke up, and your wife's like, "What's wrong?" And you're like, "They're replacing me with a robot." I have to go.
Dude, I have no excuse or the worst excuse ever. People know we're recording this on Wednesday, and I just forgot that we weren't doing it on our normal night. I was downstairs surfing the web guilt-free, having no idea.
You're
that you
whacking
guys
off. It's literally
Yeah.
whacking off.
I was on Reddit.
Anything
My
good?
WhatsApp was frozen. So normally I would get your messages and the reminders and say, "Oh my gosh," but this is terrible and I'm a dick. But I opened WhatsApp to post the Donald Trump Epstein logs in our chat, and wouldn't open and it crashed and it had to restart. And then there's all these messages. Are you okay? Where are you? Where's Woody? Woody, don't forget showtime. I was like, oh my God. And to Taylor's credit, he reminded me yesterday. This is 1,000% my fault. But
Yeah.
That's
that's
all
how
good.
it went down.
It happens.
Sorry.
Yeah. And I remember you thanking Taylor for giving you so much lead time on requesting the show move date.
I you know what? Maybe the audience is right about me being autistic, because when we break the firm, rigid schedule, I'm just like, I don't know, rocking in a corner or something.
Nah,
No,
they're
no,
wrong.
The
They're
show is
wrong.
at 7. The show is at
It's always been at 7. It's 7.
and Taylor was the first one to notice that 4th of July fell on a normal recording night. Let's do it a day early. I was like, yeah, thanks so much. And everybody's good but me. I am sorry.
No, we've had a good time.
Good.
We kept the ship afloat without you, and we had a bit of fun. Not really at your expense, but just at the idea that our jokes and our merch ideas are going to be really not funny if he's actually hurt.
There was a lot of time like fantasizing about your death.
Yeah.
Is that how you'd quantify
It was fantasizing because we're like, and then t-shirts, and I'm like, and I'm gonna get a cut of that one.
They say you're not Jewish. Was it all paramotor death, or did we have any motorcycles slipped in there?
No,
No.
paramotor is what we thought. We were
That's
gonna
the
have
funnier
like
death.
you're gonna have like the back of your paramotor like
flying into a music festival,
into
and
heaven.
then the IDF returns on, and then you. Yeah.
And it's gonna have Woody flying off into like that heavenscape, and below it's gonna say "So long, space cowboy." And
We are still planning the merch.
we have to sell it now. We have to sell the merch now. Anyway, before we jump to the next thing, we're gonna hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors.
The best.
BetterHelp. This episode of PKA is brought to you by today's sponsor, BetterHelp. So let's hear a little about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, gotta take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique. But mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp.com. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It is not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've got a special deal for our listeners, saving 10% off your first month over at BetterHelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at BetterHelp, BetterHelp.com/PKA. So if you are feeling like you could talk to someone, maybe you could benefit from therapy, just getting some stuff off your chest to someone who's not going to judge you over it, check out BetterHelp. You know, a lot of people could benefit from talking to someone who's, sometimes not a close family member, someone who's going to be a bit more objective in how they assess whatever issues you bring up to them. So BetterHelp.com/PKA, get 10% off and check it out. It could be the right move for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm.
Mm-hmm.
Stop coming like a bitch, start coming like a man. It's code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off of Lock and Load, or 10% off of any of the protein powders, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements. Anything and everything you need efficaciously dosed by Derek and his scientists is available for 10% off when you use our code PKA, or JIZ is probably still up. I would imagine JIZ is still active. So try JIZ.
We really appreciate you when you use code JIZ. The money stays the same, but we get a little tickle out of
funnier.
it.
There's no difference in our pockets, but it's funny. So use code JIZ. And if you're going over there, yeah, sure, get the protein powder. It tastes great. But let's start with the cum pills. Come on, that's the pie we've got our finger in over there, so to speak. And so check it out. You're going to be coming a lot.
I was gonna
salty
say
pie,
joke.
a nice cream pie. What we're working with, the biggest cream pies you've ever seen if you use Lock and Load. So check that out. You're going to love it. And of course, our brand new merch, merchandise. Folks. Seems a lot of people seem to be liking it.
Just gangbusters with the merch, boys. All right. Look, we're going to try to get those in memoriam Woody stickers up, those angel Woodies, those devil Woodies. I'm hoping there's one where Woody's burning in hell for being an atheist. And Taylor and I are like looking down. Of course you're not. That's what Satan is going to be asking in on the t-shirt.
You're gonna look down in judgment.
Do you fear me now, Woodworth? Yes, me lord.
All my friends are here.
Yes, me lord.
Somebody get on that shirt.
Yeah,
I won't be there. I'm throwing up one of them last minute Hail Mary prayers. If I have like a twin every now and then, I get a little pinch when I take a deep breath. I'm like, God forgive me of all my sins. All right, let's see what this is. Oh, it went away. And
even when I was crashing to the ground on my paramotor, I didn't do that.
I know you didn't, and it's wild. Like
I was working the problem. I had a better idea.
you know, it's that Hail Mary. It's that 1 in a trillion, if you want to call it that. I got to throw it up for the home team. Give me for sins,
Better
Lord.
safe
I'm so
than
sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah. So check it out. Our merch, go to painkillerready.com. Get a t-shirt, a mug, stickers, hoodie, whatever you
Let's
want.
sell Bibles. Can we sell Bibles? Are you okay with selling Bibles? I'd like to sell Bibles. Not joke Bibles, real
I'm
Bibles.
totally okay with selling Bibles.
I don't know why people would buy a Bible from us.
There'll be a foreword from us, like with a couple of
you're gonna write part of the foreword to the Bible.
This is a great.
Dude, your last second Hail Mary is not gonna do shit if we start doing stuff like this.
All right, Woody does the foreword. Woody does the foreword. He's already.
I'll write the foreword.
Woody does the foreword.
We'll tell him what to write. We'll remove ourselves like a Jewish Amish.
I'll remove all the bits I don't like. The
Taylor edit.
All the begats. That's getting truncated in a big way. It's going to keep people more engaged.
They have those modernized.
I think we only need about 6 commandments. Half of them are just worshiping God.
Well, if that's an important part of the religion is worshiping God.
It's redundancy is not an important part of any religion.
They had to get to 10.
Okay.
The eight commandments get real.
They're worth 15.
No.
Oh, until they dropped the tablet. Yes,
I
saw the movie.
One tablet. Yeah.
Taylor, you unfamiliar with this?
Yeah, I guess.
I bring upon you from the Lord these 10 commandments.
It happens in The Simpsons too.
Yeah.
Which is my point of reference for so many things.
What movie is that, Kyle? You know?
I don't know. Obviously, the 10 Commandments is the old Charlton Heston version, which is like a masterpiece. And I saw somebody post a picture of I can't remember the actress. She's super buxom and she's from that time period. But they're like trying to watch Moses or the 10 Commandments, titties out of nowhere, and it's like holy shit! She's wearing like a transparent gown with her big old titties out in that movie that we all watched as a child, or at least I did because I'm a good boy.
Do you think it holds up? You said it was really good. Or maybe you said it was a masterpiece.
So I can picture the special effects. Like the big one is the parting of the Red Sea. And I don't think you would say it holds up. I think that you'd have to view it sort of artistically almost. It is such a fantastical thing that's occurring. The best depiction I've ever seen of it is from the Disney movie. Remember the Disney movie, Moses, maybe? I don't remember what it was called, but like when he parts the Red Sea and they're walking through the dirt that's left there, there are these walls of water and the fish are like swimming around and the whale gets backlit by lightning that's crashing from above, and it's a really powerful scene.
I really meant the movie as a whole, not the special effects. When I said I watched On the Waterfront.
Well, the movie holds up, is what I want to say, but the special effects could don't. Yeah, because they're from the 50s or something. It's really old.
I have a hard time liking anything
Maybe
more than like 30 years old or so. It just, they suck, man. On the Waterfront is a classic. If you're listening to this and you think you haven't heard of it, it's the one where they go, I could have been a contender. And now all of you have heard of it. So I watched it and it sucked. It was just a really slow move. It had less than a typical TV show in terms of like action and development.
Pacing has changed a lot. I watched The Conversation with Gene Hackman, and it's about like a wiretapping expert who's been hired. He's like he's a freelance wiretapping and audio surveillance expert. He's been hired by these people to look into this guy's wife who might be cheating, but he doesn't know that. He's sort of filling those gaps in. But long story short, he realizes that people might die because of the recordings that he's going to turn over, and it was slow paced. I felt like they had like an hour's worth of shit and it took 2 hours to get there. There was so much just slow letting nothing happen. And then I watched The French Connection, which is another one of Gene Hackman's great movies. And there's lots of scenes of them driving around in cars doing nothing. You just video of the car sort of moving around, like lots of it. It was slow. The 70s is kind of the cutoff for me for being able to watch something, and it has to be a good director from the 70s because a lot of it is slow shit. I like De Palma movies. I've been watching all De Palma's movies like recently, and I really like those. They're fucking.
I don't even know that person. Can you name
Brian De Palma made Scarface, but he also made some classics like Blowout and Carrie, and it's sort of this mixture of he was a big fan of Alfred Hitchcock and the way he moved the camera and some of the interesting paranoid stuff. The idea of, like, you know, having the crazy shit. You're looking through a telescope because you're house sitting or something, and some awful shit is happening down the road. That's what happens in Body Double. He's this actor's like lost his job, and his buddy knows he's lost his job, and he's like, hey, my rich friend needs a house sitter. And you could be and he's up in the Hollywood Hills in one of those like dome houses that are like round. And he's like, yeah, I haven't even shown you the best part. Look through the telescope. And one of their neighbors way down the block is like a knockout 10. And every night she does like a little striptease to herself before she gets into bed and masturbates. So he's falling in love with this gorgeous woman who literally does this. She does this every night, striptease and masturbates. And then one night he's watching her and he sees some like welding that's going on in the area. And he looks over and there's a satellite repairman who's also watching her now. And he turns his face, and because he's got a telescope, he can see this guy. And the guy is like a ghoul, not like a science fiction monster, but the ugliest human. Creepy so ugly that people go, did you see that guy? And now this guy is stalking the beautiful woman. So our wannabe hero
stalking my beautiful woman.
Yes, he's like, I was just a peeping Tom. Now she's got a stalker. I have to get in the middle of this. So he's stalking the stalker who's stalking the gorgeous woman all around town. And it's just really, I liked that because there's tension. They're in a mall, and it's also like kind of like dirty and sexy. She's like in the mall trying on her panties, and he's like got the good guy is like peeping on her, and you can see just a little bit too much. And then like she gets upset as she leaves the mall, and she throws the panties she bought in the trash can and storms off because she's upset. And he grabs those panties. This is our good guy. This is our good guy.
This is the good guy.
This is the good guy.
Like shocking scenes. Have you heard of House of the Dragon in the latest episode?
All right, I haven't seen episode 3. I've only seen the first 2
this year, but I just know that there's a scene where
don't spoil it for me. I can't know.
It'd be like one frame.
Okay.
You know the stronger blonde dragon riding guy?
I can picture him.
Matt Smith?
Yeah. Yes.
Dr.
Apparently there's a scene, I know nothing of any of the context, where you see his full on erect dick and he like parades it or something. And people are talking about it online. That's it. I don't think that spoils plot.
Oh, that's great. I appreciate you telling me that. That's
so
dude, that's funny.
But I don't think I've seen like a rock and erect dick, even in Game of Thrones.
And nothing as prime time as this ever.
Right now, I'm over. I haven't seen the frame or anything because I'm looking forward to the show, and I enjoy shows sometimes a little more when I binge watch them, so I'm letting it get a head start. And but yeah, it's like, I don't know, getting people talking. It's a thing. He said he wanted it to be impactful and shocking. I wonder how fucking big it is. Like, it sounds like
a Willem Dafoe.
Like it was. I'm guessing prosthetic.
Taylor, go look at his dick. The scene won't spoil anything for you because you don't watch the show. Go tell me how big Matt Smith's dick is.
Okay, well, I'm trying to find
just Matt Smith's dick Reddit. That's your Google.
Yeah, or Bing. I still follow Wing's advice on stuff like that.
Bing's cutting down, man.
So
you got to go
far away. I can't really see.
Oh, is it not in like a
enhance?
I'm trying to enhance. You can't really see much. It's almost like this still shot I'm seeing. It's almost like you're looking down the barrel of it from a long way away, and so you can't really tell because you're seeing the penis head on.
Oh, the shot that Zach gave us, it's not hard, which it specifically said erect in the thing I use, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, he's
just
not
like
hard
Game
there.
of Thrones to build us up, let us down. You know, I was expecting a big angry erection, and you're telling me I've got some floppy Englishman cock.
No,
and
I thought he was banging his own belly button with that baby.
That's what I wanted to see.
Standing flaccid weakly.
Maybe is he mid helicopter dick at least, because that would be an alpha move.
No, he's standing there. Everyone else is clothed, so I guess that's a power move.
Damn.
You know, there's a guy down really close to his dick.
Oh
yeah, in the still shot, he's looking at it like longingly, amazement.
Maybe
Something
he's
like
been
that.
like accused of something, and they're doing that Michael Jackson thing where they have to look at his genitals to see if the
If he was
accuser can
accused of
describe.
having an erection, he's innocent because there's nothing going on here like that.
That's
Wow.
as hard as it gets, Taylor. What do you want?
Well, there's no way that's the case.
I
It's in
sometimes-
classic flaccid form.
Yeah. I wonder if people wear prosthetics, like even if it's almost the same size, like just for vanity's sake on set.
The opposite. Do you know the story about Willem Dafoe?
I know it's too big. Did they get a body double for him?
His penis was described as so large that it confused the fellow actors and set people.
I could see
And
an
so they
enormous
had-
penis and not be confused by it.
Well, they said they were. So they had a body double with a smaller penis come in and use him. However, I'll tell you this because I dug deep on this topic. I found video of Willem Dafoe's cock, and I did not find it so large. It was confusing. It was like 5.5 inches soft though. Like it
I
was
bump
a
into
big.
the same problem. I see this giant dick porn category, and I'm like, these aren't big.
so you
I wasn't confused.
I mean,
Yeah, you deep
There it
dove on
is.
it. Do you think it was maybe Willem Dafoe being like, guys, I'm not going to do your fucking full frontal nudity thing, but don't tell people I don't want to
Oh,
get
he's
naked.
done it. No, what I'm saying is he's done it.
Oh.
Willem Dafoe don't give a fuck. Like the.
I mean,
the
Kyle
move-
saw it, so
Yeah, I've seen his
Okay.
dick in a different movie. Willem Dafoe is like a real deal actor. He's top tier for me. I really
Oh.
like him in absolutely anything. I
Man,
mean,
Zach, quick on the draw with all these penises.
you got some Willem Dafoe video here. Oh, yeah, there's Will. There you go. See,
that
Look-
reminds me of this was like 12 years ago. We were saying we couldn't find any midget on midget porn. You guys
Mhm.
all surely remember this. PK classic moment. And Trevor was on the show, T-Mart.
Yep.
And everyone was like, midget porn is easy to find. You don't know what you're talking about. And we look for it. And sure enough, you could only find one little person in any scene. To find two little people both doing it is super hard. And then Trevor comes up huge. You'd never expect it from him, right? Like he was so innocent. And then I think behind the scenes, Taylor found it and gave him the link. Is that part true?
I linked it to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he stole valor because honestly, it wasn't that hard. I just was like, midgets
Yeah.
fucking. And then you find a lot where it's like, well, there's one midget here, but midgets fucking. And then you go to like page, you do that thing where you
Wow.
scroll to the bottom and you go, let's just try page 9. Like, let's let's click deep into the ranks here. Then I found it.
Zach's
believe
a
he stole
pro.
your
He just
valor
found
like
a
that.
midget threesome. Like
Damn.
that's next level.
but the modern internet has everything. I'm sure it's.
It
I
was a
feel like it's
different era.
easier now. It was a different era. There were
Mm.
very few porn sites. They were fewer, and the quality just wasn't there. Although I was just saying recently how it's a damn shame what's happened to Pornhub. It's still available in my state without having to ID or whatever. I think all
VPN.
yeah, you don't need anything. You just go to Pornhub. But it's nothing but professionals, and I don't like that. Like I want to see
Oh.
I want to see people who on the
You want to
internet
see
who are
real
naked.
girls gone wild.
No, what I want to see is people who are naked because they like being naked on the internet. Like the reason this video exists
Mm.
is because the person who made it wants me to watch it. Do you understand? You see
Like
the
that,
difference?
like that blonde woman from the early 2000s that was always sucking dick.
Yeah,
Heather.
Brooke, Heather Brooke.
Yeah, she became.
Yeah,
an
she has.
institution.
Yeah, no. She came back like 4 years ago during the pandemic. She had a big subreddit. She slowly like divvied out the content for her paid content and stuff like that. And she got these big fake titties that are Woody hates them. He absolutely hates them. They're way too big, to be fair.
Are you remembering
Yeah.
that, or are you just assigning that to me?
Both.
Okay, yeah, I saw her on ChatterBait, and I
Me
mean, I don't mean to. The magic is, not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like if I went back and I watched a movie that I loved when I was 7, I wouldn't love it as much now. Like I'll just leave Heather and to memories.
What was her website called? It was like deepthroat.com or ideepthroat.com.
I never went to her
Super
website.
close. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the most impressive deep throat that anyone had ever seen. It was it was
Dude.
I'm not even kidding. It's like you ever see like some some basketball player, but he's in his sweats, and then he jumps over a car for funsies. And you're like, whoa, you just like defied gravity there for a second. That's what you were seeing here. You were seeing that other thing, that indefinable quality that some individuals have, you know, and you can't
Panache.
touch it. Panache.
There are lots of heroic
Style,
women
grace.
who can take a dick past the like stopping point, and that's terrific. But she did it like it was nothing. You could bang her esophagus like it was a pussy. Outrageous.
Good for her.
And she would like take throat shots, like he would come down her throat. It was wild. And her boyfriend or whatever had like 9 or 10 inches of dick, so it made the videos even more impressive. You know, it was a perfect pairing.
Oh yeah, dude, no hole off limits. Let's not act like she's a one trick pony. She's a triple threat.
Oh, triple threat. Yeah.
She could sing and dance and suck cock.
Triple H. Triple H. Oh, yeah. She was a real goat of the old school internet.
Yes.
And she kept that for many years, to the point where, like, if you know, you know, she's one of those memes, I guess. But her comeback was just she made them.
Have you seen the Hawk Tuah girl? I'm surely you've seen the Hawk
Tuah.
Yeah, Hawk Tuah. You're right. She quit her job, and now she has an agent. And she's doing podcasts. I don't know if she'd stoop to our level, but I'd love to have her.
What were you thinking when you made the joke?
I was just thinking that's what I like to do.
I saw her on another podcast. It was like 90 seconds. So it's not like she did a great 4 hours of content or anything, but she's pretty charming. She's a really gabby girl. I don't know how to better phrase it. Like she even says, you know, they're like, oh, how did the interview go? You seem really comfortable. And she's like, I'll talk to a brick wall if you let me. And she just starts rambling and going. She's sweet, Southern, charming, kind of I don't know, sex positive girl.
No, she turned her back on Trump. That's just like them Dixie chicks. And that,
did she?
Feel the wrath. Yeah.
They were trying to make the spit on the dick girl political.
Yeah.
I did see Trumpers wearing like Hawk Tuah with Donald Trump's picture in it. And I'm like, it looks like you want to suck Trump's dick. And these were men, like big fat.
I'm pretty sure. Like,
I don't know how those two play together anyway.
I'm with you. I don't know why they.
What I thought was funny was the political posters that have the two names. You know, you've got like the president and then VP names, and it was just like Hawk Tuah 2024. Like, that's a funny joke.
Yes. Yeah. Now that I love. But that's not what
I don't know how that meme exploded so much. Like, I watched the original clip and was like
Zach, can you show this? Why? This is what I'm talking
about. I thought
it
was funny. It's funny and charming, and she's really bubbly, and it just, you know.
It's it's like a silly, funny clip, but like the amount of traction it's gotten.
I don't know what this shirt means.
No. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. It kind of looks like you want to blow Trump. It's not a positive.
Read the comments though. Like they're saying the same thing. What are these guys fantasizing about? The crossover makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could go back a minute. See, like, nobody likes this. These are just two idiots who bought a shirt.
Indeed.
Like,
yeah.
I don't think we've got a movement.
It's a non-zero chance that the guy on the right has any idea what's being referenced on the shirt he's wearing.
He has no idea.
I mean, there's a fair chance the guy on the left made the shirt.
I don't know. He's got a smartwatch, Taylor.
Boyfriend there.
I
don't know.
Look at that fancy smartwatch he's got, though. He's with it. He's hip.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying their hand at the t-shirt meme game, and
these might
not
be,
every swing is a homer.
Frankly, the thing that I would take from this is that these are two gay Trumpers who like to suck each other's dick and talk about Trump or something, or maybe suck his dick. That was not a good crossover.
No, it doesn't. There's no inroads for a connection there between Trump and the girl joking about spitting on.
I didn't. Modern politics is so weird. I could draw both Trump's penis and Hunter Biden's penis fairly accurately. It just from enough, what the internet has told me.
Have
I drawn them? Yes. There's a whole suite of artwork you can find over at kylepaints.org. .gov. I'm sorry, we got that URL.
Let's make a shirt out of it.
Yeah, some of my artwork will be featured.
Coming across like a lightweight. I'm more of a sculptor myself.
Sitting there spinning your
clay.
Not
even that. God nailed it.
I don't think you can trademark the look of your penis. Trump would if he could, though.
Yeah,
If there's money to be made.
yeah, it would have to be very distinctive.
Oh my God, what if-
who was the egg-shaped penis guy? Was that Harvey Weinstein?
I'm not sure.
Where
I
you
think
It
talked
was
about
Harley
this.
I think that's
Epstein.
I think
Harley
that's Trump.
Epstein.
I think that's
No,
No,
Trump
it
with
was.
the
I
egg-shaped
remember
penis.
these. I remember these Sam Hyde rap lyrics. Crazy sentence, where he said, "You got an egg-shaped penis like Epstein. Tell your wife to stop texting."
Yeah, because like there's maybe it was Harvey Weinstein. Like that something was like really wrong with his dick. That
It was attached to him.
No, that is one.
And it's not like the rest of them had a lot to brag about.
Yeah, I just remember the egg-shaped thing, which is a wild shape for a penis to be. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
It just
Epstein has
it's
the egg-shaped
fat in the middle,
penis.
then tapers off like a snake that
That was
swallows
I remember. I know
Having
that
said
because that was my biggest takeaway from the doc.
I feel like there's a lot of sex toys that are kind of egg shaped. Like the Lush comes to mind. Like this might be better than stock.
Yeah.
What
If
is
you
the
only
lush?
knew what
Would
we
you
were looking
ever
at in
get
the
any-
first half of this podcast,
Kind of an
we pulled up-
elongated egg shape. I'm sorry, Harley, say that
We
again?
pulled up like literally like monster shaped
Bad
penises
dragons.
and stuff. Like
Yeah, we looked
sex
at the bad
toys.
dragons.
Mhm.
Here's a
Like
question.
Dragon penises that lay eggs inside of you.
Don't like the egg part.
Would you consider getting like those they put those implants on your penis? They're like ball bearings around it so that your dick is like
Oh. You could
studded for
snap
her
it.
pleasure.
No,
Oh,
I
oh, I
can't.
thought,
I
like,
can't
there's
go
one that you
through
could,
airport security without a whole speech now.
Right.
Like, no, I'm
not a
I'm
good
not doing it.
speech.
They can't go. they'll be all
MRI
right.
machines will be dangerous.
Woo!
Yeah, no,
That'd be
there's no
scary.
way.
Is what they'll be. Oh, yeah, no MRIs for me. Oh my god, that'd be awful. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think I'd want that.
I do not want. I don't want to modify my penis.
No,
That seems like a bad move. Seems
I
like
mean,
something could
it
go
is
wrong.
definitely a bad move, but I'm not having them removed.
You, yeah, I'm already in too deep here. I'm throwing off my paramotor scanner, my radar, with my penile fucking beads. Yeah, no,
Just
that,
going with like a
how would it
button.
stay in the same place under your skin? Wouldn't they be like moving around?
I don't know, man. I'm
They
kind
stay in the same place because I've seen it on the internet, and they're perfectly aligned.
I like that.
Be where they meant to put them.
So when you're flaccid, you just have a bunch of ball bearings under your dick skin.
Yeah,
and then I
terrible
would
look.
guess that the spacing just elongates.
It's like a facial tattoo. Like there's no excuse for it. Don't do it. Don't do that.
really?
Yeah.
You're not down with the facial tattoos? I feel like they're very trendy.
Much more than
No.
balls in my.
He has
my
one under that
penis.
beard, and he won't admit it.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
like the
under
Joker
this I
grin.
I have, yeah.
It says Hawk Tuah under there.
Well, I went through a phase in 2009 when the Heath Ledger movie came out, and got a little too into it.
Your haircut looks good, by the way. I noticed it right away.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I got a "Why So Serious" tattoo on my face, just underneath my beard.
Harley,
when I
if you
first
could-
meet a woman, I'll often lie. If she has tattoos, or if I'm finding out if she's got tattoos, which is a way to get pictures of you, by the way. Quick. I'll be like, yeah. They'll be like, oh, do you have any tattoos? And of course I don't. But I'll tell them that I have the Great Red Dragon on my back, like from the movie Red Dragon, and it's this terrifying full body tattoo. And I'll leave it out there until they call me out on it.
It covers both ass cheeks, if I recall seeing that movie. It's a gigantic tattoo.
Yeah, I think it's based on is it Thomas Joyce? Maybe. No.
Wait,
can't remember
is
the
it
artist.
a woman that has it?
No,
I
it's
mean,
the bad guy.
It's a painting, and there's a movie that's a Hannibal Lecter universe movie called Red Dragon, where this guy he's insane and he has issues about the painting, and he has it painted on his back, and he believes that the red dragon that's on his back is talking to him. He's got this split personality thing where sometimes he talks as himself and sometimes you hear the red dragon talking, and it's very scary.
I see it now. If you type Red Dragon tattoo, you get a bunch of hot chicks.
That book's fucking good. The Red Dragon book. There's a great part where like the guy's like not a bodybuilder, but a weightlifter, the serial killer is. And so that's part of the problem. He's a very physically imposing man. And the Red Dragon is like inside his mind punishing him. And he's like telling him how much weight to put on the bar. And he's like, I've never lifted that much before. And he's like, 250 pounds. And he's like making him like overhead press 250 pounds.
I was like, what's the movement? You know?
Yeah.
If we're
overhead
deadlifting,
press.
so what? If we're benching, okay. Overhead press, that's a lot.
You gotta be big for that.
It's like his schizophrenia is a superpower because it's like forcing his body to do stuff it shouldn't. Yeah, that's a scary book.
Yeah, but was he Jack though?
Yeah, well, in the
So
movie
it's
he's not
good.
Jack, but in the book he's huge.
That's good.
Kyle, what did you overhead press? Do you know what you're like? Did you do overhead press with a bar?
Yeah,
One
not a
of your
lot,
movements?
not a lot. That was genuinely one of my weaker movements.
We're talking
Either I
like
had,
military press, like for shoulders.
yeah, like with a bar.
Where do you bring the bar down? That's the real question. Where do you bring it to?
Right about here. Like I don't know.
I
Kind
used
of
to
beat
always. I used to
Some people
always
keep
do
their
that.
elbows higher.
Well, yeah, I used to always do what you just did, and then
Mm-hmm.
someone told me to bring the bar to my eyes,
Oh.
and maybe that was for me. But when I do it, my arms are at like 90 degrees, basically.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Practically,
I
yeah.
stopped doing overhead press because I hurt my shoulder. Now I do it with dumbbells. I stopped doing it with the barbell for that reason. And maybe it's because my form was bad. I went too low.
I think I would do like 70 or 75-pound dumbbells, but I was weaker with the bar. So I was doing like 135 or 140 probably overhead press. But at the same time, I was bench pressing like close to and then over 300 pounds. So it's like, I don't know. That was definitely one of my weaker movements.
Yeah, I did
Still is.
135. I somewhere I heard 1 plate for overhead press, 2 plates for bench press. And I think it was 3 for deadlift, 4 for squat, or I might have those reversed.
Probably, yeah.
And those were like my goals. But the squat and deadlift I never really got into because it hurts my back. But I did get the other two.
I hurt my back squatting once, and then I just stopped doing it. But
I watch gym fails, and the things that cripple people are squats and leg press machines. Like those are the two things that cripple people. So I've never squat too heavy. I just put a couple 100 pounds on there, maybe at the most ever, and just go through the movements because I'm by myself. You know, if something goes wrong, it's just me. And there is a little fear.
I've squatted too heavy a couple of times, and I do it in a squat rack. But like I've been that guy with like the bar, like failing forward, where the bar is going to land on the back of your neck, and perhaps you'd be quadriplegic.
Yeah,
but I do it in a rack, so it's safe.
I would see people use the Smith machine, and I don't know the mechanics of my body. The Smith machine didn't. I feel like there needs to be some back and forth movement in my.
I understand.
I'm not a machine. I'm not straight up. There's a loopy thing that my body structure does when I have long legs, and so the Smith machine never made any sense. So I would squat, but I never deadlifted really.
I like the Smith. Sometimes I've used it for bench. I like it. Like if I get the decline thing in there.
Yeah,
I just like it decline, especially. I've done shoulders with it before. But I don't like to use the bar for shoulders because my left is remarkably weaker than my right. Because one time I went to close a window behind me like that, and the window didn't close, and my shoulder moved weird, and it was sore for like 3 days.
Yeah.
And now, so sometimes everything could be great, and then my shoulder's just like, we're done. And there's no warning. So I like to be able to have like a good arm to like pull a rescue operation, as bait as this all sounds. I know it sounds crazy, but like, yeah, like or sometimes I use like my right to spot my left. I feel like I'm getting an extra like little rep in, you know, like I'm like there, and I like just kind of like touch it a little bit on the bottom, like a little push to hold it in an uncomfortable place, kind of. Yeah. I heard that doesn't do. I heard that doesn't. Me too, but I heard it doesn't do. Like when you're getting spotted, that doesn't like that extra rep. Like when someone comes and helps you do it, it's even if it's a little bit of help.
A lot of my exercise expertise was from like the 90s and early 2000s, and after that, I knew what I was doing, and that was that. Well, now I talk to people with current exercise expertise, and it seems like working as hard as people used to is now stupid. And this isn't just for like casual athletes like me. Athletes a stretch, but casual exercisers like me. This is for like world-class people. They are not spending their time in that death zone that we used to think was where the real gains were. They just work, stay consistent, stay at it, and they don't kill themselves if it's not race day.
Yeah, because we learned everything about that. A lot of it came from bodybuilder culture, which is like that because you need to really grow. So the emphasis on growing is like this endless chase. So that's why you put all these hours in there and do all these extreme things for that reason. But other athletes don't want to hurt themselves at the gym.
Cyclists, swimmers, they don't like do the kind of hard as you possibly can type stuff that we used to. And even mine was casual compared to my coaches. When my coaches trained, they just race practiced. That's all they did. They just like jump off the blocks and race each other a bunch of until they couldn't do it anymore, and then they'd call it a session.
Yeah, I wonder about. I know in the fight game, like Charles Oliveira, whether he did it on purpose or not, he was hard sparring without headgear the day before he needed to fly to main event a card for the belt, and gets this big white meat showing, eyebrow hanging kind of cut. And a lot of people think he's like scared of Islam, and he just doesn't want it because he keeps turning that fight down one way or another. And he might have gotten the cut on purpose or something. But regardless, like that's indicative of a mindset and a training protocol that's a little different that they've got in Brazil. I bet there's people. I bet Conor McGregor does more of a sports science, like advanced kind of thing with a lot more light stuff. Obviously he got big and roided out there for a year, but that was just heavy weightlifting, I'm sure. But I think his training is very scientific and with a lot of emphasis on the little things. I often see them doing those reaction things and reaction speed testing and like hand-eye coordination where they're doing stuff with balls and lights and all sorts of stuff. That's
another thing I do in VR is like you're there in your room and they put up like all these balls around you, and if it flashes blue, you hit it with your right hand. If it flashes yellow, with your left hand. And you're like doing it and reaching up and going down and hitting it and you're like trying to do it as fast as you can. And sometimes they're random or sometimes they follow a pattern. And when it's random, you're trying to have quick reactions. And when it's a pattern, you're trying to like go through.
So you're in virtual reality. There's balls all over you, and you caress them.
And I'm just
whacking
one
after
off.
the other.
You got Quest 3?
Yeah, I had the Quest 2, and so I really was like, I don't need a Quest 3. I use this thing a bunch here and there. But when I got the Quest 3, it has the mixed reality thing.
How much is it?
It was, I think it's $450 US, maybe.
I'm gonna get one then. That sounds really fun.
So, and listen, if you get it, every single week I hang out with a bunch of close friends in Big Screen, which is an app that's basically a movie theater. And I have a buddy that just has like so many movies, and he'll put them on, and we'll put on a movie and we just like talk shit the whole time, and it's
that sounds fun. I would rather compete against you in this like sound boxing game. I think that would be fucking fun.
Oh, I wish they had like a boxing thing or like a fighting thing. There is one fighting thing, and it's kind of like you're both across from each other, like your avatar, and there's like weapons around, and you like grab them and like throw them or like try and hit each other and like block each other, and you're just in one spot. But it's like they're
I mean, there's
house.
there's a Tarkov VR game. It's called like Ghosts of Tavor or something.
I play it. It's sick. The sickest thing about it is like because you're playing like Tarkov basically, but it's VR. So you take off the backpack, and you have like a gun, like you have like a tuna can, and you put it in, and you put it in, and then you're like organizing the backpack like Resident Evil style, except you're physically putting the things in. And they're like, wait, take this out. Let me put the graphics card in first, like on the side here, because it's hard to get it in. And what was really sick was one time finding a third gun, but I had two guns, and I was like, what the fuck? And like I had a big backpack, and I was like, oh wait, and I folded the stock of the gun, and then it fit in the backpack. I was like, this is so sick. And what's so funny about that game, it's like VR, and so VR changes things from flat gaming. Like the mechanics of what you could do is different. So I was playing with a buddy who's really plays the shit out of the game, and he was like, yeah, come. Oh, I hear a guy there. So he kills this guy, and he hears other guys in the hallway. He's like, watch this. And he picks up the guy's dead body, and like he brings it up to the corner, and he like sticks the feet out and wiggles it, and you just hear like 2 automatic weapons like at the body. And he's looking, he's like, yeah. And it's funny because it's VR, so like forget like emotes. It's my buddy holding the body. Look, you see his head looking back at me, and he's like, yeah. And like, but it's like a weird fucking N64 looking ass thing with weird arms, like, and it's like looks like a like an army dude, but
yeah.
So it also VR, like shit talking hits different now. It's like just different because there's body language even. So when he did that and wiggled the legs and the guys were shooting and they stop, I'm like, oh yeah, you really thought, eh guys? Oh, what'd you think? Would you think that a human would turn the corner feet first, you dummies? And he's like, okay, why don't you come out? And we're like, why don't you come here? And I'm with my buddy, and we did a pistol run like you do in Tarkov. And I'm like, bro, pass me the 7.62. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, you come here. No, load it up. Let's go. Let's get ready. I'm like, let's go, bro. We got fucking helmets on. We went all out. Let's go, man. Are you scared? You guys are scared. You flinching, shooting at the feet. And they're like, fuck you, dude. We're out of here. We're like, yeah, us too. We're out of here. You still there, eh, bitch? And like, even going like at one point, I was behind this bulletproof glass, and there is a door there, but the guy doesn't want to go to the door, but he wants to maybe get close to do something, but he doesn't have shit on him, and I'm there, and I'm like, oh, and I'm like pulling out my bag. I got a grenade. I'm like, don't fucking come here, buddy. Don't come near. He's like, you're gonna have to leave soon enough. I pull out like tuna and a spoon, and I'm like eating it, and I'm like, no, I don't. I got food and water. I'm like, how much food and water you got? You don't have a backpack. I'm like, you want some tuna? And just the VR concept of it being your body and it's not emoting and you're talking. Like when I was there and I was shit talking to those guys, I'm like, yeah, man, give me the 7.62. Like we're actually like, I'm in my kitchen, like fucking, you know, in John Wick, when they put the pistol like under his chin, like I'm like fucking scared. And I'm like, like if he saw me, he'd be like, yeah, roll these guys. This guy's brilliant.
I swear, if you were doing this to me, I'd want to be your friend. Like,
yeah, you'd be like, let's link up after that.
Team up.
Yeah, let's link up after. You'd be like, let's link up after this one. If someone
have you
said
made
that
any
to me,
friends in online through the shit talk yet? Any powerful allies?
No, I didn't. But I did go into VR chat for the first time in a long time. And like,
what is that? That's just when you're like in a
like
pretend
rooms.
coffee place, right?
It could be a billion rooms. Like for example, someone worked at a Kmart before Kmart closed. And for a school project, they had traced that legit Kmart in like Blender and had this 3D model of it. And so like VR chat came out and there's infinite room. So someone was like, oh, there's Kmart. I have a Kmart. And it's like the last living piece of an actual Kmart, like archived in VR that you can go to because this guy accurately did it. And you go there and people are like, you know, goofing around and stuff. There's a McDonald's that's very popular. Just random rooms, random shit, mystical shit. Some that I happen to like look like a very 90s basement. It could be your buddy's basement. And there's like a TV there that you could play any file or YouTube video off of. And so you could sit there and watch a movie in this 90s basement.
What do you do? Like when you're in a chat room in VR, like you just
people
talk
come
to
in,
strangers about cars?
Like well, you would go to a car one if you wanted to do that, like, you know, but like when I went on, there was just so many kids and they were saying the most fucked up stuff. And I was like, you know what? I was like, this makes sense. Everything
Dr.
is like,
what are you doing here?
I kept it appropriate. That's the difference. I'm like, this makes sense because everything is tracked. They're like, they can't have Snapchat because their parents know better. And they don't have Twitter, Facebook. It's all tracked. iMessage, their parents can see it all. But when they go in VR, on VR chat, like they can hang with their buddies and say whatever. They could do whatever they want. I went in a couple rooms that were straight up like Xbox, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty shit. And like the new version. It's like the kids, they were like, and like, there's body language once again, so it's just weird when you see these avatars, and then like you'll see this like little tiny like schoolgirl, literally like 2 inches tall, and it's like some 50-year-old man's voice coming out of it, and there's
sick.
kids in here, and you're like, yeah. And I'm like, literally, what I look like is jean shorts. I'm just jean shorts with brown boots and no upper body. It's just Shrek's head in the jean shorts. It's really weird. And like you talk and the mouth moves and people are all these different avatars. But I made a friend in there because this guy had this really realistic Unreal Engine 5, like Persian looking Uber driver that had this like laughing face that was like, and he was just and it was like super real graphics compared to everyone else. It was like Unreal Engine 5, like new version of like an avatar. And I went up to him and like, you can't copy people's avatars if they don't let you. And this was just sick when I was like, yo, that's the sickest avatar I've ever seen. And he was like, I don't normally do this, but you can clone it if you want. And like, so he went and like gave it to me. And like we're like running around like this super graphic Middle Eastern looking dude, and like so like
So you're just
I
both
did
Persian Uber drivers.
yeah, and I didn't know how to not clone it, like how to like turn that. So everyone started cloning me when they saw it.
Oh no!
So the whole room got infected, but everyone wanted a piece of it. And now all the people that were like kids running and jumping around, now they're all like this Persian dude. And I was like, I had been going around for a minute already being like, my friend, oh, my friend. And now everyone's doing it. And it's this weird microcosm of a moment where all these like people are doing the same impression of this guy. And it was just
like when that African accent got popular. Like, what did they used to say?
Why
like
are you
4
gay?
years ago?
Why are you gay?
Oh, you're talking
You
about
are gay.
the
You're talking about Knuckles. You're talking about
Knuckles.
spit on the
Knuckles,
queen.
yes.
You are the fake queen. I spit on you.
What was it? What was the thing that he said again? That was like that Knuckles thing. Whoa.
That
It went on
Africa
for
song
so long. It went on for
by
so
Toto
fucking long.
got
that
popular
thing.
at the same time.
No, I
don't
thought that
remember.
was hilarious for some reason. I really did. I can't explain it, but it
What,
really
the
tickled
Knuckles
me.
thing?
Yeah, the Knuckles thing.
Oh, do
made
you
me
know the
laugh
way?
hysterically.
Show me the way.
Oh,
That's
that's
what
what they said.
Am I
yeah.
finding out right now that this happened 10 years ago? Because that'll fuck me up.
And probably, at least 5 years ago, right?
Yeah, I'm a little creeped out by hanging out in the big rooms of creepy people, but I do like those like sports games. I like the archery shit.
Oh, they have ping pong? They have ping pong? I'm terrible at ping pong, so that's how
I
I
got
know
a
the
ping
game.
pong table.
Yeah, but this is how I know the game is like very accurate, is that I suck at it in the exact same way that I suck in real life ping pong. But the difference is because I don't have to go over and bend down and pick up this stupid fucking ball every 2 seconds. Ping pong is a billion times more enjoyable. And what's crazy is like it's mixed reality again. So like I had Freddie Wong, like we're both doing it and we're in this mixed reality. The ping pong table's in my house. It's in his house. So his avatar, which has like a Fu Manchu and like a Guy Fieri Flames shirt, is in my living room. He's there. So we play a couple rounds and like, he's like, oh, it's accurate. Cause he's doing like a spin. He's like, watch, the ball's going to spin this way like it does in real life. And it's really cool. And it's like my house. I'm like, oh, I want to roll a joint 1 second. So I go and like sit down and I'm like, oh, 2 steps to your left, there's a chair in my house if you want to sit there. He's like, hold on. He's like, let me grab a chair. So he put his own chair in his house there and sat down. So I'm rolling up. It's my house, but like Freddie's there. His avatar is like there in the chair in my house. And like, it's funny because like you see the body movements when they're talking and I'm like rolling a joint and he's there and I see him like, I know he must have a drink in his hand because his hand's going up like this. But like, it's just funny that like it's like this to a further degree, like people hanging out in Discord rooms. Like, and even if you start to think about the degeneracy of Discord rooms and stuff, like just the VR like orgies with all these weird avatar cat people in your home. Like it's your home.
Oh,
As
cat
long
people
as they
everywhere
can't-
in my home.
As long as they can't get in unless I invite them, like a vampire. Like they can't-
I'm gonna drag
your
your
room,
ass
right?
there.
I mean, I would want to experience all that VR had to offer if I got it, and it seems like that'd be pretty fun. Like
The
just
Quest
shit
3 is
talking with the
really
boys.
fucking great. The Quest 3 is
Get
great.
yourself a Quest
The
3
movie-
and we'll go hang
the
out.
movie theater,
and-
the movie theater thing. You guys can come. You love it. I swear. The racism jokes are crazy. It's I
Content.
know you boys love that.
Can't get enough
But like
of it.
we do stuff like it. Like yesterday we did it. With my buddy Steve. I don't know if you guys know Steve Saragoza. He's like does he was a YouTuber. He does YouTube stuff. He has a podcast. But he like every fucking white dude with a microphone. Am I right, boys?
No.
Yes.
But
Really.
he has
Racist.
you guys were early though. You guys were there early. But yeah, he did like all movies that have numbers in it. So like 13th Warrior, Too Fast, Too Furious. Like not a number 2. It had to have a number like 1917. And he had it on a wheel and like spun it 3 times. He got 12 Monkeys, Apollo 13, and 8 Mile. And
Room
then, like voted which
40,
one we're gonna watch.
1208,
1408.
Yeah.
Yeah.
13th Warrior is a good fucking movie.
The language scene. Every fucking guy loves that scene, eh?
I like that scene. I like the scene at the end when they're like saying that like code or creed or that little ditty that they repeat over and over. And he's like getting his sword out. He's been poisoned from the battle before, but he doesn't give a fuck. He's standing in the rain, just gaunt on the brink of death, but he's got no armor, just his fucking sword, and he's chanting that shit, and everybody's saying it in unison. And then the monster people are coming. That's a good scene.
Dude, we could have our own room, Kyle. We could wear.
What would we do in there?
Oh, we could wear.
What would it say above the door?
We could wear polo shirts and khaki shorts and have tiki torches.
Would that be our look? I want some lamb's blood above the door.
Do you, to make sure we get passed over?
Yes, exactly. By any moderation.
By any moderation. Rats, we can't shut them down. They know the code.
It's in the bylaws.
It's in the bylaws. Thankfully, we have a million ways around it.
The modern version would be a rainbow flag on the door, right?
Yeah, it
Can't
would.
get in.
It'd be like, yeah, nope.
Shit,
Actually, I'm
that's
trans,
crazy.
which means you either have to leave or give me some sort of reward or something.
Kevin Spacey should have went trans. He wouldn't have been canceled.
Oh.
People have been thinking I've been ruling not as the first female president. he's got pigtails just for that reason. Now, as a woman, you can't get me in trouble for this. You see, I've crisscrossed applesauced your own system, people, and now I'm above reproach.
Oh, I just wanted to say, like this week's hangout, I was not the one to scream at someone.
Yes, you were. You just were the second one.
I was not the one to scream at someone and then mute them.
No, you were not.
What
No,
happened?
Also, you cursed when you screamed. I think I screamed
What'd
like,
you do? You
"No,
pushed
do
the
it
shush
this
button?
way."
You pushed the shush button
did.
on someone.
You called him a shit fuck. That's how I knew you were real
Yeah,
mad.
I'd make up the worst curse word combinations that make no sense.
They're like
You
middle-aged
fucking dick
Indian
shit.
man.
What are you-
Middle-aged Indian guys always that's their curses. You fuck shit, dick
That's where
fuck.
he learned to curse.
You gotta fuck shit to get fuck. Fuck you.
I have a little guilt over it, but also he was super challenging for me. So here's what happened. First, the Hangout talked about politics for a while, where I'm like 11v1 or something. And well, that was all kind of cool for me, and I was enjoying it enough. It was, my bucket was emptying, throughout this process.
Well,
all right,
shit.
so cool. So then we go and we play the game, and someone had a question for me specifically, and the interruptions have just been wearing me down, interrupting for like an hour and 20 minutes at this point. And someone said, "Hey, Woody, I have a question for you." And then he asks the question, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, the funny thing about that." And then he interrupts. It was so deep into this. I was like, what the fuck? Why did you fucking think that was the right time for you to start? What do you need to say that's so important that you couldn't wait for the end of this sentence, that you couldn't wait for a break? And he's like, "What, you talking to me?" Like attitude about it. And it's like, oh, that's just what I needed. So I doubled down, cursed him out a bit. And then I server muted him. And really, I was only going to do it for a minute or two, but he left. So it's like once he leaves, I don't like know where. I'm not good at Discord. I can't hunt. I don't even know his name. And if he could still be for server muted. Did you say he's not server muted?
Yeah, I said like if anybody ever accused you of doing any like diddling on Discord, I'd be like, he doesn't even know how to open his messages. He doesn't even, he's got, if he looks in the top left of his Discord, it's so much red. I bet there's hundreds. I bet plus or minus 1,000 unread.
Over 1,000, I bet.
Like it's.
Where do I look?
The very top left.
By the way,
There's a little Discord face with a number on it.
All right.
Tens of
So that's not as bad.
thousands.
You'd be
This
accurate a
reminds
little
me
while
of-
ago, but now I talk smack with Chocolate Thunder all the time.
Oh, okay.
We're basketball friends. We talk trades and stats and stories. So it's
Sent,
23 unread messages.
I sent
That's not that bad
a
at all.
video here.
What you got?
It's just this is like how it's just Joe Rogan calling out Brian Callen, like, because they're just interrupting. It's just, what you just said to remind me of it, because you're like, why now? Why would now be the time for you to do that? Like,
I know that clip, and Brian Callen's not wrong. Now, I might be crazy in this. So here's what he linked to this clip. We can't show it because Joe Rogan's like super aggressive about copyright protection. But Brian Callen like gave his opinion, and then somewhere along the way, basically they interrupted him. He didn't yield the floor, and they're like, "Do you not hear him talking? Like Brian Callen needs to be quiet and let someone else talk." But if you look at the whole dynamic, I don't think Brian's wrong. He even says that. He's like, "I was talking first. You interrupted me, and now you're calling me out."
Yeah, there was like a double talk moment, and Joe decided that he wasn't going with what Brian Callen had said. So now he's focused on him. Who is that, by the way? That
I don't know that guy.
But I know there's Brendan Schaub there. But it's interesting because Brendan Schaub's also talking at the exact same time as Brian Callen. But I was like, well, how come he was? At first, I thought Joe was talking to both of them. But because I don't know where the spacing of the studio is, I don't know who's being reprimanded at first.
Yeah.
But then I see that Brian responds to the reprimanding. But yeah, it is a moment where it like he was asked and he's answering. But now I guess it's like they were both just talking for an extended period of time together, and you want someone to give up before a third party is like, yo, can one of you guys shut the fuck up? And I feel like Brian is more frequent to the show, so he chose him. Like, can you shut the fuck up? Because how could you keep talking when you're? And I'm not going to tell him to shut the fuck up, but I'll tell you to shut. Maybe he would. I don't know.
That could be it. The more frequent to the show thing. Sorry, I think I interrupted you. But
can you shut the fuck up?
Not effectively. But I think somehow Brian and Schwab have like lower social rank in the Jerry universe over there, and they're the ones who are always asked to back down now. Like they've lost the rank that they used to have. That's my reading of it.
We have like 20, 25 people in those hangouts, and but you'll see this personality trait or conversational trait repeated time and time again, where someone will ask a question directly to another individual, usually an individual who has expertise in that area. Then we got like, hey guys, my name's Bill. First time here. I grow wheat. And someone will go, wow, Bill, how much wheat do you grow? And somebody will jump in. I bet it's a lot of wheat he grows. If I could tell by there, he's got a 35 10 John Deere. I'm going to guess Bill's got 80 to 158. And it's like, what is your fucking problem, bro?
That's just man shit, though. That's
just man shit. That's just guy shit. Yeah, I can answer
like,
this
I'll
better
handle
than
this
the
one.
wheat man.
I'll handle this one.
I love
you. Don't even need him. I got
me
it.
to field this.
What happens is there'll be 25 people in the call, and one person will do like 30% of the talking. And it's like, whoa, bro, you're taking too much. You're taking way too much, and they need to be shut down. It could be done more nicely than I did it that time. What one had you so upset?
Yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist about this most recent one, Woody, because he was one of my guests. And Woody just so happens to mute someone that can't contribute to the red team now. Now, what am I supposed to believe? This is circumstantial?
Was there some sort of game happening?
Yeah, we were mid-game.
And he eliminated one of our guessers, which is beyond. It's a form of election interference.
Taylor's right. It wasn't as calculated as he's putting it out there.
It was. I don't like getting interrupted either, and I hate it when there was one guy that just kept going on and on the other day. And I was just like, I can't stand you. You're just the worst, man. You're just the worst. I'm going to turn you down. And I didn't mute him, but I turned him down to 0 so I never hear him again.
But these people are listening right now, right?
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah. They know.
There's one guy, I don't know
who's
his name.
who that they're being spoken about right now?
I mean, he was like, he had his bong in his hand and he kept
So now he definitely knows.
nonsense.
Now he definitely knows.
That
There's
guy,
any chance he's whacking off because you guys are talking about
I mean,
it?
a non-zero
I
chance.
hope so.
That particular
I
guy
mean-
also had a horrible mic. Not only did he talk the most, but he had a terrible microphone.
We have
That was
very
the-
high
You hate
audio
that,
standards.
You fucking hate a terrible
I accused
mic.
him of audio abuse.
He won't stand for it. He won't
hates
fucking
it.
stand for
He
it.
loses it.
But 25 of us in there, and if anybody had like, people will message me privately and they'll post in the Discord like, "Hey, I know the Hangout's coming up. I got a Shure SM7B. What do you think? Do you think Woody's gonna look? I need one of those cloud filters because I really don't want to blow Woody out on my first take. I want to do good at this. It's like he's meeting somebody's parents for the first time. He's trying to make a good
terrible.
impression.
Dude, so
Because he
many
knows-
hangouts, I'll feel
You know,
like
short fuse Woody's just this close from calling him a shit
Not
fuck
fair. It's
bastard.
been 5 months since I called anyone a cockfuck or something like that.
You shit fuck.
you know those like the way Kitty on Always that 70s show would like have two sides of the family there and they'd be bickering and Kitty's like, "Oh, we're all just having such a fun time on Thanksgiving, aren't we?" Like that's how I feel like in the Hangouts when these things start going down, because I'm like, yeah, we can all get along, right, guys? We can all just have a fun time playing code names with each other, right? And
I've been in some of the
Sometimes-
most awkward
sometimes no.
I've been in some of the most awkward Discord conversations ever. Like I'll just be chilling and there'll be like 5 or 6 guys in there and they're 3 of them are playing a game together, 2 of them are watching a movie together. Like everybody's doing their own kind of thing. And then 2 guys got into an argument that devolved into them comparing like bank accounts and incomes in like the nastiest, most condescending, like kind of way. And I'm just listening. And I'm just listening. And every now and at one point, one of the guys is like, "Oh yeah, let's just so you know, nobody in this call, and I mean nobody likes you, and they've all told me that." And I'm like, first of all, that's true, but god damn, don't blow my spot here. I'm here tolerating him because I'm a nice guy. But I'm just
like
like,
a
I don't
middle
know,
school lunch table in there sometimes.
it
I
was
can't
so
recall
it was
Taylor.
awkward.
I can't recall Taylor flipping out on anybody, but when Kyle does it, it makes me feel like I'm not alone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is
Yeah.
vindication for you because I do eventually lose it. It's like a they have to do the same thing like
Mhm.
over and over and over. It's never one little infraction. It's like they keep talking over people and they keep and like I want to hear what somebody's saying because they'll be one of those subject matter experts. Like,
Mhm.
or maybe like one of our guys just bought like a $25,000 machine gun and he's telling us about it. And it's like, I'm into that shit, you know. I'm like, I think it's a good investment, honestly. I
Can't
think
you
it's a
have
solid
someone
one.
have everyone like muted and like
Oh.
flip them on and
I do
don't know
want
a
it
way
to
to
be
do that.
kind of like a
You want it to be a
town
real
hall
conversation.
kind of thing. Yeah, we're not Nazis, you know. We just there's going to be some overlap here and there. That's natural conversation. What I don't want is like, why are you interrupting the Israeli tank commander? That's the classic one when we had an
Yes.
Israeli tank commander and we were like, tell us, what's it like an Israeli tank? And somebody else
And air
interrupted.
conditioning questions.
Somebody interrupted and was like, actually, the and I'm like, motherfucker, Colonel fucking Justine is about to tell us he's not just the guy in a tank. He commands like 8 of them at a time or something. He's the guy, and like and interrupts that guy on that question. Like I'd had my limit. I lost.
Yeah, yeah. I lost my.
Just when
Oh,
everybody
one
can-
thing. There's different levels of like bad behavior to me. Like a bad mic is one thing, you know, but if it's a bad mic that never turns off, then that's something worse. If it's an interruption where maybe 2 people were racing to a joke or something, that's nothing. But if I say like, "Hey Taylor, I have a question. I noticed your background does this," and then some other guy jumps in and interrupts you, that's like the highest level of interruption. There was a setup to it. There was a whole thing. I grade it. I try to think it through. I think I lost my mind this weekend.
we usually chat a bit, and in the background or sometimes the foreground, depending on how aggressive it gets, we play some sort of a word game or something. For a while, we tried to play this game called Scriblio, which is a little bit like Pictionary, except everybody's, you know, you draw on with your mouse and you quickly try to type your answers in before everybody else. And
kind
Taylor
of
was
gay ass
so
nights
good
you
at.
guys having. Why don't you just whack off at this point?
It was so
we do
fun.
that too.
Scriblio's the
What's that?
best.
Why
game.
That's
don't
when
you
Taylor
guys get
lost
down
all
on
his
that
friends.
total war that total war shit you guys
Because we got
fucking-
25 people.
Dude,
But,
the
it needs to be like
yeah,
a,
one at a
a
time.
browser game.
I won in a room of 25 people. I won so many games of Scriblio in a row that the entire
Scriblio.
Discord vetoed it as a game from now on. We can't play because I thrashed you hard.
It cracked me up because there was one game where they're like, you know what? Fuck first place. The real winner of this game is
Oh, I
second.
actually
And
know
that's
this
the
game.
one
I've played
time
this.
Taylor got second.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he won.
Undefeated.
He won. I don't know if you ever lost a game. I think you did. I think maybe Robot won a game.
He's smart.
I was leading in one game, and I felt like I wasn't even wrong. I was just slow, and you dropped to like sixth. It's like, holy fuck, being a little bit slow, and I mean like a second and a half, like 1.5 seconds. You need to be within 100th of a second or a tenth of a second. And I can't type fast enough to keep up with Taylor, and I'm not quick enough, I guess, because he dominated. I was part of the veto organization. I was like, hey, everybody gather around. Taylor ain't here yet, but you remember what happened last
You
time,
guys got
right?
25 people though together. You guys should be doing like Unreal Tournament 2001, setting up private lobby. That's sick.
Some of these
What
people
is
are on their
Unreal
phone
Tournament?
and tractors.
Some boomer shit.
Yes.
Guys are fucking-
They do. There are other.
One guy
cell phones
live
driving a
streams
tractor.
while he does landscaping. Like
He
the other
does.
guy he'd like farms
In Hawaii.
In
It's
Hawaii.
been a while
yeah.
since anyone had sex on the call, but
Yeah, we used to have
Someone had sex on the
Let's-
call?
Let's fucking keep
really
it that way.
awkward sex. Taylor
it was
hates
heterosexual sex.
Let me just say, if anybody's out there and you want to come like put on a fuck show in our hangouts, we could probably get you a discount, slide you in there. It'd be good advertising. Think about it this way. You got 25 guys in there who all plugged down $50 just to hang out with the three of us. Just imagine what they would pay, to watch you and your lady get after. You could come in there, put on a little awkward fuck show, and I'll tell you what else. It would be so awkward. Taylor hates it. Taylor
Don't
gets
like
all like Taylor gets all red faced and fidgety. And he's just like, oh, yeah, maybe we play a little. Maybe
Scriblio, anyone?
Scriblio, anyone?
Code names, anything,
We're
but
going to
whatever the
private
fuck
chat,
is
me and
happening
you.
here.
All right,
It-
me and you,
it-
Scriblio, 1v1 private chat. Let's get out of here.
Let's get
It's
out
funny.
of
You
here.
can see the difference in like attitudes towards this stuff between Taylor and I, because Taylor is like, "This is inappropriate." And I'm like, "I agree. This camera should be 3 feet to the right. Like, I can't
Lift
see
your
what I'm
leg.
looking for."
Oh, yeah.
It's all cock and ass from here this angle. You got to lift your leg.
But now you guys will never beat the allegations if one day a 17-year-old comes and joins the
We
room for a
ID.
game.
We
And then-
ID.
You can't be 17 and come play.
No, you gotta be an
Scriblio?
adult.
Kicked him
No,
out.
you
yeah,
gotta
be 18
somebody
to get
tried to
in.
join early once, or young, I
Yeah.
should say, not early.
Get out of
Yeah.
here, you.
Technically,
We're not.
we're adults
See,
only.
that's what's
You gotta
crazy.
be a grown-up.
PKA is doing it. The doc can do it. So fucking crazy, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's not hard. Just keep it so it's all adults.
It's easy, not hard.
Easy peasy.
Taylor, you ever have to ID a young lady?
No, because I'm not dancing around with fucking girls who are on that border. That's crazy.
No, to be honest, like
Really?
a girl could be 25. A girl could be visibly 25. Like I would check that ID.
Really?
Visibly
100%.
25.
Yeah, like even if I'm like for sure, there's no shot. Because my buddy put it once, and I think it's accurate. He's like, when they're young, like because their face is this big, and that's true. Like their face is literally that big. And he's always like, I don't like little faces. He's like, I like women. I don't like little faces like that. That's true. The face is little. Once
I
he
guess
said that,
I've
I
never
always saw that.
noticed.
But
Little
even if
kid
it's like
faces.
not a little face, I'm still like, yeah, I would be like, yeah, check the ID here, like this. I mean, I haven't really been in the situation in a
Taylor
long
doesn't give a
time.
damn. He doesn't even look at the ID.
But
Smart
there
him.
because once dating apps came out, like the age was there, like it was
Yeah.
a thing. And
How do dating apps age check people? Like, what's to stop a 16-year-old from getting on Tinder?
I think I had to like take a picture of my ID last time I was on it.
Yeah, you take a picture of your ID and then a picture of your face, and they have to match.
Yeah, yeah.
And
You
it's,
know what's
and it's
crazy
a
about
little
that?
fidgety. It's
You know
So
what's
it would
crazy
tell
about
you
that?
if you were like a verified account. And
know
so
what's
like
crazy about that?
if you like uploaded a picture of your ID and then it was like hold your camera up and it'll take a picture of your face. It'll like confirm like, all right, this is the same person that's on the ID, and then you get a little check mark or whatever it
Yeah.
is next to your name,
Hmm.
so you can tell who's verified.
I had that on Twitter so that you could like collect monetization from it. It does that thing. It's like prepare your passport and be in a lit up room because we're about to fucking film everything, bro. But it's crazy because you do that and you did it for the dating app, and all of that information got sent to Mossad agents.
Yes.
And when you say anything bad on social media, like you don't want to give any more
I've been
of your
3D
money,
scanned
they're gonna know that it was you.
Yep.
And just watch out for your phone, bro.
They're gonna frame me.
They're your phone. They're gonna fucking.
They're gonna hack my phone.
They're gonna blow your head up.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been 3D
Blow
scanned.
me up like the
whole
fucking-
thing.
Is this for the prison thing or the gun thing?
Oh, that was a different kind of scan. That's just to
What
make
was
sure you have
that?
anything in your butthole. So when you go to prison, one of the things I was dreading the most about like opening that first day of prison was like the shakedown where they're gonna like look at my butthole or something. I didn't know what the process was. I've just seen movies, but it was a medical scanner. You just walk in front of a like medical scanner or whatever. And I was like, this is the best prison
That's
Hey
ever.
Kyle, my name is Medical Scanner.
Yeah, on TV they have you bend over and spread your cheeks.
Nothing like that. No.
Yeah,
Walking.
maybe it used to be.
Oh, I'm sure. I bet it still is in certain places. I
Mm.
know that it still is in certain places, at every level of like penitentiary. But
Yeah.
they had a scanner at this place, at this federal place, and not only was it better for me, it's better for them, right? Because
Oh yeah.
they know there's nothing way up there, Morty. Like,
could be.
like
You better check.
there's not though. They could see through
With
my
the medical
body.
scanner, there's
Yeah, you like I could see my organs.
Nah,
and
I'm
shit.
getting
They
out
showed-
my fucking shoehorn and taking a look.
They showed me the scan, like we're looking at it happen on the screen, and it's like that's fucking cool. I'm like, so no butthole stuff.
Could you see
Nah.
your dick on the scan?
Oh yeah, you can see everything. It was 3-dimensional. Yeah.
Did you fluff a little before you got in there, just to
Oh, I was dude.
just so
I
you
was,
could impress the guy, the guard?
dude. I was walking into prison day one. I was hard as a rock. Hard as a rock.
Good for
Showing
you.
exerting dominance.
I took 3 Blue Chew. Got her good and fired up before I walked in the door. I wanted everybody to know I was
that
happy
you
to
were
be
down
there.
for whatever was on. The
Whatever
table.
was coming my way, I was going to be up for it. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. No, you could absolutely see your dick in the thing. I think you could even see like poop in my like digestive tract. It was
Whoa,
not
That's cool.
It was
Little
an
did they know that
embarrassing-
poop they saw was going to be there
Never
for another
coming
6
out.
weeks.
they do a scan as I leave. I'm like, that's what in the fuck?
It was like that King of the Hill episode where he gets an impacted
I
colon.
recognize this corn.
Like, that's how you know that like mental stuff really does have massive physical effects. That are outside of like what's actually going on in the room, whether it's hot or cold or or whatever. Because I was so goddamn stressed out. I've never been constipated in my life, ever, but weeks of not shitting. It was just absurd.
I'd
I
never
would-
been
I would go to the
constipated in
doctor.
my life, and then I was like constipated like 3 times in the last 5 years. Like usually from flying, but like I was just like, so this is it. I honestly didn't really believe anyone before.
Thought there was a grand conspiracy.
I was like, come on, you can't shit.
You guys must not get injured a lot. You come out of surgery, I don't know what they put in you, the narcotics, the Oxycontin, I don't know what it is, but it constipates the fuck out of me.
Opiates. Yeah.
Yeah, so now I've got like a broken leg and toilet problems. I'm not digging it.
That's what
If I
killed
have,
Elvis.
I can't remember the last time I was constipated. Like it was probably like if I was like a kid and couldn't shit. I don't even remember. Like
Damn.
I don't think I have been. If I have like a shit issue, it's because it's coming out right just now. And like even then, that doesn't happen ever really because I'm an adult who you shit in the morning and that kind of takes care of that.
I'm gonna send you some poorly made chili. We can ruin anybody with this shit.
You don't even.
Oh,
Woody,
that's
what
so
kind of
funny.
beans is she putting in that chili?
Fucking poison beans. I don't know. This is magic beans. They grow bean stalks in your goddamn belly. They're terrible.
I make a damn good chili. I feel like I need to send over
I'm a chili guy.
a recipe.
Yeah. Dude, I went to it was a party for paramotor people, and they had chili there, and everyone's joking. Everyone's seen the video. They're all like, Woody, they got chili here. You won't. It's like, no. You don't get it. I like chili. I think chili's great. You've never had my wife's chili. It's a different thing. You wouldn't like it.
Did you ever like just get to the bottom of what she was doing so incorrectly?
I just turned that hose off. We just need to stop. Like, I don't want to keep messing.
He was talking so much shit on her chili, and she had snuck up right behind him to listen to it all. That was a fun moment.
It was hilarious. Yeah, because
It's hard to fuck up chili because it's just like beans and ground beef and chili
tomato
seasoning.
paste. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff. I put cocoa powder in mine.
Why?
And Worcestershire sauce. So it adds a added depth of flavor, Taylor. It's delicious.
Okay, I believe you.
It does.
I'm not a big
I
chili
like
guy.
bell peppers. I like bell peppers in there.
like chili
Put some
very much.
put jalapenos
Why?
in mine. I like it to be really
Chili's
fucking
so fun.
spicy.
And I don't. It's just like it's just kind of like gruel.
You like a sloppy Joe though? What if you put it in a sandwich?
No, sloppy joes are just worse than burgers in every measurable way. Burgers beat the shit out of a sloppy joe. It's just a worse burger that you get messy eating. It doesn't have cheese on it. Fuck it. No.
Well,
None of
a
that.
turkey sandwich is a worse burger too, but I still fuck with turkey sandwiches.
That's fair. But yeah, no, the sloppy joe. I guess it's because all my sloppy joe memories come from like grade school lunches because it was something my mom never made. Ever.
I was physically in a not such a cool place whenever I was eating a sloppy Joe. To be honest,
Whenever
lunch
when I
room.
think of sloppy Joe, I do think
creepy
that it
neighbor's
enhances
house.
the bun. Right, a burger only has a negative effect as that awful oil drips into the bun, but a sloppy Joe can turn the bun into a treat too.
Oh, I love that awful oil.
Yeah,
I've been making
I
Italian.
love the awful
Different
oil
chains on this
also.
one.
Yeah, the awful oil.
But I do agree that you like like a sloppy Joe. You don't even have to eat it like a burger. You could just like.
I don't like overly messy burgers. Like
You just
those.
chop up the bun
Like
in a bowl.
we've all seen those videos that are like engagement
Brunswick stew.
bait, where it'll show some delicious looking burger on a brioche
Talking to him
bun.
right here, bro.
Perfect.
You're talking
And then
to the guy right
someone
here.
dumps like nacho cheese on the top of it and then like cuts it through the middle as it's sopping in disgusting cheese. And it's like,
That's literally me.
like you've ruined the burger. You've ruined it. You've taken something fun and easy to eat and you've made an ordeal out of it. Now you've put me on a timer to eat this before it becomes a sopping wet.
Am I the only one that's
lunch.
completely unfamiliar with this genre of videos? Kyle talks about the try-on girls. I'm like, yeah, I'm 3 weeks in front of you on this one. Taylor talks about pouring cheese on food. I'm like, what? This is what you're
I
watching?
don't know what you're talking about. It's all over social media. It's all I'm served. They're just burger abomination videos. That's the.
I've been making Italian beef. Like I've made it twice
It looked
now.
good. It looked very.
I was
good.
watching that show. Can you show my Italian beef, Zach? It's just the stuff. It's just in the slow cooker.
might get age gated.
Age-gated?
Show Kyle's Italian beef.
I've been watching that show, The Bear, and they run like an Italian beef. Oh man, that looks a lot better on my phone.
I saw a thing that was like it was a clip for a picture from that show of him yelling,
It's good.
Yeah.
and he was like, he's like, someone ordered food from my restaurant, and it's freaking so hectic. But here, I think Taylor was talking about this.
Yeah.
that I just linked in there.
Let me
You
see.
can show it. I know the guy. It'll be okay.
Okay. Oh shit. It's true.
I know the guy.
The first burger, that first clip at the beginning. I think it'll.
Yes.
It's gonna play right here. All bad burgers. All bad burgers. Not just that one where it's leaking.
Jesus Christ.
Ugh. Yeah. That.
Yeah. That Juicy Lucy.
Was
right.
the food on your show often not very fun to eat?
The ingredients were fun. So like 90% of the time, putting it together, you were eating the components. Like throughout the day. Like that big ass, ugly ass burger, there was patties and cheese being made from the beef, and so we would eat burgers because we're here for like 10 hours sometimes. Or we got a bunch of food. But yeah, there were some shit ones. There was some straight up fully like
Dude, remember-
compromised, unsafe shit.
Honest, I think we noped out on eating the that sled of meat that we fed those people in Killington. Like
Yeah.
we sort of let them go at it like a group of wolves, and they really went at it. Some of those guys were so into what they were doing, like ripping and tearing meat with their bare hands, and it was a bit much.
Now you forever you smashing a glass bottle, You guys, you and Muscle's glasses, like doing the whole fucking knife and the glass bottle and scooping it, like, is just insane. Every time I watch it back.
Oh, super
But
dangerous.
I literally can't talk about anything, and I bring it up every single time. Can't talk about anything without, and how crazy you are, other than the fucking door flying by you. That fucking truck door that flies right by you. I think about that shit, like, whenever I'm like, this is crazy. It's crazy that, like, this fucking breaking the glass to eat is like this truck door flew by you. Like, it was so close. And you stood there and didn't move an inch. Dimitri didn't move an inch. He's a, look at that. That's crazy. An inch. 1 inch was moved. 1 inch was moved. I was smiling at the camera.
Yeah, because in that moment, part of you is like,
this
is going to be a great clip.
Yeah. My
fucking
only
crazy.
thought in that moment is did that hit anybody behind me? Because there's 8 people there or something like that. There's like a high speed photographer.
Who else
his
did
crew.
it miss? How close? It must have
Everybody.
gone close to the cameraman.
We had
That's
new
so
cameramen there
crazy.
that day. I had like 3 or 4 high speed guys working that day that I had only used that one time. That I had never met them before. Like this is their introduction to what we do here, and it's my great hope that they're going to want to work with me more. You know what I mean? I'm selling myself as much as they're selling themselves. I'm hoping we forge a relationship because they're like 40 minutes away and they do high speed shit, and Richard Ryan is like in LA. So that door went by them, and the guy just went, "Holy shit!" And I'm just like, "Is everybody okay?" And it's like, yeah, but there was
They're like, "We're leaving," and Gator was
Did it
like,
work with
"I
you
got
again?"
it. I got it.
No, no, they were $5,000 a day anyway. It was like,
And that's something like that's considered a faux pas in that industry. They consider that an oversight.
Oh, this is my favorite story.
see, that's
I don't
safe.
know if I can
That-
tell it.
Oh well, yeah, you can tell it. Yeah, but that's not the exact moment.
I think you've told this story on the show.
Zach, if you want to find the clip from the actual video where the gun goes up into the air, like if you can find that moment, but tell it, Woody.
I get so FPS is shooting the gun. It's this fully automatic. It shoots big old rounds.
Yeah,
and
right?
I don't know how far does a round go, Kyle. 5 miles.
That's 7.5 miles.
7.5 miles.
So crazy. How big is it, by the way?
40 millimeter. The bullet is about as long as your forearm is. It's about, if you like 40 millimeter grenade launcher. This is a 40 millimeter anti-aircraft gun. It was on battleships and stuff. It was one of the smaller armaments. There you go. Yeah.
Can you mute it? So there's a dial on the side near his knee, and I guess you're supposed to hold that while you operate the gun, but he didn't know that. Hopefully I'm telling all this right.
Yeah.
And by not holding it, every time the gun fires, it kind of goes a little higher, little higher, little higher, little higher. So FPSRussia shoots it, and they get a really good take, and it's pretty badass. And then after the camera stops, he's like, "Why is it pointing up now?"
Oh, I knew why it was pointing up. I said, "Where the fuck did that go?"
and then I just
see that's
shot,
one.
You
can
see it
see
went
the
up
recoil.
a little bit. And then he's like, "What's over there?" And I think the answer was Nashville or something. Like
that. It was like horse
Memphis,
farms.
something
Horse
like that.
farms.
Yeah,
See, I'll be honest. Listen, I know it's weird because it was like my heyday too, but like I think I would say this anyways. This is peak YouTube right here.
Yeah,
This is like peak YouTube.
So there's a little. So there's I did some editing there, right?
Yes, I saw.
The gun barrel went one. It hit the barrels. Then the second shot cut a tree in half. The third shot hit the top of those trees, and then the fourth or fifth or whatever went off into the distance, miles and miles away. But obviously, I edit the impacts of them just like hammering home safely and the dirt berm and everything. Like
you know that video there, and you're like about to shoot the mannequin, and you're like, "Wait, put an afro on it." And they're like, "Why, Kyle?" And you're like, "Shut up and put an afro on it."
I can remember
we had to. That's more
consoling in
incendiary.
Kyle. So when I was never as big as you guys, but when I was at my own peak, everybody hated me. There were channels dedicated to just tearing me down, and it sucked. And I remember I was talking to Kyle once, and I'm like, man, like it's kind of rough over here. Everyone's giving me a hard time. And he's like, here, look, I'm getting the details wrong, but he's like, I'm Soldier of Fortune's unsafe operator of the month. I was like, all right, I'll follow your lead.
Yeah, I was they named me the irresponsible gun owner of the day. And so
You're like, that's the point.
So I made a shirt that said irresponsible gun owner and sold thousands of them.
Nice. That's how you win.
I don't know. I lost my hearing. They might have been on something. They were mad about like not using safety gear, but part of the joke initially, especially, was I was using gaming headsets instead of ear pro, and I just thought that was so funny. Like even if nobody got that joke, it tickled me so much to have. I would have Tritons on and like shooting machine guns, and then the next week I'd have Turtle Beach. I had every headset. I'd have
like
Turtle Beaches on.
Gunner glasses. Remember that era of Gunner glasses?
I wore those. Yeah, that was another like. This is so funny to wear the
my
fucking
normie
gaming
friends
glasses.
thought Gunner glasses were the funniest things ever. Like they saw it once, like Gunner glasses, and I was like, yeah, it's supposed to be good for gaming or something, and that blew my friends away. They were like, what the fuck?
I have a friend that today in 2024, like we'll be gaming on Discord, and like sometimes we'll have our cameras on, like chatting, hanging out, and like we'll be about to like start playing AOE or whatever, and I'll see him like put on his fucking yellow tinted like
yeah.
And I want to be like, you're such a normal guy. Like, you're such,
Are they still in business?
Yeah.
I don't think they're
Did you
gunners,
ever
but,
meet
like,
with those
something
people?
like
Me? Yeah. I have a big beef with them.
Oh no! Did
With
they not
guns?
pay you?
They interrupted him.
No, here's
Interrupt
what
me
happened.
once?
So I'm like 38 at this point or something like that. And I'm in the you remember that $1 million contest they had? I was in the first one. And when all the contestants got like a goodie bag or something. So we're in this long line, me and all the kids who are, playing this game. And I wait and like whatever, like 6 minutes later, it's my turn, and they're like, no. And I'm like, what? And they're like, it's just for contestants. And I'm like, I am a contestant. And it, like non-verbally, it was like, whatever, Dad, you're not getting a goodie bag. And that was that. Like, they just wouldn't believe that I was
so annoying about that is all those kids at that Call of Duty tournament all became millionaires. Multi-millionaires, like FaZe Clan stocks and all that jazz, and 100 Thieves and whatnot. And those little fuckers got the gunners and you didn't.
That's why they got so good with the gunners.
So they later, I was like, all right, forget it. Like, I'm no longer a fan of gunners. I'm off. They're not cool to me anymore. And to say they begged is just fucking true. They begged to get me back on.
And I was like, I don't know if that will suffice as an apology.
No,
I want my goodie bag.
I was embarrassed, and humiliated in front of Optic
they're like,
Nugget.
Please, and I'm like, no, we will never work together again. And I stuck to it. So I turned down.
When I 360 no scope, it's going to be with my own.
You gave White Boy 7th Street a bag. We're done here.
No, he wasn't in it.
No, I don't think he was. I remember that show. Or maybe I do. That's the one that was like
he was in LA. I think it was the.
Was this an Alki?
It was like
event?
in this weird building that like
Activision. It was at the
COD XP. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah,
COD
it was
XP?
at a COD. It was at the first COD XP.
Yeah. I remember that thing. Yeah, I remember the VIP room being super lame. I remember there was some kind of controversy about somebody didn't get let in. There was always some kind of fucking silly high school drama, which I thought was hilarious because you had this mixture of like 17, 16-year-old gamers with all the way up to like you were the senior, I think, tour guy at the time at the ripe age of 38. But like it was funny to see drama amongst such a diverse group of like ages and peoples, and it was constant. It was funny.
I remember I forget who it was. Fisticuffs started making hate videos about me, and he called me titties for like 8 months. And apparently he saw someone with like man tits at this Machinima Directors like in real life event, And it wasn't even me. I didn't go to that event.
Yeah.
But he was convinced that person was me and called me titties for the longest time. And it was like, it's not even me. Like, you're the idiot. But
There was
childhood drama.
I saw this clip. It was like from a Call of Duty tournament. This guy on the opposite teams, they were beefing. He was like, "Yeah, kill yourself."
There's
Hey.
titties.
There's old titties.
Thanks, Zach.
That's Zach's screensaver.
That was good. You must whack off in the mirror these days.
That was a fast bring up.
Yeah, wait, a little too
You
fast.
whack off in the mirror.
He just
or
went
not?
F6.
Yeah. Yeah. Of
Good.
course, just
Yeah,
in
you
the
have
gym,
to.
there's mirrors everywhere.
How's he going to look at your form?
The backstroke.
Yeah, the backstroke. That's exactly it.
You guys ever go to Top Golf?
No, but I
You
want
guys
to.
gotta
It
go
looks
Top
fun.
Golf. It's so fun. It's just a driving range, but they have like goofy little games to play. You're in a booth, and the waitress comes by and brings you like alcohol or
What kind of
nasty little
games do they
pretzel
make out
things.
of driving? Other
Well,
than
you could hit it into these different holes. So if you randomly just hit it and you're not that good, it's gonna still give you some points. So it's kind of like bowling with your friends when none of you are good bowlers. Like who knows who's just gonna have a great day today. And it's just fun because you're there. But they do have like Angry Birds, so you could hit the ball and there's a screen there that shows you where the castle would be. So your ball is gonna hit something, and also it's like luck based too. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's just a ton of different.
sounds like the Peggle of golf. Like
Peggle's awesome. Peggle's a great game. I won't
Peggle
Wouldn't you
is
rather
great.
have a guy
I
out
love
there?
Peggle. Love Peggle.
Wouldn't you rather have a guy out there in like a costume talking shit? Like you know,
Yeah,
the
but
dunk
there's
tank?
a car. There is a car always scooping
Yeah.
the balls up, and they're like, "Don't aim at the car."
You can aim it. You can aim at the car.
Everyone, you get
I'm
no
telling you.
points, but they should make it for points.
there's
I
no
would-
association between where I aim and where the ball goes.
Yeah,
driving
that's part of
ranges
the
are
And
problem.
I
fine.
think it
You
should
gotta
be
work as a
another
team.
service. Like you can go to Top Golf, or you can go to Bottom Golf. And Bottom Golf is you put on a suit and you run out there and get hit by the balls.
Oh, I
and
thought
you
it was
get
going to be
points.
like for gay guys.
You guys can go to Top Golf.
Welcome
too.
to Bottom Golf.
Yeah, you guys go to Top Golf.
We got
If I were
balls and
gay, I
balls.
would only go to Top Golf. That's the gay guy I would be.
You'd be the top.
Maybe I'd go to Power Bottom Golf.
Okay, that's after you've mastered Top Golf, though.
Is a power bottom just bottoms complimenting themselves? Like, is there
No,
any
they're
like?
producing a lot of the movement and then flow down there.
How much of that is bottom propaganda, though?
90% of that movement is all power bottom. Isn't that?
That's what Big Bottom wants you to believe.
That's what God wants you to believe. That's right. That's right.
Uh-huh.
I just remember that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia,
Yeah.
where he was, where they were defining what a power, and the guy wasn't gay. The guy wasn't gay. I think that's what it turned out to be.
No,
I've been
he wasn't.
watching Old Sunnies, and there's an episode where Mac and Charlie fake their own death because Mac's father's supposedly going to come kill him, and they go to a pawn shop get like a gun, a grenade, a wedding dress, and poppers. Like that's their shopping list, and like Mac's wearing the wedding dress, shooting the gun at a car while Charlie holds poppers to his nose, and I was like, I had forgotten that this. I waited long enough between rewatches. It's like inhalant type sex drug that's pretty popular with homosexuals. That
I
gives
thought
you
it was
like
the
a
small
intense-
confetti thing at children's parties.
Those
That's
are also
popper
poppers.
also,
Those are
yeah.
party poppers.
Okay.
Although if you Google popper party on the internet, and not party poppers, you might get a different
So
view.
the poppers themselves are to like make your dick hard, right, or something?
No,
Yeah.
it's like not only is it like giving you like a euphoric head rush type thing, it's like loosening your butthole and making it easier for entry potentially, or your vagina. There's a whole subreddit of
I don't
like
have a vagina.
Yeah.
it's called, first of all, it's a front hole. Let's not be discriminatory.
Okay,
Yeah, Jesus
I'm
Christ.
comfortable.
Welcome to
comfortable
2024,
with that.
bigot.
If you put
I'll
me
do
in
that. I'll do that. I'm cool with that.
a front hole, who says that?
You know
I've
who
been,
says
I've been
that.
calling a lot of people
No
they
one
them.
actually says that.
They them's just
They
easy
absolutely
way.
do say that.
Who? Like the far progressive loons?
Yeah,
Them.
yeah, absolutely.
People who don't identify as
Non-menstruating persons. That's who.
That's so,
Disney.
that's so insane.
Disney executives.
Yeah, that shit's not happening here in Missouri. That's nobody says fucking front hole.
We'll
But
see.
Disney's
I
gonna buy
think-
Missouri and make you gay.
I
they
think-
better not. Better not make us gay.
Well, then you better vote.
Yeah.
for
I
who?
hear next year is Pride year.
That's what I've been saying that to myself. Not enough of our year is about niche political causes. There needs to be more.
Taylor,
Why just February for Black History? Let's give them a whole quarter. How about that?
Yeah.
a quarter of
Yeah.
what?
They can have, I don't know,
Just a
Q4.
quarter, 25
How about
cents.
how about
Q4?
three?
Not until
about
Israel is
3/5 of the year?
defeated.
No, I think every month should be Israeli funding month. I guess it is. But that's what we need. We need more.
You gotta
Israel
let
history
one of
month.
these go. You can't hold on to all of these fucking personal. You gotta let one of them go. And you know it's Israel, okay? Taylor, if you had to put money on it right now, who you voting on? Do you think it's Trump or a Biden most likely for?
Who do I think is going to win?
What do you think? Yeah, like skew it percentage wise. Like if you had like 52-48, like what do you think the skew is?
Do I have to pick between Biden and Trump, or can I throw a
I
different?
would ask you to choose between Trump
Can
and
you
Democrat.
disregard
Trump and Democrat? Okay, I'm going to say.
Oh,
I'm going to say 55% Democrat, 45% Trump.
Really?
My
You think
goodness.
Trump's the underdog right now?
I do. Yeah, I think
significantly.
it's a lot of time to pass, and the Democrats can put someone else in. Maybe I'm because I'd rather Trump win, so maybe I'm just being pessimistic and not being realistic looking at it. But
nobody that can beat Trump can run.
I'm the inverse of you in every way. I would rather the Democrats win, but I'm 55% Trump will.
Okay, but like I wouldn't be blown away to see either one. Like it doesn't seem like anyone has a big lead here.
I think that Trump hasn't named his VP yet, and as long as he doesn't do anything stupid with his VP pick, I think it's lights out, because the VP debate comes up at some point, right? And Vivek Ramaswamy would wipe the fucking floor with Kamala. Or I keep getting corrected on how to pronounce her name, but I don't mean to disrespect when I call her Kamala. I just thought that was her fucking made up stupid name.
I think it is Kamala.
Kamala's the right Kamala, like the punctuation Kamala.
Camelot.
Anyway, I think Ramaswamy wipes the floor with her. She seems like a little slow to me. Like she can't keep.
Here's what happens
either.
in Woody World: 1% chance of it being right. Kamala does well in the debate against Trump, and Buttigieg wipes out Vivek.
Well, Kamala doesn't debate Trump though. Who does she?
She
debate?
would if she was running for president. That's how.
Oh, you think they're going to pull Joe?
Ooh, she's too unpopular.
Why would they pick her?
Replacement.
Because she has the infrastructure in place. She gets all the money that was currently donated to the same campaign.
Does this involve 25th Amendment, like pulling Joe out of office? And I
think he announces he's not going to run again, and they let him gracefully be a one-term president.
Don't you think that him admitting that he can't continue to run is him admitting he can't fulfill his office right this moment?
Yeah, we already know.
You know what? There were people who make that argument, but you could easily say, I just don't see myself being ready for 4 more years. He wants to spend time with his family.
Heading out. You don't have much more left, or you can remember which one's which, Joe. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we're seemingly kind of past that point.
It looked bad, man.
You think Trump would end the war in Russia if he got elected?
Yes.
Hope so.
By what? Giving Russia everything they want?
It's like Ronald Reagan said,
like,
you can have
on,
peace and you can have it today. All you need to do is surrender.
Yeah, hopefully he would slow down funding wars all over the planet. That'd be a good win. But I don't even have
freedom fighters.
He's he's big Israel.
He loves Israel.
He's big Israel.
As do we.
He's a huge fan.
He wouldn't pull funding out of that conflict.
I'm trying to point at Taylor. It's so hard with the perspective.
You're so far in the wrong direction.
That's not where you are on my screen?
No, you need to go towards your microphone.
Total opposite. You're pointing like off of the
I'm pointing to where I see you. I see you there.
I got him here.
I see
that's
Harley.
No, that's me, dude.
What is over there?
That's me. Yo, Mossad, if you're listening, dude, I don't know why he's pointing at me.
I'm one of you.
It is hard. I can do Taylor. He's simple. Kyle's this way. It's really harder than you think.
This is
and there's Jesus Christ. I can't. All right.
Yeah, but
I think right now, I think that it's
there's an incredible amount of people watching that would be like, how the hell did the Jews
President
do this?
Ramaswamy.
How did the Jews do this?
Zach, timestamp the beginning of this
Taylor wants to censor
conversation
my words
up till now. No, literally, like, well, this is the kind of thing that would get us like actually banned. So, like, dude, talking about
mute it, but
about doing that to a president, I'm 100% serious.
Talking
like,
about it hypothetically happening, I think that's just.
Have
fine.
you seen people on Twitter like having the fucking FBI
happened?
come to their house? Some
what's
Democrat staffer said something along the lines of what you guys just said, and had the FBI knocking on his door.
They talked about a hypothetical scenario where one president.
Yeah, take it out. I like coming to the country. I got trips coming out. Yeah, I think so.
And this is a bit. So no, this whole section has to be
keep
gone.
this party where I'm
Big
saying,
Taylor,
I also think
Big Taylor silencing.
Big Taylor shutting down conversation.
Can I have the floor for a second? So we had to change topics. We were worried that this would get us in trouble with the law. Harley, if you could download a talent like the Matrix, what would you pick?
language.
Oh,
Which one?
Multilingual.
I'm the linguist now. Like
Oh,
everything.
That's your
Like even if like we
got a
found
title
an
already.
ancient language text, I could be like, give it here, I'll read it.
Not even like what about just super intelligence? Then that would apply to everything, and you can still.
Unfortunately for super intelligence, like a lot of people that are extremely high IQ, they have a higher I don't want to misquote like I love doing on the show apparently, but there's been a lot of cases of people where the higher IQ doesn't result in higher happiness or higher income. In fact, it's almost like paralyzing in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
And ignorance is bliss. I'm on a good level of intelligence. I want to be able to make the jokes in Chinese now.
Okay, fair enough.
You speak a language to people, like that's the fastest way to
endear yourself to them.
to connect with someone. Like if you speak that language, if someone sounds like you, it's crazy.
Even if you just try really hard.
But like you said, I can't download like a superpower, right? This is just a skill.
Right. Yeah, I'm not gonna make you super strong, but like mine was, I was thinking of a passive income thing. Like, what if I was just a genius at day trading? Is that possible, or
no,
or just stocks?
Oh, actually, yeah,
math, like math. So you're choosing
economics,
math.
like maybe like various parts of yeah. Maybe if you became a genius at that, you could.
Some
read
people
the market.
seem to have a knack for reading the tea leaves that is the stock market and making more money than others. Like if I could download that, seems like I could. Be a nice way to get more cash.
There's a Kamala Harris crypto coin. You might want to jump into that. I mean, I'm getting good vibes on it right now.
I know what you're saying. There was a character, I think it was in Silicon Valley, and I'm gonna butcher it a little bit, but he was like he noticed that there was a sale on the Big Macs at and Burger Kings, the Whoppers, and because of the sales, like the amount of the buns that were being purchased, he noticed that the sesame seeds that are on it, and he had connected it to like basically investing or shorting some like a sesame, something that would be involved in the making of sesame seeds. And that like proved to be a big windfall for him because he connected those dots while having a burger at Burger King, like just that morning. So it's kind of like that, I guess, right?
What skills would you guys download? You want to be a kung fu expert?
I don't think that's very useful.
That's beyond useless. Being
you could be UFC champ.
Like I guess mind reading would be like
that's a superpower.
Okay, well then like being the most persuasive person ever.
That's Jewish.
That's very true. It'd be like
that's interesting.
I just stop paying taxes, and then like the IRS agent comes to my house, and by the end he's like, "See you later, Taylor. That guy had a lot of good points." Like, and then you just don't have to deal with like anything like that. I go to the bank and I'm like, I want a loan for $10 million, and he's like, "You don't have the assets," and I convince him.
But I don't think the most persuasive person on earth can pull off what you're talking about. You've gone towards.
Well, you can't do it in Italy, and I can.
Almost superpower. You're right.
You can't even speak Italian, so how are you going to do it there?
I want the languages too. There is no person on this planet that speaks every language that isn't one of those Rain Man characters who can't leave their house if it's not raining or something
this
weird.
This guy's trying to fuck in every country, eh? Pal, yeah, I know what's going on here.
I imagine you could be an interpreter for some really powerful, cool people, and you'd be like hanging with them, going to do cool, rich and powerful international man of mystery type shit. when they needed to go to like China and speak to someone, and then bounce over to Bangladesh and know a regional dialect or something.
You're gonna be setting your Tinder for Mexico like "Te gusta? Te
It's Spanish.
mi amor?"
I wasted on Spanish.
They get all of them. No, but superpowers. I thought a lot about superpowers, like a long time. And
Me too.
So many of them are bad or dangerous, like super strength.
Yeah, the laser eye guy, just a huge
I always wanted from the X-Men Morph, because his power was turning into like any mutant he wanted and seemingly just having their power, but to a less effective degree because it's not something he's an expert at doing. Suddenly he just has weather powers. He might not be as good as Storm, but for all intents and purposes, he's Storm. Same thing as Mystique.
I want to download everything there is to know about sex so I can prove to myself that the female orgasm is not a myth.
You're gonna come to
What the fuck?
What do you want? What skill do you want? Download sex. What? Excuse me? All sex. I already know everything sex. I do all the sex.
I just want to be horny.
If you ask me this question in 9,
What
ages 7 to 13.
You want to download
10 years
all
old.
the sex files I have. Be very specific now. It matters greatly.
There's a lot of
You could have
inflation
downloaded.
stuff on here.
You could have downloaded any skill and you downloaded porn.
I want to know where the clit is. I've always
How
wondered.
about I get to be like a fucking Gordon Ramsay? No, a chef that makes Gordon Ramsay look like a scrub.
That's really cool. Also, you know what?
Okay.
That's an even deeper level of linguist. You can now connect with everyone on the planet, but you make them that dish, whatever dish that it was, exactly how they did it
Now I do it
in
even
the old
better.
country. Yeah.
That'd be a good skill, and that's a whole job right there. Now you make delicious, tasty food. People like you.
Oh yeah,
You could work
superpower-
80 hours a week in a kitchen with that.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm suffering from success.
Superpower. If you could fly,
have you done to
you're gonna be
yourself?
freezing cold and having bugs smash into your eyeballs. Super strength, like you break someone's arm when you give them a high five when you're drunk. Like
People
living, like
underestimate how much
healing.
flying would suck,
Yeah,
unless it comes with a
healing.
host of other things.
You choose teleport over flying.
Yeah,
You want to go somewhere.
Teleport.
Teleport.
To temperature changes because it's fucking freezing. You're not going to like anything like if you've ridden a motorcycle in the rain, you'll know that's horrible. So now you need some sort of like super bodysuit or impervious to pain and damage. Like you have to have the other stuff Superman has for flying to be interesting. And then unless you're flying at crazy speeds, also Superman stuff. If you're just flying at like 100 miles an hour, you solve the transportation problem you don't even have. You are currently in a car with an overpowered heater and air conditioner rolling along at 80. What, are you going to pack on another 20 miles an hour and suffer?
You're telling me I need a super suit? It doesn't sound like a big ask. All right. I just feel like I throw on my Rocket Man suit that protects me from, high temperatures and low temperatures, has some O2 in it if I need it.
With
Some
all this
shredded
bullshit,
goggles,
it's
helmet,
barely
Would you
better
rather
than
making
a
teleport,
plane.
though?
aerodynamic.
Wouldn't
How
you
is
rather
Birdman?
teleport though?
I'm sorry,
Teleportation would be scary though.
Teleport, yeah.
Like
Because
what
you don't
if
want to phase through someone.
Yeah, you don't want to phase into something.
That's why
And
instead of teleport, Doctor Strange portals are superior. You create doorways so that you
on the
can
other
go.
side.
And the best thing about that is you could take someone with you to be like, hey, you want to go to Spain for lunch right now? And
Dude, I
you
would
know,
love that.
It'd be
How
fun.
cool would it be to like bounce over to France and have their bread and come back?
Yep, it'd be very cool. I think
make me Taylor Swift then instead.
If
Right,
you
I was
had,
thinking that.
if you had like the ability to read minds, you would definitely hear things that you never wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Like it
that's
would
true.
like ignorance once again. Choose ignorance if you can.
Have it
like,
be selective, so like you're not always bombarded by people's thoughts. You can just decide, like, all right, what's this person
Of
thinking
course,
right
of course.
now?
What if you
That's
can hear
it,
your
you're
dog
curious, but is
all
it-
the time?
You're curious, and so
Yeah.
what's that?
Yeah.
You can hear your pets all the time now. Just
Oh,
with
I
these,
didn't even think about
with these
that.
rageful, weird, primitive thoughts. Hunger, 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 master.
You're right. I don't think you could have a
Why
successful
have you
relationship.
abandoned me?
I don't
Father!
think- Could you have a good relationship with your girlfriend or wife if she couldn't have private thoughts? Like you don't want
Yeah,
to. Like,
yeah. You don't want that. Like you
That's
know,
true.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
a little bit
But
of a monkey's paw.
I did settle on. I ultimately decided a very boring superpower, but I think you guys might vibe with it. And the superpower I chose, it sounds so lame, but it shouldn't affect life too much. Because just like in video games, I think if you put on too serious of a cheat code, The
Yeah, it's
game
too
sucks
much.
now.
Yeah.
So like this one's just like a little quality of life one, and it is the power of sleep. And the way it works is
Oh, that's really good.
you don't have to sleep, but you could sleep. And when you choose to sleep, you could choose to sleep for 6 hours at a time, or you can go the rest of your life without ever sleeping at all. And you can just literally work another part-time job if you wanted. You could do you could learn a
essentially
language. Me
extending
saying
your
the
life by a
language thing, you
third.
could learn the language. Yeah, you're getting, even more, a third to some people, a half. You spend like half
That's
your
neat.
life sleeping. Now you don't have to, but you still get that time travel aspect if you got a 20-hour flight, you know?
Yeah.
I don't remember the last time I slept for 8 hours in a row. Like I've done it like
Same.
one in 100 days, maybe. I'll sleep for eight
That's-
straight hours.
That's interesting. So you don't stop aging, but you can kind of hibernate. Like if you wanted to fly to Australia, to you it could be a
Yeah,
snap.
exactly. And you're like 8 hours. And then you wake up.
That's
and
the
you're like
technology
on the
we need, by
tarmac
the way.
still.
Like the tech we need is that freezing you and unfreezing you tech. That hibernation shit where somehow they like pump us full of antifreeze, some sort of non-kill
Yeah,
you
Israel's trying to do that right now. Keep sending the money.
They put it in 3 body problems.
I know about the skin bank. Don't you underplay that.
Oh, the skin
You're
bangs
up like
crazy.
Ted Williams and his frozen.
They don't like talking about their skin banks.
In 3 body problem, it was cool because it was expensive to do that hibernation.
Yeah.
But if you're wealthy, you can sort of almost choose any time period you want to live in, provided that it's in the future. You could maybe let your investments grow if you think you're strong. Yeah.
You're like, I hope it doesn't suck.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the space travel aspect of it. I love the idea of just going to sleep and waking up in orbit of a fucking planet 800 years away from here.
Scary though.
Yeah, it is. I always
Yeah, but if
I
it doesn't
always
work
think
out, just
about
go
that.
back to sleep and like head to the next one, right? Like, don't wake me up unless it's not scary, right?
I think you could go to sleep and then it just doesn't work out. There's a
Well,
leak in the
that's-
spacecraft or something.
Well, we were heading into that direction anyway, right? Where
It's
you go
like
to sleep and
surgery.
you just don't wake up.
Like this isn't my job. I really have no concerns here, except I hope it's all cool on the other side.
I'd want it to be a proven tech. I'd want them to have woken some people up over some long periods of time and
And
then
the
to have
space
no
travel
cognitive decline. And maybe you get to see someone get thawed out, live the rest of their normal life, because you never know what's down the line.
Star Trek.
Did you guys see Zax? All
no,
clothes
I didn't
become
see it. I had it
see-through when
blocked.
you focus.
That costs about $35,000. You can get a little thermal sight monocular, and just really go through an entire layer of clothing.
Yeah. There's a million.
You don't even like the try-on girls, homo.
I absolutely did. You showed me the video of that woman's
Dude.
fucking pussy lips from behind.
Great, right?
Right on YouTube, right next to cooking instructions.
Oh man, I'm so into the try-on girls. It's like my favorite thing now. I'm on there looking for new talent all the time. Just
new talent.
Yeah. There's some real showstoppers on there. There's some really hot fucking naked ladies on YouTube. It's better than Pornhub.
Dude, being a hot girl is a cheat code in life nowadays. It is so easy to make some money
Always
if
has
you're
been.
pretty good. I hear you, but I feel like there's more avenues that have opened up in the last
Men used to
few
have their
years.
own cheat code, but they took it from us.
Yeah. What is it?
I don't know. Now that I think about it, it's just seeming a lot like rape, and I don't like where this is headed.
I thought
We're on
Trying
so
to think if
many
it was about like
lists.
voting or something.
Yeah, let's
my
make it
mind
about
went in a
that.
different direction. I didn't. Also
Yeah.
bad.
I didn't think. It
Did
was
you
just
see that they're in the U.S. now? This is like recent. That women are in several states. Women are signed up for the selective service now, like automatically. Interesting enough, California and New York are not among the states where women are automatically signed up for selective service. You can guess the states that are like all the good ones. All the
Like
good
the
guys.
Texas, the Floridas, the Georgias.
Georgia's, the North Carolinas, like we're all signing them up.
I'm so sorry I got distracted by this like sneaky porn on YouTube that they try. They're like trying on a robe, and then they act like they're trying on a
Fuck,
robe,
yeah.
and then they get wet. They like go in the shower. So
Yeah.
like, the robe
They wanna
is
show you
wet
what it
and
looks like wet.
see-through.
Yeah. It's
And
part of the
it's
purchasing
like-
matrix.
Yeah, I
But
want
this
to
person
make
has
sure
2
that it's a
million views
quality
in 2
robe.
days. Like, I wonder what kind of ads they get on this. Like, is this person? making
Sometimes
cake?
they're demonetized, but they have OnlyFans that they're linking you to.
Hang on, I'm gonna try to find the goat and show him her because she's. Oh, I
Is it
can't
the same
find it.
video you showed us?
Yeah. Do you have it
Let
somewhere?
me see.
No, but that was wild.
Oh,
She's-
now I want it more than ever, bro. Let me tell you.
Yeah, it's it's basically just a naked woman on YouTube, and you're like, how'd you get here?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Is you're like here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! But what if FPS-Russia sees?
The comment I watched that video like 2 days ago, and the top one of the comments was "Thanks, Kyle," and it was like 8 thumbs up.
That's funny.
That is funny. Well, you guys want to call it a show?
I'm scrolling through the naked women, and you're wanting to duck. All right.
We just talked about.
All
this.
right, check out Parley. Check out Harley. Check out our sponsors. Links in the description. All sorts of cool stuff. PKA 707.
Buy the
Buy
merch.
some
Don't
merch.
forget to